entering the unscientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 Base Overview. Note, this chapter will have a more detailed base layout and project introduction. It is not copied from Baidu. If you don't like it, please don't subscribe. Dalang, it's time to take medicine. Hearing this sentence ringing in his ears, Soo-yoon, who was originally a little tired, was shocked and his mind became clear in an instant. He opened his eyes and subconsciously looked at the ceiling. After seeing the familiar yellow ceiling and the shabby electric light hanging on the ceiling, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not a dream before falling asleep. He was extremely worried that everything that happened yesterday was just his personal imagination, and he would return to 2023 when he woke up. Fortunately, after opening his eyes, he did not see the scene he was afraid of, but everything was normal. Then under the surveillance of Kiao Ke-hong, Soo-yoon raised his head voluntarily for the countless times and gulped down this bowl of donkey hair soup. I don't know if it's because he drank too much. Now he could even tell that today's soup and yesterday's soup were made from different donkeys. Yesterday's soup had a glutinous texture, with a hint of sweetness, and a sweet aftertaste in the lips after drinking it. Today's soup was obviously drier, with a sandy feeling when it first entered the throat, and a slightly bitter aftertaste, which was much inferior to yesterday's. After Soo-yoon finished drinking the donkey hair soup, Kiao Ke-hong took another pile of clothes from the table beside him, shook one of them open, and said to Soo-yoon, "Comrade Han Li, today is your first day in the project team, so you have to dress up a little. This is the clothes that Brother Zhang sent you early in the morning. When the time comes, I will wrap a protective layer around your body with bandages, and then put on the clothes." Soo-yoon raised his eyebrows when he heard this, looked at the girl meaningfully, and said in a long voice, "Oh, Brother Zhang sent it to you when he first met Zhou Xiaoping and Zhang Tao." Zhang Tao once introduced that Kiao Ke-hong was his childhood friend who grew up in the same courtyard. At that time, Zhang Tao formally called Kiao Ke-hong Comrade Ke-hong, which obviously had some distance. So at the beginning, Soo-yoon really thought that the two were just ordinary friends. Just like many boys who sat at the same table when they were young, they were close when they were young, but they became ordinary nodding acquaintances when they grew up. As a result, after U2 was shot down yesterday, Kiao Ke-hong was too excited and actually held Zhang Tao's hand. Now that I think about it, the apparent unfamiliarity between the two was probably deliberately pretended. This young couple is very skilled. Then, with the help of several nurses, Soo-yoon was wrapped like a mummy again from the chest down, and then it took a lot of effort to put on Zhang Tao's clothes. An hour later, Soo-yoon was pushed to the factory office by Kiao Ke-hong. At this time, Lao Guo and Jin Washi were already waiting at the entrance of the factory office. After seeing Soo-yoon, they personally led him to the meeting room on the side of the first floor. This meeting room has appeared many times before, but for Soo-yoon, it was his first time to enter this confidential area. When Soo-yoon arrived at the meeting room, there were about a dozen leaders seated in the conference room, many of whom were chatting with great interest. At this time, the room was filled with smoke. Apart from the smell of nicotine, the scene seemed to be in heaven. The sound of Lao Guo pushing the wheelchair across the floor was a bit abrupt, so as the distance approached, it quickly attracted everyone's attention. Some leaders who were originally chatting stopped talking and turned their heads to look at the entrance. After seeing the wheelchair pushed by Lao Guo and Soo-yoon on the wheelchair, the scene suddenly became quiet. Then quickly, low voices of discussion replaced the silence and the earlier noise. "Old Joe, this comrade seems a little familiar. Well, he sits in a wheelchair and is severely disfigured. I guess he is the one who is 70% cooked. He seems quite young. I didn't expect that he is so good at shooting down airplanes. He can even shoot down U2. I don't know which project group the organization will assign him to. It would be great if he came to my team. Our team is in need of someone who is good at math. He is definitely capable, but he doesn't look easy to serve. It is said that he drinks donkey blood every day, unlike usual. Today's meeting is a daily-weekly meeting of the base, and the confidentiality level is not particularly high. Some branches, not to mention the top leaders, even the third in command, came. Therefore, many people at the scene saw Soo-yoon for the first time. It is impossible to say that it is not strange. After all, Their low confidentiality levels relative to what Lao Guo and Jin Huaxi said. They are all proper management in the base, and they have heard a lot of rumors about Su Yun in the past. It is not an exaggeration to say Su Yun is now as rare as Messi, who will visit China in 2023. It is not certain when a fan will rush into the stadium to hug Messi. Fortunately, Su Yun has experienced this kind of baptism of eyes in the past. After a long time, he can look calm in this kind of eyes. In a sense, the disfigurement caused by the burns prevented him from showing his true face, but it also gave him a special mask. Then Lao Guo pushed Su Yun to the front right of the conference table, with Lao Guo and Jin Huaxi sitting on the side, which shows the importance the base attaches to Su Yun. In the next 10 minutes, other leaders of the base arrived one after another, and the conference room was soon filled with nearly 50 people. Another deputy table that had not been used before was used at this time, sharing the seats of about 20 deputies. During this period, someone noticed Su Yun, and after sitting down, he talked about him with the people around him. Some people were in a hurry and did not pay attention to this acquaintance who had already sat down. After everyone arrived, the clerk skillfully opened the notebook and made a gesture of taking notes. Seeing this, Li Ju, the then director of the 221 base, stood up, supported the edge of the table with both hands, and said, Comrades, please be quiet." The scene was immediately silent. Then Li Ju looked around the conference room, paused, and continued, "Comrades, I believe everyone knows that today we are holding a routine executive meeting of the base. 3 years have passed unknowingly, and this is the 156th executive meeting we have held." Hearing this, many old leaders on the scene also showed a trace of emotion on their faces. As we all know, the 221 base was built 3 years ago. At that time, because the Bear experts had not yet evacuated, the National Theoretical Research and Development Center was still the 9th institute of the capital, thousands of miles away. Therefore, when the base was just completed, there were only 4 branches in the entire factory area. At that time, only 11 people attended the first executive meeting held by Li Ju. However, as time goes by, especially after the rabbits decided to independently develop nuclear weapons, the scale of the 221 base began to expand, and the number of branches increased. The number of leaders attending the meeting also increased from the initial 11 to 15, 25, and now nearly 50. Of course, the increase in base management personnel does not make the base's daily affairs bloated, but rather proves that new achievements are constantly being born. After a while, Li Ju suppressed the emotion on his face and continued, "The 156th meeting, 156, to be honest, this is not a very special number, but in this not-so-special meeting, I want to officially announce a good news to everyone, that is, after a detailed comparison, we can officially confirm that the reconnaissance plane we shot down yesterday was 100% the famous U-2. The head of the capital wrote a letter of commendation in person, which will probably be delivered to the base in a few days. In addition, the capital has put the replica of this Huxin platform on the agenda, and Comrade Chu Runpu. Ahem. The electrostatic analysis module purchased by Mr. has also been quietly shipped. If nothing unexpected happens, the country will have at least 5 meteorological Doppler radars in November this year. From now on, China's airspace is safe. Li Ju finished speaking. More than 40 people at the scene, including the secretary, all burst into warm applause. Some people bit their cheeks and clapped their hands until they were red. They gnashed their teeth, as if they were not using their own hands. Some people cried while clapping, and they didn't even notice that their clothes were wet with tears. Some younger deputies even raised their fists and kept punching the air. It is said that Chinese people are introverted. But at this moment, everyone released their emotions. The applause lasted for half a minute before gradually dying down. After a while, an old man who looked to be about 70 years old raised his hand. "Director, has the capital given a time to make the news public?" Li Ju nodded gently and said, "According to the instructions from the capital, the news will probably be officially announced at the beginning of next month. The capital also plans to invite some foreign media to the scene, but the specific process still needs to be carefully discussed. After all, it is not good to be too arrogant. In short, as long as there are no major accidents, we will definitely show our faces internationally this time." "That's great." The old man clapped his hands vigorously, and the whole person seemed very excited. Seeing this situation, Lao Guo tilted his head slightly and introduced to Su Yun in a low voice, "This is Comrade Wang Xianke, currently the deputy director of the second branch of the base. He's a returned overseas Chinese, and some of his family connections are still abroad, Su Yun understood. Overseas Chinese these days have a high reputation in China, because almost every once in a while, patriotic overseas Chinese will donate various money and materials to China. Some overseas Chinese families have even established friendly relations with the rabbits since the spark was just ignited, and the roots between them are very deep. But on the other hand, the lives of these patriotic overseas Chinese abroad are often not easy, and European and American countries generally look down on them. It is true that this contempt does not necessarily endanger life safety, but various bullying phenomena are still common. And now once the rabbits announced the news of the shooting down of 3 U-2s, the unfair treatment encountered by those overseas Chinese abroad may be lighter. Wang Zhongjing obviously realized this, so he seemed so excited. On the other side, after answering Wang Zhongjing's question, Li Ju's expression suddenly became serious, and he leaned forward slightly, with a sense of oppression. Comrades, the reason why we were able to shoot down these 3 U-2s is inseparable from the close cooperation and hard work of the collective members, but if the contribution is scaled to individuals, then there is one person who must not be ignored. This comrade is also the new member of the project team that I want to introduce to you today, Comrade Han Li, the special consultant of the base. Swish, as soon as Li Ju finished speaking. Most people at the scene locked their eyes on Su Yun at the same time. These eyes had different emotions, and most of them were friendly. But in addition to friendliness, there were also scrutiny, obscurity, and even doubt. Of course, the doubts here are not doubts about Su Yun's ability. With the introduction of Su Yun's several major technologies, Su Yun's ability has been recognized by everyone. Even the most cautious people would not think that Su Yun could not take on the role of consultant. Their real doubts were about Su Yun's unclear background. Is it really okay for him to be exposed to so many secrets? To be honest, even Li Ju, Jin Binqiang, and Wang Lao, who were more familiar with Su Yun, were more or less hesitant. After all, there is only one sentence on Su Yun's file, which is as simple as it can be: student studying abroad in Cambridge, trustworthy. The rest is omitted. No date of birth. No parents' names. No birthplace and ancestral home. This almost joking text is really incompatible with the confidentiality level of the 221 base. However, the will of the organization is higher than all personal thoughts. Facing the appointment from the capital, everyone can only hide this doubt in their hearts. Maybe this Han Li really has some secrets that need to be protected. Half a minute later, Li Ju coughed lightly, turned to Su Yun and said, Comrade Han Li, you have just joined Miss Chu's project team, and you may not understand some situations, so I will give you a general introduction here. After that, Li Ju spread his right hand, pointed to the front of his left and said, the people sitting on my left are the deputy factory directors of the base, and they are also responsible for various important research and development tasks. This is Comrade Lu Guangda, the current head of the Atomic Bomb Theory Group and the chief engineer of the atomic bomb design. You should know Comrade Han Li, right? Su Yun nodded quickly. I know him. I have talked with Director Lu several times before. Director Lu's thinking is really admirable. Just kidding. How could he not know Lu Guangda, the famous Dr. Doll and the soul of the rabbit's nuclear weapons research and development? The protagonist of the famous movie Out of the Blue and later generations is Lu Guangda, played by the famous head of the group Li Yanlong. Oh, right. The actor who played Li Yanlong's wife in the movie, that is, Lu Guangda's lover, teacher Su Luxi, is the actor of Yu Wenji in The Three-Body Problem. Then Li Ju pointed to a man next to Lu Guangda, who had a pair of shaped eyebrows. This is Comrade Cheng Kejia, who is in charge of the theoretical research of the equation of state. Cheng Kejia nodded to Su Yun with a complicated expression. When Su Yun first brought out the meteorological Doppler radar technology, Cheng Kejia's attitude towards Su Yun was not friendly, because Su Yun was eyeing the electrostatic accelerator that Cheng Kejia's mentor, Mr. Zhao Zhongjing, brought back from across the sea. At that time, Cheng Kejia thought that Su Yun's idea was a complete waste of his teacher's efforts, so he had a very bad opinion of Su Yun. But later, the development of the story was completely opposite to Cheng Kejia's speculation. The meteorological Doppler radar opened a new chapter in the rabbit's radar technology and played an extremely critical role in the process of shooting down the U-2. Therefore, what Cheng Kejia said to Lu Guangda and others at the beginning suddenly became a joke. At least Lu Guangda used this matter to squeeze him. So at this moment, Cheng Kaijia's attitude towards Su Yun is the most complicated. Even now, he still thinks that the organization's decision to let Su Yun in is somewhat unsafe. Perhaps it is precisely because of this absolute calmness and caution that Cheng Kaijia later became the head of the Defense Department of the 221 base. After introducing Cheng Kaijia, Li Ju introduced the heads of other projects to Su Yun. This is Comrade Wang Gancheng, this is Comrade Zhu Guanggaya, this is Comrade Chen Nenkun, this is Comrade Zhou Guangxiao, the names of the famous meritorious men in later generations. No, it should be said that they are all real meritorious men, all appeared in front of Su Yun. Let alone forming a group, even if you only choose one of these big guys, they can be called giants of the, guardian of the country, level. For example, Wang Gancheng. All his achievements, just one of them is enough to be recorded in history. Wang Gancheng is from Fengtangwan, Jiangsu, and graduated from Shumu University. In 1930, Wang Gancheng left Shumu University, passed the Jiangsu government-funded student exam, and went to Berlin University in Germany for further studies. The mentor who was in charge of leading him at that time was a famous atomic physicist named Meitner. He was praised by Einstein as our Madame Curie. But it was precisely because of her paranoia that Wang Gancheng missed the Nobel Prize twice. This was not a forced miss, but a real regret. The first time was in 1931, when the Joliot-Curie couple discovered an energy that could penetrate 10 centimeters thick lead, and many people thought it was gamma rays. But Wang Gancheng keenly noticed that something was wrong, and thought that gamma radiation did not have such a strong penetrating power. So he immediately ran to his mentor Meitner and suggested to her that using a more advanced cloud chamber to redo the experiment might be able to find out the truth. Meitner smiled and refused, thinking that the young student in front of him was too naive. Wang Gancheng did not give up, and he pleaded several times in succession, but Meitner was always unwilling to give him a chance. He also advised him, "You are very smart, but it is meaningless to repeat other people's experiments. Only by opening up a new path on your own can you reach another peak." Wang Gancheng finally had to give up sadly. As a result, only 2 years later, British physicist Chadwick also thought of using the cloud chamber to repeat the original experiment, and discovered a new particle that shocked the world, the neutron. Then in 1935, Chadwick won the Nobel Prize in Physics. This is not over yet. In 1941, Wang Gancheng published a suggestion on the detection of neutrinos in the Physical Review magazine, Across the Sea. In the same year, the article was rated as one of the best papers. But although Wang Gancheng knew how to find neutrinos, he lacked equipment verification. Later, using the method provided by Wang Gancheng, scientist Rains Across the Sea discovered neutrinos in 1953 and won the Nobel Prize in 1995. Then when he was at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Dubna, the research team led by Wang Gancheng discovered the anti-sigma negative hyperon, and this achievement shocked the entire physics community. This is the first charged anti-hyperon discovered by humans through experiments. Later, Wang Gancheng joined the nuclear weapons project team and remained anonymous for 27 years. Many people in later generations must have heard of a sentence, "I am willing to dedicate my life to the country," and the person who said this sentence was Mr. Wang Gancheng. After saying this sentence, the name Wang Gancheng disappeared in the physics community, and a little old man named Wang Jing appeared in the depths of the desert. And people like Wang Gancheng are not one or two in the base, but one or two. People with extraordinary abilities who engage in scientific research and have a wall of honors at the end of their lives can be called great scientists. They are excellent physics practitioners and precious wealth for all mankind. But they cannot be called national heroes. Only heroes like Wang Gancheng, Lu Guangda, and Lao Guo who hide their identities can be called national heroes. More than 10 minutes later, the main picture of the 221 base appeared in front of Su Yun for the first time. First, there are 18 branches. Note, the following content has been decrypted. There are 9 work numbers in the first plant area, which are mainly responsible for the development and testing of nuclear device systems, nuclear warheads, etc. There are 9 work numbers in the second plant area, which are mainly responsible for the development, production testing and overall assembly of high-energy explosives. The third plant area is an explosives warehouse. There are 10 work numbers in the fourth plant area, which are mainly responsible for environmental condition testing and research. The fifth plant area is a waste treatment plant. The sixth plant area is a detonation test plant, which is mainly responsible for detonation testing, measurement, safety, environmental impact and other experiments. It is also the only plant area to be built. There are 4 work numbers in the 7th plant area, which are mainly responsible for nuclear physics near-zone testing and research. The 8th plant area is for car repair and car storage. The 9th plant area is a fuel depot. The 10th plant area is a mechanical processing and mechanical repair base. Plant 11 is a dangerous goods platform. Plant 12 is a general material platform. Plant 13 is a railway station. Plant 14 is a thermal power plant. Plant 15 is a water supply source. Plant 16 is a sewage treatment plant. Plant 17 is a warehouse for food and daily necessities. Plant 18 is the leadership of the 221 base, the underground command center, the underground warehouse for scientific and technological archives and administrative archives, the hospital store, the post office and living area, the theater, etc., also known as the main plant. In addition to the 18 plant areas, there are 3 major directions for the research on atomic bombs in the base: the general department, the theoretical department and the experimental department. Lao Guo is currently the director of the general department. He is mainly responsible for the relevant research on fluid mechanics. There are 5 groups under the team, with a total of 60 people. The director of the theoretical department is Peng Mengxian, who is responsible for the relevant analysis of reactor theory. Lu Guangde serves as the deputy director, but in fact he is the general person in charge of the theoretical department. Lu Guangde did not become the director mainly because his political resume was not enough. The director of the experimental department is Wang Gansheng. This department is mainly responsible for the performance experiment of non-nuclear components. For example, the plans for the explosion simulation tests were all customized by him, and Shen Yenkun is currently collaborating in research in this department. The base also has a design department, which is responsible for engineering structure design and off-site tests, that is, nuclear tests. The design department is the core department of the entire base, and it will not be completely declassified even by 2023. According to normal historical development. By the end of this year, the general department will also divide out a production department, and Shen Yenkun will also be transferred to the light nuclear group. In addition, there are 3 sideline production teams in the base, namely the construction sideline team, the animal husbandry sideline team and the fishery sideline team, all of which are composed of young workers. Of course, the base also has modules such as garrisons, which will not be repeated here. The above is the detailed composition of the entire 221 base. After introducing the structure of the base, Li Zhi looked at Lu Guangde on the site and said, "As for the current progress of the project, Guangde, you will introduce it to Comrade Han Li." Chapter 577. A few things about the atomic bomb. As for the current progress of the project, Guangde, you can introduce it to Comrade Han Li. Hearing Li Zhi's words, Lu Guangde on the side nodded calmly. He subconsciously picked up the pen in front of him, holding the tip and tail of the pen in his left and right hands, and said, "Comrade Han Li, we currently have 3 main research directions in the theoretical research of atomic bombs. They are fluid mechanics, material properties under high temperature and high pressure, and neutron physics. Among them, there are 6 groups in fluid mechanics, responsible for multimedia radiation fluid mechanics and detonation fluid mechanics. The person in charge of detonation fluid mechanics is Comrade Guo Yaolei, and the person in charge of multimedia radiation fluid mechanics is Comrade Zhou Yulin." Next to me, Lu Guangde had just finished speaking. A square-faced middle-aged man sitting on his right nodded slightly to Su Yun. In the future life that Su Yun traveled to, the 4 major disciplines of biochemistry, environmental materials and materials have a very interesting name, called the 4 major Shiankans. But in fact, in addition to these 4 major disciplines, there is another discipline that is also very mysterious. It is fluid mechanics. Of course, fluid mechanics is mysterious not because of its employment prospects, but because the subject is too diverse. For example, fluid mechanics requires continuous medium mechanics, which is one of the directions of physics. Topology, mathematics, right? Mechanical design foundation, this is definitely a mechanical subject, right? Soil mechanics, this is the specialty of civil engineering, right? Finite element analysis, this is computer stuff. Mechanical behavior of material mechanics, this is the specialty of people. So, civil engineering students think it is for mechanical engineering, and mechanical engineering students think it is for materials. People who work in materials regard it as a light pulling instrument, and light-pulling instruments feel that it is the physics next door, the physics next door accepts that it is the mathematics downstairs, and the mathematics downstairs tends to think that it is for computers. In the end, those who are into computers came to a conclusion, it is an old engineering subject. And because of this, in the process of developing nuclear weapons, fluid mechanics is an indispensable subject. For example, the development of nuclear weapons involves a lot of pressure drop calculations, calculations of resistance loss along the way, and pipeline flow calculations in engineering, which are all in the scope of fluid mechanics. The whole process of material movement from detonation to impact with a target also belongs to the category of fluid. How outrageous would it be if this thing could be cultivated to the peak? The first generation of the head of contemporary fluid mechanics is called Geoffrey Taylor. He once did something that went down in history. On July 16, 1945, the other side of the sea conducted the first nuclear test in human history, codenamed Trinity. Then in 1947, the other side of the sea published a set of photos of the explosion fireball in order to expand its international influence. There are 14 photos in total, showing the pictures of the fireball from small to large. As a result, Geoffrey Taylor designed a dimensionless quantity based on this picture and accurately calculated that the equivalent of the atomic bomb is 17,650 tons. The horror of the discipline of fluid mechanics can be seen. If not for this, Jin Binkyong would not have thought of letting Jin Washi be responsible for this research at the beginning. Then Lu Guangde paused and continued, as for neutron physics, it is the area I am responsible for. Oh, by the way, Comrade Han Li, weren't you discovered by Lao Guo and others in Guide County? At that time, Lao Guo went to Guide County for a batch of foreign references. Some of the information in the documents is related to the neutron state equation, so recently there has been some gratifying progress in neutron theory. Su Yun was stunned when he heard this. Is there such a thing? After coming to his senses, a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. So that's it. He was a little strange before. Even if the base wants to go to Guide County to get food, in theory, researchers like Lao Guo should not be asked to do it. This kind of thing should generally be handled by comrades in the army. Even comrades on the confidentiality front are more suitable than Lao Guo. It turns out that Lao Guo's purpose of going to Guide County was for those foreign documents. In terms of the international situation these days, the value of foreign literature to the rabbits is no less than the food supply to the base. Of course. What Su Yun didn't understand was, in order to deliver this batch of documents to China, some people even paid the price of their lives. Then Lu Guangde took a deep breath, dispelled some emotions in his heart that were not suitable to be expressed at this time, and continued, as for the properties of matter under high temperature and high pressure, it involves the relevant framework of nuclear fission. Comrade Chen Enkun is currently in charge of this research. About half a month ago, Comrade Chen Enkun has deduced the lower limit of the critical mass of the sphere when the density of the chain reaction is 11.61 grams per cubic centimeter. After saying this, Lu Guangde quickly glanced at Su Yun and observed the reaction of this consultant. He buried a hook in this introduction. I wonder if Su Yun can realize that information? Then under Lu Guangde's gaze, Su Yun's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. The critical mass of the sphere? Director Lu, is it possible that the base is going to make an implosion-type atomic bomb? Swish, Su Yun's voice had just fallen. Lu Guangde suddenly looked at Lao Guo beside Su Yun. Seeing this, Lao Guo immediately shook his head. Lao Lu, don't look at me. I haven't told Xiao Han anything. I can guarantee this with my personal party spirit. Comrade Han Li had no idea about our research before. When Lu Guangde heard this, his breathing stagnated for a few seconds. After a moment, his gaze towards Su Yun immediately changed. As we all know, the essence of the atomic bomb is the nuclear fission of uranium. This concept was first confirmed by German chemists Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann in 1938. In early 1939, Otto Hahn proposed the concept of splitting nucleus. It refers to the nuclear physics process in which a heavier atomic nucleus splits into two lighter other atomic nuclei in a nuclear reaction. During the fission process, a large number of neutrons, beta, gamma rays and neutrinos will be produced, and huge nuclear fission energy will be released. Theoretical calculations. The energy released by the fission of 1 kilogram of uranium-235 is equivalent to the energy released by the combustion of 2,700 tons of standard coal, which is 2.7 million times the relationship between the two. After the uranium-235 nucleus absorbs a neutron, The composite nucleus is in an excited state and oscillates. There are two results of the oscillation. One is that the composite nucleus is reduced from an ellipsoid to a spherical shape, and then emits gamma rays, prompt gamma rays, to release excess energy. The other is that due to its large excitation energy, the composite nucleus quickly splits into two independent nuclei. The neutrons emitted during nuclear fission are called fission neutrons. Then the uranium nucleus is bombarded with neutrons, and the nucleus splits into two fission fragments with medium mass numbers, while releasing a large amount of energy and 2-3 fast neutrons. Under appropriate conditions, these neutrons will be absorbed by other uranium nuclei, and then trigger fission, like a chain, linked together, passed down from generation to generation, forming a self-sustaining chain reaction. This is a chain fission reaction. The so-called atomic bomb is a nuclear weapon developed based on this nuclear fission chain reaction. Back then, the other side of the sea generously sent two to the Japanese, but unfortunately the Japanese were too weak and did not catch them. Just like the Huishan sect is divided into the sword sect and the key sect, atomic bombs are also divided into two types according to different structural principles. One is the compression type, also known as the gun type. This type of atomic bomb uses a barrel device to quickly close two pieces of fissile material that are smaller than the critical mass under the high pressure generated when the chemical explosive explodes to reach a supercritical state, triggering a nuclear explosion. The second type is what Su Yun said, the implosion type, also known as the compression type. Its principle is to use ordinary high explosives to make a spherical device. Then, the nuclear charge that is smaller than the critical mass, that is, uranium-235 or plutonium-239, is made into a small ball and placed in the center of the explosive ball. Finally, the electric detonator is ignited synchronously, and each point of the explosive ball is detonated at the same time, generating a centripetally focused compression wave. The compression wave will instantly and violently compress the nuclear charge sphere, increase its density, make it supercritical, and achieve a self-sustaining chain reaction to cause a nuclear explosion. Compared with the compression-type atomic bomb, the structural advantage of the implosion type is significantly higher. For example, the little boy sent to the Japanese across the sea was a compressed structure, with a nuclear charge of about 80% enriched uranium, weighing 60 kilograms, and an explosive power of 14,000 tons of TNT equivalent. The energy released by the complete fission of 1 kilogram of uranium is about 18,000 tons of TNT equivalent. So the utilization rate of the little boy's nuclear charge is only about 12%. The other fat man is an implosion structure, using plutonium produced by a graphite-cooled uranium reactor as a nuclear charge. Its explosive power is 21,000 tons of TNT equivalent, and the utilization rate of nuclear charge is 21%. So when developing nuclear weapons, the rabbits decided to make an implosion-type atomic bomb. Of course, this is an absolutely confidential matter at this stage, but it is not particularly difficult for future generations like Su Yun. In addition, since Lu Guangde opened his mouth, Su Yun has been paying attention to the expression of this big man. Therefore, after realizing the hook in these words, he immediately chose to bite the hook. After all, this is a move to increase one's credibility. Having a rich knowledge reserve and understanding the principles of the atomic bomb are two different things. Besides, being baited by a meritorious predecessor like Lu Guangde is not at all shabby. As expected, Lu Guangde, who was just reporting the situation routinely before, had a strange light in his eyes at this time. If it were in ancient times, there might be an additional record in the history books, discussing the Dao until late at night, sleeping on the same bed with feet touching each other. Then Lu Guangde briefly introduced some theoretical progress to Su Yun. Among them, there are situations that Su Yun knows in later generations, and some are unknown. If the progress of atomic research is to be graded, then leaving aside the application fields such as parts and explosives, the current progress of the base and pure theory is about 30%. This is similar to the progress of the original history. According to the progress of later decryption, the rabbits will complete the basic derivation of the theory around November next year, and then complete it together with a design plan in March of the year after. In the next year and a half, the base was almost expanding theoretical principles to applications, that is, the real world. Thinking of this, Su Yun had a general understanding of the situation at the base. Then he pondered for a moment, looked up at Li Ju, who was above him. Director, I have a general understanding of the situation at the base. I wonder what the organization's specific arrangements for my work are. Li Ju looked at Lao Guo and quickly said, Comrade Han Li, let's talk about this matter alone later. What do you think? Su Yun was subconsciously startled. However, thinking of the many people on the scene, Su Yun quickly understood Li Ju's idea. No problem, Li Ju nodded gently. In the following time, Li Ju roughly allocated various affairs planning for the base next week. For example, the base has a new movie, Sun Wukong Fights the White Bone Demon 3 times shot by the Magic City Cheyenne Film Studio. Now the capacity of the base's cinema is limited, but there are more than 10,000 employees in 18 factory areas, so the distribution of movie tickets must be properly arranged. For example, the base has a new batch of cold medicine, and the quota of each factory has to be argued. Fortunately, this was not the first time that Li Ju and Lao Guo had held such a meeting, so these issues were quickly arranged in an orderly manner. 2 hours later, the executive meeting ended. Su Yun then followed Lao Guo, Jin Wuxi, and Li Ju and Wang Lao to leave the meeting room and reunited in Li Ju's office. Comrade Han Li, after Su Yun sat down, Li Ju said straight to the point, do you have a way to conjure up enough food for 10,000 people to survive the winter? 5,000 people will do. Note, I will take a day off tomorrow. The colonoscopy a few days ago did not find any major problems, but there are not many things that can be checked by colonoscopy, so I plan to go to Fuzhou for an abdominal color Doppler ultrasound. Tomorrow is Sunday. The hospital I chose can register online, but I don't know if the abdominal color Doppler ultrasound department is open, so if there is no update tomorrow, it means I am doing the examination. If there is an update, I will take a day off on Monday for the examination. Chapter 578 Have you ever heard of... in the office. Hearing these words from Li Ju, Su Yun's face instantly showed an emoticon package of the subway old man's mobile phone JPG, enough food for 10,000 people to survive the winter? What the hell is this? You really think of me as Doraemon, don't you? After a while, Su Yun just came back to his senses, blinked, and asked Li Ju, Director, I'm sorry that it's a bit difficult for me to understand what you said. What do you mean by food for 10,000 people to survive the winter? Could it be that our base is short of food? At present, there are about 12,000 people in the entire base, and it is almost winter now. In addition, Li Ju's identity generally does not mention things outside the base, so the situation he talked about is mostly related to the base at the very least. It is Malin or Factory 504. Sure enough, Li Ju heard this, and a trace of gloom immediately flashed in his eyes. Then he turned around and looked at Lao Guo and others beside him, and nodded helplessly. Comrade Han Li, you are now considered a core member of the base and have the right to know some major secrets. That's right, the base is short of food. After saying that, Li Ju's chest bulged and the whole person exhaled a breath of turbid air. Su Yun's heart flashed with a trace of surprise. Is the base really short of food? What's going on? You know, according to some information declassified in later generations, during the development of nuclear weapons, the 3 major bases did have a shortage of materials. When the materials were the most scarce, let alone ordinary workers. Even Lao Guo, a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the vice president of the 9th Academy, and one of the heads of the base, did not have much quota. And Lu Guangda. Due to the lack of sufficient protein intake, Lu Guangda's left foot had a serious lump, so that he later walked a little shaky. But on the other hand, this kind of material shortage mostly occurred in the early days of the base, and the time period was often in spring and summer. After all, autumn is the season for autumn harvest, and crops will have some harvests no matter what, so there is relatively no shortage of food in autumn and winter. Moreover, with the vision and wisdom of the capital, it is impossible not to prepare winter supplies in advance. Could there be something behind this? Fortunately, Li Ju was a straightforward person and did not suffer from Su Yun's habit of interrupting others. He quickly explained, Comrade Han Li, you should have heard of Sucheng, right? Su Yun nodded slightly. Of course I have heard of it. Sucheng has been the main granary supplying the Northwest Road since ancient times. Its geographical location is very important, so Sucheng is also called Marrow City, which means the marrow and lifeline of the Northwest Road. Then Su Yun blinked and seemed to understand. Director, is there something wrong in Sucheng? Li Ju hummed dully, and said with great pain, yes, about a week ago, which was the time when our base was studying this Huxon project. At that time, some enemy spies sneaked into the city and carried out extremely bad arson on the Suchang granary. The burn rate of food prepared for our base in the granary exceeded 90%. At present, those enemy spies have been killed on the spot or arrested, but the burned food can never be recovered. Su Yun finally understood. So he asked why the higher-ups were considering winter food only now. It turned out that there was an accident in Sucheng. This kind of incident has little to do with the field of scientific research, and even in the future it will not be deliberately made public, so it is normal that Su Yun did not know the whole story in advance. After a while, Li Ju took a sip of water from the teacup, moistened his throat, and said, "Comrade Han Li, I will tell you the truth. Although the fire in Sucheng has put us in a passive position, the organization still has some backup plans, and the base will not starve anyway, but the problem is that this backup plan is a real trump card. Once it is revealed, we will not even have a pair of pants left, so Comrade Han Li, the organization would like to ask you if you have any good ideas or suggestions on this matter. Of course, don't have too much psychological burden. The organization will definitely not force you to do anything." Hearing what Li Ju said, Su Yun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Indeed. Just as Li Ju said, this matter is obviously not and should not be within his personal scope of solution, and the organization obviously did not really put the stakes on him. But to be honest, when Li Ju explained the cause and effect, Su Yun regarded this matter as his obligation to solve. After all, as a Chinese time traveler in the future, how could Su Yun remain indifferent to such a problem? Before the time travel, the country had to lift up its pants, and after the time travel, the country had to lift up its pants again. Did he travel in vain? That would be too embarrassing. Of course. Emotions are emotions. In fact, when thinking about it, Su Yun found that this matter was really difficult. After all, Li Ju said very clearly that this was food prepared for this winter. Now it is the end of August, and it is only about 3 months away from winter. In other words, some methods of increasing production or even improving crops in the future, not to mention that Su Yun did not master this knowledge at all, even if there were relevant reserves, they would not be used at this time. In addition, don't even think about synthesizing starch from carbon dioxide, not to mention the equipment and instruments needed for this thing. The catalyst used alone is more expensive than gold. If you really have the financial resources to synthesize starch, you might as well buy food directly. So he must come up with a plan that can be operated in a short time and is not expensive. Thinking of this, Su Yun's brows furrowed more and more, and his face showed a little difficulty. Seeing this, Li Ju's eyes flashed with disappointment. Sure enough, faced with the food needed by 10,000 people, even this magical 7-point rare can't do anything. So he paused and prepared to change the subject. Comrade Han Li, if you really can't think of a solution, it's okay. After all, this is not for one person. As a result, Li Ju didn't finish his words. Su Yun suddenly made a sound, slowly raised his head, and interrupted the second half of his words. Director, I have a superficial idea about the problem of food shortage. Li Ju was stunned for a moment, and the second half of the sentence stopped in his throat. After a few seconds, instead, Lao Guo reacted first. Swish, he suddenly stood up from behind the table, staring at Su Yun. Zio Han, what did you say? Do you really have a way? This is food for 10,000 people to survive the winter. Do you know what this means? Seeing this, Su Yun did not answer Lao Guo directly. Instead, he went over his plan again in his mind, and then nodded gently. Well, Director Guo, I personally think this is a somewhat feasible plan, if my requirements can be met by the organization. At this time, Li Ju finally came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, Comrade Han Li, what is your specific plan? Tell me about it. At this moment, looking at the entire scene, among the few people, only Jin Washi's expression was relatively calm, but the big man was still a little surprised. After all, as Lao Guo said, that is food for 10,000 people to survive the winter. It was mentioned earlier. Now the monthly ration quota for scientific researchers at the base is 26 kilograms, and for workers is 22 kilograms. Even if more than 10,000 people are calculated according to the worker quota, 250,000 kilograms of food will still be consumed per month. 3 months in winter means 750,000 jin, or 375 tons of grain, and in fact, more. This number may not be a big deal in 2023. But for the rabbits now, it is really like a skeleton shooting a plane. You can only squeeze out the bone marrow. Then Su-yoon paused, took a deep breath, and said to Li Ju, "Director, you should know that it is not reasonable for a person's body to stay healthy by simply eating rice. That is, the nutritional ratio under normal circumstances should be staple food plus some other nutrients, such as vitamins, and more protein." Li Ju nodded slightly. Students who have taken high school biology should know. Protein and vitamins are both important components that are indispensable to the human body. Although rice also contains protein, it is mainly carbohydrates, but the content is not high. 100 grams of rice contains only about 7 grams of protein. But for the current base, vitamins are relatively simpler among the two. After all, some vitamins can be taken from the soup of elm leaves. Although the soup of elm leaves is very bitter, it is better than having no vegetables to eat, right? In addition to vitamins, protein is very difficult. In the past, the protein in the base was mainly supplemented by a small amount of meat, ham or eggs. It was definitely not up to standard, but it was barely up to standard. However, now with the fire in the Suchang granary, this source of nutrition has basically been cut in half. In other words, there are actually two types of supplies that the base needs most at present: staple food and protein. After Li Ju figured this out, Su-yoon continued, "So, Director, my idea is divided into two parts. The first part is to supplement protein, and the other part is to supplement grains such as rice and wheat." Lao Guo followed his rhythm and took the initiative to act as a supporting role. "Zio Han, where do you plan to get the protein from? Do you have a way to do special breeding? For example, let sows and cows give birth to 4 or 5 piglets in one litter." Su-yoon's mouth twitched. "Why does this sound a little strange?" Then he waved his hands and explained, "Mr. Guo, the second half of your sentence is a bit too much for me. I don't have that ability, but you are right in the first half of your sentence. Yes, I plan to do breeding, but I don't breed chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep and other things." Lao Guo thought for a few seconds, and suddenly said, "Oh, that is raising donkeys." Su-yoon, seeing this situation. Wang Lao, who was standing by, could not bear to watch any more and could not help but coughed softly. Okay, Lao Guo, don't make things worse. Zio Han, keep talking. How are you going to make so much protein? Perhaps it was due to the intersection of reality." Su-yoon still had some awe for Wang Lao, and immediately said, "Director, Engineer Guo, I wonder if you have ever heard of an insect called black soldier fly." Black soldier fly. Hearing this word coming out of Su-yoon's mouth, a question mark appeared on the faces of Lao Guo, Li Ju, Wang Lao, and Master Jin Wu. "What is this?" Then Su-yoon thought about it. He took a pen and paper from the table and drew a soul diagram on the picture with his hand that could barely hold a pen. A long black insect like a matchstick was lying on a leaf, a bit like a fly, but much more beautiful than a fly. Of course, although this picture is very different from the sketch, it is not difficult to see that this thing is an insect. Seeing this situation, old Guo couldn't help but touch his chin, thinking, "Zio Han, do you mean to raise this kind of black water insects, and then roast to fry them like grasshoppers and locusts?" Some insects have high protein content, which is a widely spread knowledge. At the same time, for people these days, eating insects is really not a strange thing. Even some people born in the 80s or even 90s have eaten roasted grasshoppers in their childhood. Like on the way to God County, Kashio, who saw a dung beetle and wanted to catch it to eat. There is no way. The supplies these days are really too scarce. However, what surprised old Guo was that Su-yoon shook his head seriously and explained, "You guessed wrong, Mr. Guo. I don't mean to eat adults, but to eat the larvae of black soldier flies, or to be more precise, the protein powder ground from the larvae, black soldier flies." This is a very famous resource insect in later generations. It is an animal of the genus soldier fly of the family soldier fly, and its English name is black soldier fly. Its adult form is similar to that of a bee, non-toxic and harmless, with a body length of 13 to 22 millimeters. This is a saprophytic insect of the family soldier fly, which can feed on animal feces, domestic garbage and even weeds to produce high-value animal protein feed. For example, in the future when Su-yoon traveled through time, many places have introduced relevant breeding policies to fully support the black soldier fly breeding industry chain. In addition to the diverse uses of adults, the larvae of black soldier flies are also valuable. First of all, the larvae of black soldier flies are one of the resource insects designated by FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Its protein content is as high as 44%, second only to the 51% of mealworms, and higher than mealworms and cherry cockroaches. And unlike mealworms, the larvae of black soldier flies do not contain pathogenic bacteria, but instead carry antimicrobial peptides. This thing can also resist pathogens such as Staphylococcus aureus, Salmonella, and Shigella. In the 2013 report Edible Insects, Future Prospects for Food and Feed Security published by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, black soldier fly larvae ranked first in edible prospects. Indeed, this kind of report is more forward-looking than practical. Nowadays, protein powder made from black soldier fly larvae is mainly used as animal feed. But Feiyu still has some authority, at least it is more reliable than some Swedish girl. For example, in the future when Su Yun traveled through time, there are already official animal husbandry institutions in Hangzhou studying the preparation of black soldier fly larvae protein peptides. The DOI of the paper is 10.193669 Jakenki, 2095-9737, 2023-04-002. For example, the paper 10.13557 Jakenki Eisen 1000-22813, 2022-12-015 is a real National Natural Science Foundation of China General Project, project number 51,274,153. More importantly, although the birthplace of black soldier flies is America, this thing actually appeared in China as early as the 19th century. The so-called introduction to China in recent years in many black soldier fly introductions actually refers to the breeding technology of black soldier flies, not the species itself. It's a coincidence. Black soldier flies happen to be a control group in the previous imidacloprid study, so Su Yun and Xu Xing had checked some information in depth at that time. One of the records was that in November of this year, someone discovered a large gathering point of black soldier flies near the Sandiling waterfall in Jingxi City, one of the 10,000 mountains in China. The number of black soldier flies found at that time exceeded hundreds of thousands, but unfortunately they were quickly cleared out by the local Jingxi with a plan to deal with locusts, because they thought it was a group of flies. This incident was also recorded in the Jingxi County Chronicles, located on page 778 of the 2000.2 edition of GX People's Publishing House. Of course, this can't be blamed on the government officials at the time. After all, industrial insect breeding is far from a mature industry at the moment. This industry will not enter a period of rapid development until the insect breeding manual is published in 1985. At this moment, in the office, after listening to the information introduced by Su Yun, the expressions of Lao Guo and others are slightly subtle. After a moment, Wang Lao and Lao Guo looked at each other and raised an important question. Xiao Han, I have a doubt that I would like to ask you to answer. As you said, although the nutritional value of black soldier fly larvae is high, can its output afford the daily consumption of more than 10,000 people in the base? Hearing this, Jin Washi and others also nodded subconsciously. Tell the truth. Eat insects when supplies are scarce. This plan has actually been thought of by leaders in the past. However, this thing is feasible to solve the problem of food and clothing, but long-term supply. At least the growth cycle of grasshoppers or locusts is not enough. For example, Mao Shang once tried to breed Siberian locusts, but found that the reproduction cycle of this thing was too long, and it was not as good as growing corn. Therefore, from the first moment Su Yun mentioned the black soldier fly, whether it was Lao Guo or Lao Wang, they all had a question in their minds. Eating insects is nothing, not to mention grinding them into powder, but can this kind of insect really provide long-term nutrition for tens of thousands of people in the entire base? Definitely. Su Yun nodded vigorously and explained, first of all, black soldier flies will not overwinter as long as the temperature is right, during the breeding season. A female black soldier fly can produce 1,000 eggs at a time. These eggs hatch in 3 days and grow into second-stage larvae that can be ground into powder for consumption. This cycle is about 7 days. A second-stage black soldier fly larva is about 2 centimeters long and twice as wide as a mealworm. A single worm weighs about 3 grams and has a protein content of about 1.5 grams, and an adult consumes about 30 grams of protein every day. I mean the intake in our era, that is to say, in addition to the 10 grams of protein that can be provided by the staple food, it is enough to eat 15 worms of protein powder every day. There are 12,000 people in the entire base. As long as there are nearly 200,000 adult worms every day, It will be enough to support the base's protein intake in the future life that Su Yun traveled to. The normal protein intake of an adult is 1.2 grams per kilogram of body weight, which is about 70 grams per day. But at this time, in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, it is obviously impossible to meet this standard. Not to mention China. Neither the Russian bear nor the other side of the sea has this level. Of course. It will be different in another 20 years. By then, the per capita protein intake will increase to 120 grams, which is higher than in 2023. In short, the current per capita protein intake of the base is 22.8 grams. If it can reach 30 grams, it is already a very sufficient nutritional intake. At the same time, students who were black soldier fly larvae in the previous life should know. The incubation period of black soldier fly larvae is generally 3 days, and then they will quickly enter the second stage of larvae within 4 days. Even among all insects, this incubation cycle is considered fast. In this case, what is the output of black soldier fly larvae? Take the black soldier fly breeding base of the second phase of the Moduleo-Gang bioenergy recycling project as an example. The entire base feeds 30 tons of wet garbage solids every day, and produces up to 11 tons of fresh black soldier flies per day, or 370,000 heads. See the Xinmin Evening News report on November 17, 2012. The reporter is Jin Minai. There is also a black soldier fly breeding base in Ziquan town. The breeding greenhouse is only 7,424 square meters, and it can produce 40,000 black soldier fly larvae every day. Of course. Seeing this, some students may ask, no, the black soldier flies are bred with kitchen waste in the future. It seems difficult to provide so much garbage in this era, right? This has to mention a dietary habit of black soldier flies. It eats grass. The 221 base is located in the Jinjiang grassland. What does the word grassland at the end mean? You know. The area of the Jinjiang grassland is as large as 1,100 square kilometers, which is larger than Tongling, the smallest prefecture-level city in the future. Not to mention feeding black soldier flies for a winter. Even if it is raised until 2023 when Su Yun travels through, it is estimated that most of the grassland area is left. Therefore, as Su Yun's introduction deepens, Li Ju and others' breathing became more and more rapid. High nutrition, no toxicity, fast reproduction, easy to keep alive. Now the only condition that restricts Su Yun's plan is whether there are so many black soldier flies in Shiwen Mountain. According to the abilities Su Yun has shown before, the possibility of this information being true is very high. Comrade Han Li, then Li Ju thought of Su Yun's previous words and said to Su Yun, then what is the second point you mentioned? Su Yun had said earlier. His plan is divided into 2 parts, one is protein intake, and the other is staple food. Although protein intake is extremely important, staple food is the real core focus. The second point, Su Yun pondered for a moment and looked at Lao Guo on the side. Mr. Guo, do you remember what I said to you at the beginning? Lao Guo was stunned and said subconsciously, what? You want to find a wife named Zheng Sanwen? No. Su Yun shook his head and explained, I mean the original sentence. It's not whether it can be done, but, do you dare? Hearing these 3 words. In Lao Guo's mind, the scene of Su Yun confronting him appeared again. After Su Yun asked this question, he directly turned his attention to the electrostatic analysis module of the only electrostatic accelerator in China. As for the subsequent story, everyone knows it. And what is he going to do this time? Then, under the gaze of Lao Guo and others, Su Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Engineer Guo, have you heard of the transparent fat house happy water like vodka? Chapter 579 A Bold Operation. After Su Yun finished speaking, a few moments later, several surprised voices rang out from the conference room at the same time. Vodka, transparent fat house happy water. Looking at the 4 people at the scene, whether it was Lao Guo, Lao Wang, Master Jin Wu, or Li Ju, they were not unfamiliar with vodka, a specialty of the Mao Bear. After all, they had either gone to Mao Bear to study or worked with Mao Bear experts for a long time. Therefore, they were very familiar with vodka, a high-strength liquor unique to Mao Bear, and even drank it a lot. For example, at this moment, there was an unopened bottle of vodka in the drawer of Li Ju's office. But what is fat house happy water? Seeing that several people were confused, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a little proud of his evil taste, and then explained, oh, I forgot to say that the so-called fat house happy water refers to Coke, Coke. Hearing this word, Old Guo and Master Jinwu looked at each other, and then Old Guo raised his head to drink water. Coke? Is it the black, sweet drink that bubbles across the sea? Su Yun nodded. Yes. Old Guo's expression became more confused when he heard this. Zhao Han, I drank cola when I was across the sea, and the taste is indeed a bit special, but no matter how it tastes, even if it is as delicious as nectar, it has nothing to do with the food we are discussing, right? As international students who have stayed across the sea for a long time, Old Guo, Master Jin Wu and Mr. Wang don't know much about cola. But they have drunk it several times. In fact, let alone cola, they have almost come into contact with all kinds of rare things in China these days. For example, when they were stranded across the sea, Master Jin Wu went to the store of Harlan Sanders, the founder of KFC, to eat fried chicken. That is, KFC was founded in 1952 and in 1948. Jin Washi, who had just withdrawn from the Air Force Scientific Advisory Group across the sea, was also invited to attend the premiere of a romantic comedy called Skuta. Ho! Skuta, hi, dot. There was a minor actress in this movie who only had one line, named Marilyn Monroe. Therefore, except for Li Ju who had never been abroad. After hearing the name of Coke, the other three people at the scene quickly recalled this very distinctive drink in their minds. But as Lao Guo said, even if you can update 50,000 words a day after drinking this thing, it has nothing to do with the issue they are discussing now, right? Fortunately, Su Yun did not intend to keep the secret, and quickly gave an explanation. Director Guo, please don't be anxious, that's right, pure cola has nothing to do with food, but what if cola can be exchanged for a batch or even multiple batches of food? After all, bartering is the primitive instinct of human beings. In this way, won't our staple food problem be solved? Coke for food. Old Guo frowned immediately and said quickly, who to exchange with? There is no point in exchanging in China. Those places in Europe and the United States are the backyards of Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Even if we want to export cola to Europe and the United States, it will be difficult in the short term. Wait, as he spoke, Old Guo suddenly remembered a word Su Yun mentioned before, vodka. Wait, vodka. Thinking of this, Old Guo suddenly looked at Su Yun, with a rare trace of horror in his eyes. Zhao Han, do you want to use cola to exchange food with a bear? Su Yun nodded heavily. That's right. As soon as Su Yun said this, the scene was so tense that you could hear a pin drop. Even a big shot like Master Jin Wu, who knew Su Yun's background, had a very subtle expression on his face. Using Coke to exchange food with the Russians? Isn't this bullshit? Not to mention whether China has the technology to produce Coke. Even if this kind of drink can be produced, will the Russians exchange food with you? Do you really think this is nectar? Even fantasy novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Seeing everyone's expressions full of strong doubts, Su Yun hesitated for a moment and said to Li Ju, Director, can you contact the capital now? I mean some comrades on the confidentiality front, and confirm some information with them. Li Ju hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded gently. Okay, then why don't you make a call? Su Yun chuckled twice and said, you can ask them about Comrade Konstantinovich's import of 50 boxes of Coke that year, and the evaluation of Coke by the bear at the trade show a year and a half ago, and the situation of Coke in the bear's country after the trade show. Hearing Su Yun's words, Li Ju and Jin Washi quickly exchanged glances. Then Li Ju stood up and walked to the desk, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Li Ju. Yes, I want to know something. Well, some comments on Coke in the Russian bear country. 10 minutes, right? No problem. Sorry for the trouble. After a brief exchange, Li Ju hung up the phone quickly. However, Li Ju did not return to his seat after ending the call, but waited at the table. 5 minutes later, ding-ling-ling, the landline made a pleasant sound, and Li Ju, who was prepared, picked it up. Hello. After a moment, I don't know what the other end of the phone said. Li Ju's original expressionless face, without any warning, showed a trace of visible surprise. Under excessive surprise, his whole neck stretched forward a little funny, looking like Lao Liu in the underground transportation station. 2 minutes later. Okay, I understand, thank you for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Li Ju walked back to the group. He looked at Su Yun again with an extremely novel purpose, and finally sighed, Comrade Han Li, I take back my previous thoughts. The plan you mentioned seems to be feasible in theory, at least. The things you mentioned can serve as some evidence, Looking at Li Ju, whose attitude changed significantly, Su Yun smiled very confidently. His ideal was certainly not a fantasy. Looking at the entire history of human civilization, all periods and dynasties in ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, have all experienced various bizarre events. Some events are so absurd that even novels dare not write them. But they still happened. For example, China had the bizarre operations of Huzong and Qinzong, and there was also a bizarre person like Yao Chang, the ruler of the later Qin dynasty. At that time, after Yao Chang usurped the throne, he held a banquet for all the ministers. He asked everyone, "We used to be officials under Fujian. Now I am the emperor, but you are still ministers. Don't you feel ashamed?" Someone replied, "Even God is not ashamed of someone like you being the emperor, so why should we be ashamed of being your ministers?" Yao Chang and the others couldn't help laughing at that time, and the hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. As for the strange things abroad, there are even more. For example, the Dunkirk evacuation of that year. When the British and French forces were surrounded in Dunkirk, the German army was only 10 kilometers away from Dunkirk. That was a mechanized force 10 kilometers, 1 foot on the accelerator can reach it, and when it reaches it, the British and French forces can be completely wiped out. But at this moment, the mustache suddenly ordered, "Stop advancing." So, the German vanguard really stayed in place for 48 hours. This time allowed the British and French forces to stage a shocking escape, and also left a strange mark on Germany in the history of war. For example, in today's information-developed world, Germany can still dig out a bronze sword that is still glowing 3,000 years ago, openly crushing the public's IQ. Do you dare to believe it? And in these strange events, the story of the bear man and Coke is undoubtedly the most important thing among fat people. Speaking of Pepsi-Cola, what do you think of KFC? Celebrity endorsements like Kun, blockbuster product placement, or a battle with Coca-Cola? In short, Pepsi has been trying to convey such an image to the public for many years: young, fashionable, urban life, and you will melt after drinking it. But in history, Pepsi and the Bears once had a bad relationship. At the peak of this bad relationship, Pepsi was the exclusive agent selling the Bear vodka across the sea, and the Bears regarded Pepsi as a treasure, consuming tens of millions of liters. Actually, it was not Pepsi that first tested the Bear market, but its lifelong enemy Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was once well known in the Bears, and Comrade Konstantinovich, a hero of World War II, was a loyal fan of Coca-Cola. However, since Coca-Cola was a product across the sea, it was somewhat contrary to the style of the Bears. So, Comrade Konstantinovich specially customized 50 boxes of colorless Coke in bottles so that he could slurp it in public. With such strict control, Coca-Cola's operation in the Soviet Union was naturally limited. However, 2 years ago, a turning point appeared. At that time, in order to ease the relationship with the other side, the Russian Bear took the initiative to propose that each side hold an exhibition of its own products on the other side's territory. The other side readily agreed to this. At the exchange meeting held in the Russian Bear territory, many famous scenes were born. For example, the kitchen debate that later generations talked about with relish was also a rare occasion for the two sides to exchange their respective ideas in a friendly manner. Another example. During the exchange meeting, Pepsi presented its own products to the big boss who liked corn and the Russian Bear. At that time, the big boss gave Pepsi a very high evaluation. Since then, Coke has become one of the best-selling beverages in the Russian Bear country. At that time, the way of trading between the Russian Bear and Pepsi was barter, that is, 1 liter of Pepsi for 1 liter of capital vodka. Wait until the 1980s. Pepsi's annual cola output value in the Russian Bear was as high as $1 billion. This is $1 billion in the 1980s. Of course. If it only came to this point, the whole thing would not be considered ridiculous. But don't rush. The really outrageous plot soon happened. Later, the demand for cola in the Bears was higher than the demand for vodka across the sea, so they began to pay Pepsi in various forms. In the most famous transaction, can you guess what the chips were? The answer is 17 Type 613 submarines, 1 cruiser, 1 destroyer and 1 frigate. If we look at the fleet size, Pepsi is the most powerful private navy in modern history, and it can be ranked 6th among all countries at that time. This is the origin of the so-called 6th largest fleet group of Pepsi. Compared with the Chinese talk about moose honky exchanging canned food for airplanes, this matter is actually more outrageous. Therefore, After thinking of this matter, Su Yun immediately realized a business opportunity. The cooperation between Pepsi and the Bears took place in the mid-1970s. Now the domestic cola in the Bears is in a state of complete shortage. If the rabbits can come up with enough finished cola, if China can come up with its own cola, then this is a drink from a non-Western country, and it is politically colorless. Of course. Seeing this, some people may raise doubts, isn't that right? Given the current relationship between rabbits and bears, will they do this business with you? The answer is of course they will. Although the relationship between rabbits and bears is not very good now, in fact, many basic transactions between the two sides have not been interrupted. For example, this year, bears also took the initiative to provide rabbits with 100,000 tons of wheat, 100,000 tons of flour, and 100,000 tons of rye free of charge. The actual commitment given by Bear Ambassador Chervenenko exceeded this number. So why do people say that everyone has complicated feelings towards bears? One of the reasons is that they have indeed taken good care of us. In fact, it is not just bears. Now the other side of the sea also intends to provide some food to rabbits free of charge, but they require rabbits to apply for it on their own initiative. This move is naturally unacceptable to rabbits, but the act itself cannot be denied to have some humanitarian colors. Of course, it is limited to the act of donating food. Later, the private enterprise Bunge Group across the sea also contacted the rabbits, and the two sides used their branches in Paris to conduct some relatively fair food transactions, and the price was cheaper than what Australia later sold to the rabbits. To some extent, as long as your actions do not have too obvious political or military influence, it is still feasible to operate. As for the formula of Coke, don't be fooled by a bunch of marketing accounts on the internet in the future saying that the formula of Coca-Cola is locked in a safe and the key is divided into 3 parts, and only 3 people in the world know it. In fact, whether it is Pepsi or Coca-Cola, their formulas have been analyzed for the most part. The reason why there is no third company that can copy it is patents and brand effects. For example, there is a book called Coca-Cola Empire. The author is Mark Pendergrast. The appendix at the end of the book has a complete Coca-Cola formula and it was given directly to the author by the company's senior management. He just wanted to illustrate a question: what if I give you the formula? When you can buy authentic Coca-Cola at a very low price all over the world, why should I make it myself? For example, on the small broken website in China, there are a lot of videos of upmasters of all sizes making Coke. Although the effect of the finished product cannot be 100% restored to Pepsi or Coca-Cola, the difference will not be too obvious. Indeed, perhaps for people in 2023, this gap is in the category of not quite right that can be tasted as soon as it is drunk. For example, Very Cola is a typical example. But at this time, if you let people from Pepsi or Coca-Cola take a sip of this homemade cola, they probably won't notice any obvious abnormalities, let alone the Russians. Thinking of this, Li Ju forcibly suppressed his excitement and asked Su Yun, "Comrade Han Li, if we want to make cola, will there be obvious technical difficulties or barriers?" Su Yun shook his head quickly and denied, almost non-existent. The preparation of cola only requires caffeic acid, lemon juice, lime juice and caramel, plus some seasonings. The caramel can also be replaced by honey and water boiled into caramel color. As for the production equipment, from the instruments provided by the Russians, just modify 1 or 2 production lines and it can be put into production almost immediately. According to the recipe given by Mark Pendergrast in the Coca-Cola Empire, the ingredients of Coca-Cola are roughly like this: caffeic acid, 1 ounce flavor, 1 ounce fake coconut, 4 ounces citric acid, 3 ounces lime juice, 1 quart sugar, 30 pounds. Seasoning: orange oil, 80 lemon oil, 120 nutmeg oil, 40 cinnamon oil, 40 coriander oil, 20 orange blossom oil, 40. Alcohol, 1 quart. Then add caffeic acid and lime juice to a quart of boiling water, mix, add flavors and spices after cooling, and let it stand for 24 hours. It's a foolproof operation from beginning to end. And 1 liter of Maoshong vodka requires at least 2 kilograms of winter wheat to make, and some other processes and costs need to be invested during the period. If everything is really as Su Yun said, 1 liter of Coke can be exchanged for 1 liter of vodka, then at least 3 kilograms of Maoshong winter wheat can be exchanged. Now, Ermeo, the future European granary, is still in the hands of Maoshong. As a well-known grain-producing country, Maoshong can basically supply food without limit. After realizing this, Li Ju felt that his pores were trembling. Su Yun is not just giving a solution to the winter food storage of 10,000 people. If this method is really feasible, China will have no worries about staple food in a few years or even a dozen years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580 An Unexpected Discovery. Half an hour later, the 2 grain increase plans mentioned by Su Yun were jointly reported to the capital by Li Ju, Jin Huaxi and others. The telegram was top secret. 2 hours later, a reply came from the capital. Han Li's plan was preliminarily agreed, but whether it was finally adopted would depend on the specific situation in the future. Therefore, from now on, the search for black soldier flies and the preparation of cola will be carried out simultaneously. 1 day later, Bagat Province, Baise District, Jingxi County. At this moment, Wang Anshen, the then head of the People's Armed Forces Department of Jingxi County, was marching in the mountains and forests on the outskirts of the county with a group of plainclothes soldiers. As a port city on the land border of China, although Jingxi County does not bear nuclear weapons or other particularly confidential national projects, it is not a key scientific research area. However, due to its geographical location close to a certain country, the confidentiality standards of the entire county are actually very high. For example, Wang Anshen. He looks like just the head of the People's Armed Forces Department of a county-level area, an ordinary veteran. He has no education and no family background. His body is as black as charcoal. He is still chirping in his 40s. It seems that it is impossible for him to find a first marriage in this life. He will either live alone or find a widow to make do with. But in fact, he is like Wang Weiguo, the director of the Guide County Tile Kill Factory. He is responsible for some other special confidential tasks outside of work. At the same time, Wang Ansheng has been married in his hometown for a long time, and his son is about to join the army. Because of this, the capital immediately contacted Wang Ansheng after receiving Su Yun's news and handed the task of searching for black soldier flies directly to him. In addition, the organization also transferred Deputy Director Chen Shutuang and 3 researchers from the nearest Bagat Insect Institute overnight to provide technical support for the search mission. To put it bluntly, it is to identify insects. This time, the search team led by Chen Shutong and Wang Anshen had a total of more than 30 people. After entering the forest, they quickly divided into 6 groups, each consisting of 4 to 5 members. Although these teams were not equipped with communication equipment, they were not that advanced these days. Each team was equipped with several hunting rifles in case of emergency. Once they encountered an emergency situation where the distance was too far to communicate verbally, they would fire a warning shot. Behind the person in charge like Wang Anshen, there was a covered semi-automatic rifle on his back. Wait a few years. In the first public show held by the rabbits, Wang Ansheng won the men's semi-automatic rifle 100-meter shooting championship with his excellent marksmanship and won the title of individual top student. Then, under the advancement of Wang Ansheng and others, the entire search team gradually began to move southeast along the outskirts of Jingxi. 5 hours later, the search team arrived at Huron Commune under Jingxi County, that is, Huron Town in later generations. Students who were the land gods of Baga in their previous lives should all know that the Shiwan Mountains are still in a relatively primitive state these days, and the various mountain paths are rugged and difficult to walk. In addition, it was the end of summer and the weather was extremely hot. So they didn't walk for a while. Chen Shutong's clothes were soaked with sweat. Wang Ansheng saw this and pretended to be exhausted. He said, "Professor Chen, I think everyone is a little tired. Why don't we take a break?" Chen Shutong pinched the collar of his shirt with his index finger and thumb and shook it a few times. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Okay, let's take a 5-minute break." "Let's take a 3-minute break and go." Wang Ansheng had no objection. Then Li and Chen Shutong chose a shady rock to lean against and took the time to rest. Wang Ansheng took the kettle and splashed some water on his face. After finishing, he wiped it with his hand. "Great." Chen Shutong raised his head and gurgled to replenish water. After a while, Wang Ansheng looked at Chen Shutong with some curiosity, and after making sure that there were no people within a few meters around him, he asked, "Professor Chen, Why did the organization rush us to find the flat-eyed fly this time? What is the purpose? Well, if it involves some confidential information, just ignore my question. Chen Shutong is also a comrade on the confidentiality front. Hearing this, he shook his head slightly and said in a very thick Guangxi accent, Captain Wang, to be honest, I am also puzzled by this matter. I am not showing off my qualifications. I have been on missions for many years, but this is the first time I am so confused. Maybe the organization may have some arrangements that we don't know about. Chen Shutong's words are really not perfunctory, and he also has a lot of question marks in his mind at this time. You know, in the past few years, Chen Shutong has carried out various tasks in the name of scientific research. For example, the exploration of uranium mines and the transportation of some deep mountain materials in those years, Chen Shutong was there. But although each previous mission was highly confidential, executors like Chen Shutong would still be informed or guess some things internally. For example, a few months ago, Chen Shutong was ordered to lead a scientific expedition team to search for South China tigers. There were several sealed metal boxes in the team. After these boxes were sent to a certain location and reviewed by some procedures, they were taken away by several plainclothes soldiers. During the whole process, Chen Shutong was not told what was in the box, and the communication between the two sides was very brief. But it was obvious. The boxes were either instruments or some special items. But this time, Chen Shutong was completely confused about the search mission. The organization did not ask him to hand over anything, but asked him to go to Jingxi to find a gathering point for black soldier flies. As one of the few entomologists in the country, Chen Shutong did know about black soldier flies. But why did the organization want to find this thing? At the same time, in addition to the search target, Chen Shutong felt strange this time. There was another thing that he was a little puzzled about. This time, the organization directly gave the Jingxi area and asked them to go to the southeast of Jingxi to look for black soldier flies. Indeed, as an affiliated area around the Shiwandishan Mountains, the suburbs of Jingxi are not small. But when this scope is combined with the scientific research projects of animals or insects, it is not enough. For example, in the past, the domestic search for South China tigers or brown bears basically started with 1,000 square kilometers. How to say it? It seems that the organization has long been certain that there will be black soldier flies in the suburbs of Jingxi. Chen Shutong thought about it and couldn't figure it out, so his answer to Wang Ansheng was really not a polite one. Just when Chen Shutong's physical strength recovered a little and was ready to call Wang Ansheng to start again, a serious and loud voice suddenly sounded from a certain direction not far from them. Don't move. Who are you? Then there was a slightly noisy shouting. Wang Ansheng was slightly startled when he saw this, and seemed a little surprised by the situation. But in less than a second, he came back to his senses. He picked up the semi-automatic rifle that was in a bag beside him and looked like a fishing rod, and put his other hand on his waist. Professor Chen, I'll go over and take a look. Chen Shutong also stood up. I'll go too. Wang Ansheng hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Although there seemed to be some special circumstances, with their specifications and configuration, personal safety was basically not a concern. The place where the shouting broke out was only about 30 meters away from Wang Ansheng's position, but because of the obstruction of the woods and stones, he and Chen Shutong could not see the specific situation at the same time. When they came here, the deputy captain Huanghua, real name, was leading several team members, and they were in a semi-confrontation with 5 or 6 strong men. One of the shirtless men who seemed to be the leader was frowning at Huanghua. Animal expedition team. Impossible, we didn't receive any relevant notice at all. Where's your superior department? Where is the coordination letter? Do you dare to call the commune with me to confirm the situation? This comrade, Wang Ansheng, who had just arrived at the scene, subconsciously wanted to explain. However, after seeing the man's face clearly, he immediately raised his eyebrows, and the second half of the original word stopped in his mouth, and he said in surprise, pillar. Hearing the word pillar, the naked man, who was originally looking at the enemy spy, also froze and subconsciously turned his head to look at Wang Ansheng. After seeing Wang Ansheng, he was also stunned. Captain, seeing that the other party recognized him, Wang Ansheng hurriedly stepped forward and hit the man's chest hard, and said happily, Zuzi, it's you. We haven't seen each other for 3 or 4 years, right? By the way, aren't you the militia captain in Lisha commune in Yaojiang? Why did you come to Jingxi? Zuzi smiled very honestly. After finding out that the person coming was a friendly army, his original aggressive look had long disappeared. That's Liuan Commune, Captain. You don't know yet. Liuan Commune was relocated and restructured as a whole years ago, and expanded into a special district together with Anping next to it, so I was transferred by the organization to here in Commune as a militia captain. Look, I'm leading Xiao Guo and others on daily patrols. After saying that, Zhu Zi looked at Wang Ansheng and Chen Shutong beside him with a slightly novel look, and had some guesses in his mind. Captain, are you carrying out a mission? Wang Ansheng nodded gently to Zhu Zi, but did not speak. After all, although Zhu Zi is his old comrade in arms and a very reliable person, but he is not a member of the secret front after all, and some principles must be followed, and things that should not be said cannot be said. Then he took a deep breath and said to Chen Shutong and Huanghua, who had confronted Zhu Zi before, Professor Chen, and Xiao Wang, come and introduce me to you. This is Wang Erzhu, my subordinate in the army, nicknamed Zhu Zi, a combat hero who participated in the Peninsula War and killed more than 20 devils across the sea. Did you see the scar on his stomach that is bigger than the cesarean section of a female comrade? This was caused by explosives on the battlefield. At that time, our medical conditions were limited, and the wound could not be healed, so such a mark was left. Chen Shutong and others were immediately in awe when they heard this. Even Huanghua, who had always been a little unhappy because of being confronted by Zhu Zi before, now had a deep admiration on his face. You know, this scar is the size of a palm, and the length is estimated to be more than 20 centimeters. Calculated by time. When Zhu Zi was injured, I'm afraid his stomach was blown out with a hole. This is a real hero. The local people are really blessed to have such a hero as the captain of the militia. Zhu Zi smiled a little embarrassedly, showing a rare shyness. After a while, Wang Ansheng suddenly remembered something and said to Zhu Zi, Zhu Zi, you are also a veteran who has been on the battlefield, so you also know that there are some things I can't say too much, so don't ask too much about the next thing, just answer my questions, understand? Zhu Zi's expression suddenly became serious. I understand. Wang Ansheng nodded lightly, turned around and glanced at Chen Shutong, and said to Zhu Zi, Zhu Zi, you are familiar with this place. Have you seen a large number of flat-eyed flies gathering around here? Flat-eyed flies. This is a local name for black soldier flies in Jinxi, just like the dragon meat in the sky and the donkey meat on the ground, which actually refers to the hazel grouse. Where the flat-eyed flies gather. Zhu Zi blinked when he heard this, and then he suddenly thought of something and nodded quickly. Yes, it's true. Hearing this, Chen Shutong on the side hurriedly asked, Comrade Zhu Zi, where's the place you are talking about? Zhu Zi looked up at Chen Shutong, pointed to the southeast, and said, near the Sandiling waterfall in Xinling village, there are a lot of flat-eyed flies there. I didn't count the exact number, but based on experience, I estimate that there are at least hundreds of thousands of them. Chen Shutong heard this and immediately looked at Wang Ansheng. Then they said in unison, let's go, take us there to have a look. As we all know, China has a vast territory and many scenic spots. At the same time, it is very interesting. These scenic spots are basically related to immortals and gods. For example, immortals have eaten, played chess, slept, and played glue here, etc. In these legends, Nu Wei is undoubtedly the most common character. The frequency of her appearance is almost equal to that of the white-robed empress in later fantasy online novels and the blonde tsundere in Japanese animation. The Sandiling waterfall in Xinling village, Huron town, is a very common example. It is said that when Nu Wei was refining the five-color stone to mend the sky, she was too careless and caused a hole in the Milky Way. The Milky Way water poured down, and Nu Wei had no way to save the situation and could only sigh. She casually pointed 3 times with her jade finger, and the current beautiful Sandiling waterfall was formed. As a materialist fighter, Wang Ansheng naturally did not believe in this rumor. But it is undeniable that sometimes nature does have some strange things. For example, the spectacular Sandiling waterfall. Another example is at this moment. The pool of water that appeared next to the waterfall in front of him. This is a small pool formed by the accumulated water of the waterfall, surrounded by various dense plants and weeds, and the trees are tall and dense. If you only look at this picture, this is undoubtedly a quiet place for recuperation. But in sharp contrast to this quiet picture is the scene on the surface of the pond, under the sun. Countless black soldier flies intertwined together, forming a restless black group, moving slowly in the air. They kept flapping their wings, making a slight buzzing sound, as if roaming happily in the air. After a while, this group of black soldier flies suddenly broke into countless small balls, scattered everywhere, and then gathered again. If there is a high-definition camera at this time, after zooming in, you will also find that there are sharp buds growing in the soil on the ground. These are not plant buds, but black soldier fly larvae. The above is the picture that appeared in front of everyone after Zhuzi led everyone to the scene. Even a tough guy like Wang Ansheng, who has been on the battlefield and seen blood, still felt a little scalp numb when he saw this scene. After a while, Wang Ansheng turned to look at Zhuzi and asked him, "Zhuzi, how long have these flat-eyed flies appeared?" Zhuzi thought for a moment and replied, "About a year or so. I heard reports from my comrades in March this year." Wang Ansheng frowned. "Then why didn't you report to the organization?" "What report?" Zhuzi blinked blankly and gestured a distance in the air with his hands. "I thought it was just a fly nest. The waterfall is not our drinking water source, and it is dozens of kilometers away from the commune. Even if this kind of thing is reported, the organization will not pay much attention to it. We have too many things to do." Wang Ansheng thought about it and was right. After all, the shortage of materials these days is not a joke. Although the mountains are high and the forests are deep in Bagay, the budget for fire prevention is relatively high, but it is obviously not wide enough to clean up the fly nests more than 30 kilometers outside the commune at will. Unless this fly nest really affects the water source or the safety of residents, the organization will at most send people to monitor it periodically. And while Zhuzi and Wang Ansheng were chatting, Chen Shutong walked over quickly from not far away. "Captain Wang." Wang Ansheng saw this and immediately straightened his face and asked Chen Shutong, "Professor Chen, what's the situation?" "We have roughly figured out the reason for the gathering of black soldier flies." Chen Shutong picked up a small plastic bag from his hand, which contained a bunch of black poop. "Although this waterfall is not our drinking water source, the water quality is very good. It should be the drinking point for all the wild animals around. The large number of footprints we found around can prove this. With more drinking water points, there will naturally be more animal feces. Birds, rabbits, wild boars, roe deer and even tigers and bears can produce a huge amount of feces every day, and black soldier flies can feed on the decomposed feces. The decomposed feces enters the soil, which improves the soil quality. Improved soil quality will lead to the thriving growth of various wildflowers and weeds. We found a lot of alfalfa nearby, which is the staple food of herbivores. These weeds, in turn, increase their attractiveness to herbivores, thus forming a very perfect ecological cycle." Wang Ansheng was stunned. "Good guy. Can it be like this? But it's normal if you think about it carefully. You know, the forests at this time are rich in species, unlike in later generations where it is difficult to see even a snake in the forests. Especially in places like the Sichuan Mountains. There are a large number of clouded leopards, musk deer and wild boars in the Sichuan Mountains. Winter hunting these days even involves hunting bears. Although the Nuwa legend of Sandiling Waterfall is old-fashioned, it can be seen that this kind of scene is not seen everywhere, at least within a few hundred miles. Therefore, it is not outrageous that a large number of wild animals choose this place as a drinking point. And when there are more animals, there will naturally be more feces. The feces also attracted black soldier flies to the vicinity of the waterfall. Now, after many years of development, such a huge community has finally been formed. In a sense, this community is even an important part of the ecological chain around the waterfall." Thinking of this, Wang Ansheng couldn't help but look at Chen Shutong again and asked him, "Professor Chen, has the capture of black soldier flies started?" Chen Shutong nodded vigorously and pointed to several accompanying personnel dressed like beekeepers not far away and said, "Xiao Wang and his team are already catching them. According to the requirements of the organization, this time we will try to capture larvae as much as possible. After all, the survival time of adult black soldier flies is very short. Even if they are caught, they will not live long." In addition, at this point, Chen Shutong took out a small bag from his body and said to Wang Ansheng, "I found this in a bush." Wang Ansheng looked curiously for a few seconds, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "Is this wild rice? Why does it look like this?" Chapter 581 The Person Who Shouldn't Be There. At this moment, Wang Ansheng looked at the plastic bag in Chen Shutong's hand. His expression was a little confused. Although he is currently the head of the People's Armed Forces Department of Jingxi County, he is a standard rough guy in everyone's cognition. But no matter how rough he is, he still knows rice. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the autumn harvest in Jinxi County every year. When the autumn harvest season comes, the officers and soldiers of the People's Armed Forces Department and the militia will temporarily take off their uniforms and go to the various communes below to help collect grain. Anbage, where Jinxi is located, is in the south of China. The type of cultivated land is paddy fields, and the main food crop is rice. Therefore, whether it is the rice cultivated by farmers or wild rice, Wang Ansheng is not unfamiliar with their appearance. The inflorescence is about 30 centimeters, with rough edges and corners, and bends downward when mature. The sides of the flower spike are very flat, generally oblong, oval or elliptical. But the flower spike of the rice in Chen Shutong's hand is a little different from what Wang Ansheng knows. It is a little smaller than ordinary rice, and the flower spikes are slightly cracked, as if they are dry and cracked due to lack of water. How should I put it? It looks a little wilted, right? Seeing Wang Ansheng's surprised expression, Chen Shutong shook the rice in his hand and asked, "Captain Wang, do you also feel that this rice is a little strange?" Wang Ansheng came back to his senses and nodded slightly. "It looks a bit weird, like it is malnourished." "Professor Chen, how did you find this thing?" Chen Shutong pointed to a patch of overgrown grass in the distance and explained, "Look, wasn't I collecting soil samples over there before, and when I was turning the soil, I saw a small patch of wild rice. There are about 7 or 8 wild rice plants, and they all look wilted. They don't look like malnourished individual plants, so I just picked a sample. After I go back, I plan to ask the comrades at the Agricultural Science Institute to take a look. They have been collecting crop samples recently, and a special sample can be exchanged for 10 cents after being adopted." Wang Ansheng nodded in understanding. "I see, wild rice is very common in this era. After all, it is a standard crop at low altitudes. Wild rice can basically be found in ditches and swamps below 600 meters above sea level, with sufficient sunlight and appropriate humidity. There's a waterfall not far from where Chen Shutong discovered the wild rice, so the humidity and water source are needless to say. At the same time, there are black soldier flies decomposing feces here, and this oil is extremely suitable for the growth of various plants. In addition, the rain and sunlight meet the relevant requirements, so it is completely reasonable for wild rice to appear here. As for the reward mentioned by Chen Shutong, this is an official reward at this time, which belongs to a kind of expanded species statistics method. When encountering special plants or crops, they can be collected and sent to the local crop institute for identification. If they are adopted, they will usually be rewarded. There are many special plants and even bird samples in China that were discovered in this way, but during this period, some people with ulterior motives forged samples to cheat money. Later, as the domestic sampling capacity became stronger and stronger, this reward was gradually cancelled, which was a product of the times. Of course, this strange rice was just a small episode for Wang Ansheng and Chen Shutong, not the main course. So soon, they turned their attention back to the black soldier flies and began to collect the larvae of this insect. 2 days later, 221 base. In the rehabilitation room of the staff hospital. At this moment, the chief physician of the hospital, Lin Yu, was holding a small iron stick and gently poking a black foot. "Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Comrade Han Li, do you feel it?" After Lin Yu finished speaking, Suyun, who closed his eyes, carefully felt it for a while, then slowly opened his eyes and shook his head gently. "No feeling." Hearing this, Lin Yu's brows frowned slightly. Suyun keenly noticed Lin Yu's little action, and couldn't help asking, "Dr. Lin, is my condition very bad?" Lin Yu was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slightly and admitted, "It's indeed not very optimistic. After all, Comrade Han Li, it has been almost 2 months since you woke up. It is obviously impossible to recover in this time, and it is not realistic to get out of bed and walk normally. You are not a sports student, but in theory, no matter what, the feeling of the limbs should be restored to some extent. At least, the soles of the feet should not be pierced with 4 holes and there is no feeling." "Suyun, there seems to be something strange about this sentence." "Of course." Then Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand, comforting him. "People's physiques cannot be generalized. For example, I know a volunteer soldier who once used stones to kill 3 Japanese soldiers who surrounded him and held automatic rifles in his hands under cover when he was extremely angry. Therefore, Comrade Han Li, perhaps your body functions are also different from those of ordinary people, so your recovery is relatively slow. Anyway, don't have too much psychological burden. You will always get better if you take care of it slowly." Su-yoon also nodded. In fact, his mentality is much better than Lin Yu imagined, and it can even be said that there is no fluctuation. After all, this body is not his real body. Although it is definitely better to be able to recover and go to the ground than to sit in a wheelchair, if he is really paralyzed, it will not make him lose all hope. At worst, he can be hawking in the dungeon. Anyway, this is his home, and no one will force him to go to Loli Island to prove the black hole no-hair theorem. Xiao Han, just as Su-yoon was thinking. The figure of Lao Guo suddenly appeared at the entrance of the rehabilitation room. Xiao Han, good news, the larvae of the black soldier fly have been found. The first batch of samples were just transported to the base half a day ago. Su-yoon was shocked when he heard this, and suddenly turned his head to look at Lao Guo. Engineer Guo, you found the gathering point of the black soldier flies so quickly, you know. In order to prevent his words and deeds from being too abnormal, Su-yoon gave Li Ju and his team several locations for candidates, some of which crossed provinces. In addition to Jingxi, it also included Sichuan province and Fujian province. Basically, where there are many mountains, it was pointed to. Unexpectedly, the efficiency of the superiors was so high that it took only 3 days to find and send the black soldier fly larvae to the base. Seeing the situation, Su-yoon didn't care about today's rehabilitation arrangements, and immediately said to Lao Guo, Engineer Guo, where are the larvae now? With Professor Zhang and his team, Lao Guo said a name that Su-yoon was not familiar with, but it sounded like a person in charge of animal breeding. Then he looked at Lin Yu again and asked tentatively, Dr. Lin, what do you think? Lin Yu heard the hidden meaning of Lao Guo's words and could only spread his hands helplessly. Okay, today's rehabilitation is cancelled, come back tomorrow. Xiao Qiao, please take a break and accompany Comrade Han Li. Xiao Qiao saluted Lin Yu with a smile. Yes, sir. Then under the guidance of Lao Guo, several people quickly took the special seats of the staff train and arrived at the 15th branch, located in the southwest of the 221 base. The 15th plant is the base's water plant, which is used to supply the base with daily water. However, in addition to the water supply function, there are several laboratories for various purposes around the 15th plant. These laboratories do not have too much chemical pollution and safety hazards, such as the production and processing of some small precision instruments, and microbial testing laboratories. When Su-yoon, Qiao Keihong and Lao Guo arrived at the scene, Jin Bikyong and the factory director Li Ju had already arrived in this laboratory. After entering the house, Old Jin, Old Li, Old Guo first greeted Jin Bikyong and Li Ju, and then looked at another bald middle-aged man at the scene. Professor Zhang, how is the analysis going? The bald middle-aged man is called Zhang Yi, and he is one of the current leaders of the base's biomedical department. However, unlike Lin Yu's clinical medicine, Zhang Yi is mainly responsible for the prevention and treatment of various viruses and pathogens. He is more inclined to the former in the two directions of biology and medicine, which is somewhat similar to Su-yoon's situation in reality. Hearing Old Guo's question, Zhang Yi pointed to a small box not far away and said, Look, the first batch of black soldier fly larvae are all here, a total of 10 1x1x0.2 boxes. The specific number of larvae has not been counted, but according to sampling analysis and calculations, there are about 30,000 to 40,000 larvae in the 10 boxes including unhatched eggs. Seeing this, Old Guo took Su-yoon to a box and looked around. Just as Zhang Yi introduced, the size of the box is about 1x1x0.2, without a lid. However, a thick liquid similar to anti-escape liquid has been applied to the inner wall of the upper part of the box to prevent the worms inside from escaping. At this moment, the sand in the box has been sifted out, and the box is full of a thick, constantly wriggling light yellow larvae, making a rustling sound. Then Zhang Yi also came to Lao Guo's side, pointing to a few grasses on another table and explained, Director Guo, these are several kinds of forage grass we picked up from the Jing'an grassland. This is alfalfa, this is ryegrass, this is white clover, this is red clover. According to our preliminary observations, these larvae have shown a high preference for several kinds of forage grass. After saying that, Zhang Yi took a few pieces of alfalfa from the table, broke them into several pieces and threw them into the box. Rustle, these pieces of alfalfa were like fat thrown into a hot oil pan, instantly causing the pot to boil. In less than a few seconds, these larvae quickly used the alfalfa as a base, densely gathered together, and formed several long dragons like wheat ears. This is a somewhat shabby plot, which looks like Cthulhu. I don't know if it's an illusion. Lao Guo seemed to hear a crunching sound of chewing after a while. Lao Guo just came back to his senses, subconsciously glanced at Su Yun, and asked Zhang Yi, "Professor Zhang, I wonder if the composition of these black soldier fly larvae has been tested?" Zhang Yi nodded and led everyone to another laboratory table. There were several glass vessels on this laboratory table, among which some meat paste could be vaguely seen. Then Zhang Yi picked up a pair of tweezers, knocked on the culture dish a few times with a tip, and explained, "Director Guo, according to our preliminary tests, the protein content of these larvae is indeed very high as 45%, as low as 35%, and the average is about 40%. A larger larva can basically produce 1 gram of protein stably." Upon hearing this, Lao Guo's breathing stagnated. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly asked, "Professor Zhang, what about its pathogens, pathogenic bacteria?" Speaking of pathogenic bacteria, Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh on his face. According to our preliminary tests, these larvae basically do not contain pathogenic bacteria such as Salmonella, Shigella, and Staphylococcus aureus. There are some Escherichia and Citrobacter species, but the proportion is not high. Long-term use will not cause obvious harm to the human body. Let's put it this way, the proportion of Escherichia is only 1/5 of that of locusts, and this is the proportion of the first generation of larvae in the wild. If they reproduce for many generations under artificial breeding, the proportion of these bacteria will be even lower. As we all know, PCR technology was proposed in 1985 and is a core technology for modern microbial detection. But just like iPhone 4 is a groundbreaking model but not the first smartphone. Long before the emergence of PCR technology, there were some microbial detection methods in the biological world. In fact, the standard note for the emergence of automated microbial detection technology was a year ago, but it is not yet mastered in China. At this time, the main method of domestic microbial detection is to make the object to be detected into 1-10 suspension, and then conduct bacterial drug sensitivity test. This method is very simple and fast, and the results can be obtained within 3 hours. Of course, the corresponding time is naturally limited data accuracy. Normally, it is difficult to get results without 10 hours of culture dishes. But no matter how limited the accuracy is, it is still easy to judge yes and no. In other words, now it can be basically confirmed that the black soldier fly larvae mentioned by Su Yun do have high nutritional value. Non-toxic nutritional value. As for its taste, it's a joke. These days, we drink elm soup, so what do we care about the taste? Thinking of this, Lao Guo quickly turned his head and looked at Jin Binqiang and Li Ju. Then Li Ju took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Yi solemnly. "Lao Zhang, I'm afraid I'll have to work hard for you next. You have to develop a feasible black soldier fly larvae breeding plan within 3 days, no, 5 days, 5 days, in about a week. We will have a large number of black soldier fly larvae delivered. The number starts at a few 100,000. There are also the breeding temperature and suitable conditions for adult black soldier flies. Lao Zhang, your task is very arduous, according to what Su Yun said. The adult male and female black soldier flies basically only survive for less than 10 days, and the development period of the eggs is only 1 month. It is foreseeable that once the base starts breeding black soldier flies, their reproduction rate is likely to reach an extremely terrifying number. At the same time, how to prevent the adults from escaping from the breeding site and what the specific breeding temperature conditions are also matters that require a complete plan. Therefore, the content of Li Ju's confession is very important, and it can even be said to be related to the lifeblood of the base. If this batch of black soldier flies is really raised to death, the rabbits may not be able to find another black soldier fly of this specification for a while. The gathering point of water flies. But Zhang Yi on the opposite side had a somewhat excited expression on his face when he heard this. After all, due to the limitations of the level of science and technology these days, non-application-oriented biologists like him are usually quite bored. In a sense, their laboratory is one of the few mascots of the entire base, eating dry food and doing almost nothing. For example, recently, the laboratory has been idle to help cut donkey hair from the completion of the base to now. This is the first time that the entire laboratory has received such an important task. Therefore, while feeling the pressure, Zhang Yi's heart is inevitably quite excited. He just puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Director, don't worry, I promise to complete the task on time." Li Ju's eyes stayed on Zhang Yi's bald head for a while, and nodded with relief. People with this kind of strong hairstyle are mostly quite reliable except for a certain logistics head. Oh, by the way, then Li Ju thought of something and asked Zhang Yi, "Old Zhang, I heard that there are several comrades who arrived at the base with this batch of insects? Comrade Binky and I had a meeting this morning, so I haven't met them yet." Zhang Yi nodded and pointed to the side. "Yes, the comrades are next door, please follow me." Then Zhang Yi led a few people out of the laboratory and went straight to another room. Protective clothing for microbiological laboratories will not be popular in China until 12 years later, and now only hoods and masks are worn. The room is not large, only about 30 square meters. There is also a somewhat shabby ping-pong table in the middle, which looks like a lounge, where some entertainment activities are usually held. When everyone arrived at the room, there were 5 men sitting in the room, one of whom was in a wheelchair. Then Zhang Yi took the initiative to walk to the middle of the men and introduced them. "Director, Comrade Bin Qiong, Director Guo, and Comrade Han Li, let me introduce them to you. These are experts who are participating in the domestic crops seminar in Beis. They discovered some situations on the way to the meeting, so they were specially approved by the capital to be arranged to the base. The one sitting in the wheelchair is Professor Yang Keigui, and the other 4 are Professor Hao Guangjiang, Professor Guan Xianghun, and Comrade Zhou Keida, a student of Professor Yang Keigui, and Comrade Yuan Guolian, a student of Professor Guan Xianghun and a teacher at Anjiang Agricultural School." Note: today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish all my readers a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Could you please give me some monthly votes for me since I'm still typing during the holiday? Chapter 582 Shannon Group. Yang Keigui, Hao Guangjiang, Guan Xianghun, Zhou Keida, Yuan Guolian. After hearing these names from Zhang Yi's mouth, Su Yun's mind went blank, and the whole person was in a state of shutdown on the spot. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: how about we kneel again? This is a real boss, not just 1 or 2. Yuan Guolian doesn't need to be mentioned, those who really understand will understand. In the future, when Su Yun traveled through time, Yuan Guolian was undoubtedly the first person who deserved hybrid rice, and his contribution could not be erased by some black fans posting some rhythmic articles. For example, some people like to say that the earliest proposers of hybrid rice theory were Neon and Across the Sea, and the title of Yuan Guolian as the father of hybrid rice is exaggerated. But what is the reality? The hybrid rice proposed across the sea can only be regarded as a concept, and no results have been achieved at all. As for the proposer of hybrid rice cultivated by Neon, his name is Katsuo Kiyoshi. Not to mention that the sample he used was actually domestic red-on wild rice. Let's just talk about the whole breeding process. The Tenbu No. 5 he cultivated only improved the stability of the mother plant, but the final effect was not ideal, so he gave up after 3 years. Yuan Guolian was the first person to cultivate a male sterile line product, and the variety he used was completely different. This is like there were science fiction novels in the 1980s that proposed the synthesis of starch with carbon dioxide, but the rabbits were the first to do it. Who do you think has the greater credit? Guan Xianghun is a well-known agricultural expert in China. He received a doctorate from California in the 1940s and studied abroad in Japan and across the sea. After returning to China, he served as a professor at West China University, Sichuan University Agricultural College, and Jinling University. During the war, he was responsible for rice planting in the rabbit base. 10 years ago, he was transferred to Southwest Agricultural College, one of the predecessors of Southwest University, and taught Yuan Guolian, the Chinese Shenin. The earliest batch of theory of evolution and crop cultivation in China were also translated by Guan Xianghun, who is a big man who is truly deeply rooted in the grassroots. Hao Guangjiang is currently a professor and doctoral supervisor at South China Agricultural University. 6 years ago, he was elected as a member of the Huaxia Academic Department, which is the academician of later generations. At the same time, Hao Guangjiang, like Guan Xianghun, is one of Yuan Guolian's mentors at Southwest Agricultural College, but he focuses more on soil. It's like you study particle physics. The basic subjects are quantum field theory and introduction to particle physics and nuclear physics, but group theory is also a required course. Hao Guangjiang, Guan Xianghun, Yuan Guolian, Li Bihu, Luo Xiao. This is the inheritance relationship of Yuan Guolian's department. In later generations of Southwest University, Hao Guangjiang, Yuan Guolian and the poet Wu Mi are collectively referred to as the 3 male gods in the history of Southwest University. This is probably one of the few uses of the word male god that will not cause disgust among passers-by. Another interesting thing is that these three entered Southwest University from Gate 7. In addition to the three big guys in Yuan Guoying's department, Yang Keiko and Zhou Keita on the side are also a pair of legendary teachers and students in the field of agriculture. Among them, Yang Keiko, like Mr. Huangjiang, is currently a big man at the level of academic committee member, standing at the highest point of the academic community of the Republic. He is now the president of Sichuan Agricultural College, which is the future Sichuan Agricultural University. The official definition of him in the future is the founder of my country's regenerated rice field. You know, Wang Lao and Jin Binqiang in the future are just this kind of evaluation. The young generation like Zhou Xiaoping are just defined as pioneers. The famous rice experts including Sun Xiaohu, Fu Danru, Li Hanian, Tian Yanhua, Wang Guoxiao, Li Rinduan, and Li Jiaxiu in the future are all students of Mr. Yang. Then, Su Yun set his sights on the last person. That is, the young Zhou Keita. In modern China, many scholars have made efforts to build the country but have remained unknown, such as Yu Yumin, whom Su Yun met before. Compared with Yu, Zhou Keita obviously fits the definition of unknown. It was mentioned earlier. Yuan Guoying is the first person to hybridize rice in later generations. This sense of national identity cannot be eliminated by some people smearing. But on the other hand, Yuan Guoying's contribution is mainly due to his indica rice, and the actual planting area is not large in 2023. This is actually easy to understand. For example, when your family was poor, you had nothing to eat, and you had to go hungry for 2 meals after eating 1 meal. As a result, one day, your father brought a few boxes of instant noodles home. This thing has no nutrition, and the taste is still the nasty sauerkraut chicken noodles, but the problem is that it is very filling. Your family relied on this box of noodles to get through the most difficult period, until later when you had money, there were still several boxes of this thing at home. But at that time, you already had fish and meat every meal, so it was naturally impossible to eat this kind of instant noodles with a weird taste. So you had to put it in the storage room. First, it is to keep a thought, and you can't bear to throw this kind of thing away. Second, if you are poor for some reason in the future, you can still take this thing out to fill your stomach. Yuan Guoying's indica rice is in this situation. So here comes the question. Can you say that because you eat a lot of fish and meat every day, you have forgotten the contribution of instant noodles? This is obviously inappropriate. Of course, the contribution of instant noodles cannot be ignored, and the deliciousness of fish and meat now should naturally be grateful. So who is the person who created fish and meat? There are many contributors to this part, such as Mr. Zihuan and Zhou Keita in front of Su Yun. The photosensitive sterile system ecological breeding method in technology he created solved the problem of two-line hybrid rice breeding in Sichuan province and the entire middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. The Gangundi type hybrid rice he cultivated have been promoted to 304.8 million mu, increasing rice production by 22.858 billion kilograms and creating social and economic benefits of 32 billion yuan. Zhou Keita has won 23 provincial and above achievement awards in his life and is known as the father of hybrid rice in southwest China. Unfortunately, however, the name Zhou Keita is somewhat similar to Lao Su. Almost everyone knows him in the field of rice, but after rice, who is this person? Indeed, these predecessors themselves probably don't care about these reputations. But for future beneficiaries like Su Yun, respecting and spreading the deeds of Grandpa Zhou and others is an obligation that should be fulfilled. Of course. At this time, in addition to the strong surprise, Su Yun was more curious about why these big guys appeared in the 221 base. Could it be for the food of the bear? That's not right. These 5 big guys are all engaged in rice research, while the bear's side is winter wheat, which should have nothing to do with them. And just when Su Yun was puzzled, Jin Binqiang walked forward a few steps, walked to Yang Keiko, and asked with concern, "Old Yang, why are you here? Aren't you recuperating in Rongcheng?" Hearing Jin Binqiang's words, Su Yun remembered one thing. Yang Keiko was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer in May this year, and he should be receiving treatment in Rongcheng now. That's why he is in a wheelchair. At the same time, according to the historical trajectory, Yang Keiko will die in 6 months. Before his death, he personally drafted the teaching plan of theory of phased measures for rice cultivation, discussing the relationship between cultivation measures and physiological changes and external environmental conditions according to the growth period. Although Su Yun has never had cancer in his 2 lives. But according to his understanding of cancer, Yang Kekwa should be in the most tormented stage at this time. If Hao Guangjiang, Yuan Guolian and others happen to come to the base because of the seminar in base, then it is really unreasonable for Yang Kekwa, who should have been recuperating in Rongcheng, to appear here. Unless there is a reason for Yang Kekwa to endure the torture of illness and come to the base at the last stage of his life. Wait, this is not right. Why is it the base? Logically speaking, even if there is something important, shouldn't you go to the capital? And just when Su Yun was puzzled, Hao Guangjiang, who was beside Yang Kekwa, spoke up. He patted Yang Kekwa's wheelchair and said, "Binkyong, old Yang can't speak out loud now, so let me introduce the specific situation. Before today, Xiang Huan, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Zhou were attending a crop seminar held in 6 southwestern provinces in Beis. As a result, on the day of the meeting, one of Xiang Huan's classmates, Comrade Lin Yuanguang from Beis Crop Research Institute, found him and showed him a special wild rice sample. According to Xiang Huan's analysis, it was found that this was a special male sterile wild rice." Hearing the 3 words, male sterile wild rice, Li Ju, Jin Binkyong and others did not change their expressions much. But Su Yun, who was standing aside, had a jolt in his heart and almost fell off his wheelchair again. What did I hear? Male sterile wild rice? As a biology student who had taken the high school biology course Genetics and Evolution and is now engaged in biology, how could Su Yun not know what this word means? The concept of modern hybrid crops was proposed in the mid to late 19th century, and the application of technology appeared around the beginning of the last century. At that time, George Harrison Shar, across the sea, used hybrid vigor in corn breeding to cultivate hybrid corn, which increased the yield by more than 30%. So, he proposed another idea: can hybrid technology be used on rice to cultivate hybrid rice to increase production? But this idea did not succeed until George Harrison Shar's death because it was impossible to find a carrier that could maintain the hybrid gene. Students who were rice in their previous life should all know that rice is a self-pollinating plant, hermaphrodite, with very small spikelets, and only 1 seed per flower. So what about hybrid rice? Simply put, it is the mule of the plant world. The hybridization of donkeys and horses in the animal world produces offspring mules, but mules are infertile. To get a mule, donkeys and horses must be hybridized repeatedly. The same is true for hybrid rice. The first generation of hybrid rice genes obtained through hybridization with great difficulty cannot be passed on to future generations. If we want to produce a large number of hybrid seeds by artificial emasculation and hybridization like corn, how many seeds can be produced every day? It is okay for a small number of experiments, but it is impossible to use it in field production. It is precisely because of this that the hybrid advantage of rice has not been applied for a long time and has always remained at the theoretical end. Unless there is a special sterile line, its male pollen is degenerate, that is, the male flowers have no pollen and rely on external pollen to reproduce offspring. After the sterile line is available, it can be planted alternately with normal varieties, and artificially assisted pollination can solve the problem of mass production of the first generation of hybrid seeds without artificial emasculation. But the problem is that this logic is easy to understand, but male sterile rice is too difficult to find. According to historical development, it took Yuan Guolian's team a full 9 years to discover the first male sterile wild rice by chance, which is the famous wild defeat. Later major hybrid rice in China such as Shan'ao 63, Wei'ao 64, Gangyao 22, etc., are all descendants of this wild defeat. Of course. Speaking of Yebei, we have to mention another thing. Many haters in later generations used Yebei to attack Yuan Guolian, on the grounds that it was not Yuan Guolian who discovered Yebei, but his student Li Feiyu. This is outrageous. First of all, Yuan Guolian went to Yanjing for a meeting at that time and was not in Sanya, so the search mission was entrusted to Li Feiyu. That is to say, if Yuan Guolian did not attend the meeting, Yuan Guolian would definitely be involved in this matter. Secondly, let's take a step back. Even if Yuan Guolian was not present when he discovered it, this contribution would not be counted as his. What does the word team in the scientific research team mean? When Eric Cornell completed the Bose-Einstein condensate in later generations, the magneto-optical trap was independently designed by his students. Do you think he does not deserve the Nobel Prize? And Röntgen's X-rays. This thing was discovered through his wife's Pullman ring. There are so many big guys in history, one by one. There are only 3 examples of people who won the Nobel Prize based on their own strength without any outside involvement. Planck established quantum theory, Schrödinger founded the theory of wave mechanics, and Einstein explained the photoelectric effect. According to that logic, the remaining more than 100 winners must burn their Nobel medals back to Nobel. It is outrageous that this can become a black spot. Okay. Let's return to reality. Hear Guangsheng's explanation. Jin Biqiang's breathing quickened slightly. Professor Hao, can I understand it this way? According to your statement, with this male sterile plant, our hybrid rice can be put on the agenda? That's right. Guangjiang nodded gently, pointing to Guan Xianghun and others and explained. So when Xianghun realized this, he immediately contacted Comrade Wang and Sheng, who was carrying out a mission, wanting to know more information, but unfortunately, he was told that this was a special mission with a relatively high level of confidentiality, and non-related personnel could not get too involved, so he immediately contacted me and Lao Yang, and the 2 of us academicians came forward to get in touch with the chief. The chief expressed great importance to this matter, but strangely, he did not let us go to the capital, but arranged for us to come to the 221 base. Hearing Guangjiang's words, Lao Guo, Li Ju and Jin Biqiang were slightly startled. Then they all looked at Su Yun at the same time. It was obvious, although the specific reason was unclear. But the organization sent these 5 experts to the base, which must have something to do with a special consultant of the base. And according to some current situations, the capital seemed to have some information about Su Yun that the leadership of the base was not aware of. Of course. At this time, Su Yun's eyes were on Yuan Guoliang and Zhou Keida, so he did not notice the little movements of the 3. Then Lao Guo was silent for a moment, and asked Guangsheng, Professor Hao, I have a question. If we have those sterile plants, how long will it take to breed hybrid rice? By the way, I mean the ideal time when everything goes well. Ideal time. Guangsheng thought for a while, and slowly gave an answer. At least a few years, about 4 to 5 years if everything goes well. After all, the traits need to be stable for multiple generations. If there are any accidents during the period, this time will be further extended, but at least 7 or 8 years should be enough. After all, this time we found not only one male sterile plant. According to the location given by Professor Chen Shutong, we found a small community of 9 plants in total. So Director Guo, I can't give you the specific shortest time, that is, the lower limit of the time, but the latest upper limit is still certain. Lao Guo touched his chin when he heard it, and his expression was thoughtful. 7 or 8 years, 7 or 8 years. This time is not very long for a crop breeding. That is to say, in the slowest case, as long as the country persists for 7 to 8 years, it is very likely to have a hybrid rice with excellent yield. Suddenly, Lao Guo thought of the second plan given by Su Yun, coke for winter wheat. This kind of business that is controlled by people cannot be done for a long time. After all, it is equivalent to giving away the remote control of the vibrator for free. So from the beginning, this business has limited its lifespan to be not very long, but not very short. After all, although the bears are short of food at home, what they lack is actually feed grains. The sales volume and production of meat in the bears are very high. For example, starting from this year, the total production and per capita consumption of milk in the bears are the highest in the world. By 1985, the annual milk production of the bears is even more than 100 million tons. Compared with feed grains, the staple food that the bears simply supply for human consumption, that is, winter wheat, is still very high. Of course, it will be different later. What is discussed here is the situation at this time. In other words, the original trading period of coke for food can actually make up for the breeding period of hybrid rice? Thinking of this, an idea suddenly popped up in Lao Guo's mind. Could this Han Li really be a divine donkey from heaven? After all, according to his plan, as long as the rabbits trade with the bears for a few years for transition, they may be able to be independent in terms of food in the future. Of course, the premise of the above is that the drink coke is really as magical as Su Yun said. Note, several authors have agreed to meet offline in September, and the location is in Chengdu. Just now, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. At that time, I want to take the bus all the way from Fujian to Chengdu. It seems that it will be very interesting. I will study the route at that time. If it is feasible, I might really try it. Chapter 583 History. If you keep kicking me, my butt will be covered with shoe prints. At this moment, in the lounge, after listening to Hao Guangjiang's introduction, Lao Guo, Li Ju, Jin Binqiang and others also had a preliminary understanding of the whole thing. Then Lao Guo looked around the scene and asked Hao Guangjiang, "By the way, Professor Hao, where are those male infertile rice plants now?" "They are male sterile plants," Hao Guangjiang first corrected Lao Guo's statement, then turned around and said to Yuan Guolian, "Xiao Yuan, go get the box." Yuan Guolian said yes, walked to the side quickly, and took out a small iron box locked with a copper lock. Then he took out a key from his body, carefully opened the box, and revealed the scene inside. This is a rice sample that has been sealed in a transparent plastic film, with obvious cracks on the flower spikes. The cracks are mainly on the left, and the right side is relatively normal. After the box is opened, Hao Guangjiang gently pinched the plastic film to pick up the sample and said to Lao Guo and others, "Director Guo, this is the sample we got. Look, the small head on the left that is obviously cracked is the sterile male plant, and there is no pollen inside. The one on the right is a normal female plant, which can normally receive external pollen for cultivation. Look, this is the bud." Lao Guo came forward to take a few glances. Sure enough, the situation is indeed consistent with what Hao Guangjiang said. The crack on the left side looks very weak, and there is not even a pollen inside. Although his major is fluid mechanics and aerospace. But rice is a hermaphroditic crop, and he is very familiar with the knowledge that it grows by pollination from male plants. He even went to the fields to plant rice when he was a child. Male plants without pollen are like men without that thing, and they cannot teach with all their knowledge. Then Lao Guo tapped the small iron box twice with his index finger, and asked Hao Guangjiang, "Director Hao, have you prepared the specific breeding plan?" If I remember correctly, the hybrid breeding plan seems to be quite complicated, although Hao Guangjiang had given Lao Guo a time limit for the cultivation of hybrid rice before. This was more of an expected plan. In order to truly implement this plan, a more detailed breeding plan is obviously needed. Lao Guo didn't know much about rice hybridization, but he had seen hybrid corn when he was across the sea, and knew that the customization of this plan was very complicated. The California Institute of Technology where he studied was an important experimental institution for hybrid corn. Facing the question raised by Lao Guo, Hao Guangjiang shook his head slightly. He carefully put the sample back into the box and explained, "Not yet. After all, Director Guo, we just got this sample not long ago, and many things have to be studied from scratch. In addition, it will probably take some time for the attitude of the superiors to be implemented. We can only say that we have a general idea, but it is obviously impossible to come up with a specific plan immediately." Lao Guo nodded in understanding. He guessed so. Before today, the concept of male sterile wild rice only existed in theory. The top leaders did not take it lightly, but they did not put it too high. If not, Yuan Guolian and Zhou Keita would not have to contact Hao Guangjiang and then ask Yang Keikui, an old academician, to contact the capital when they found the plants. Now Yang Keikui will appear at the base. First, male sterile wild rice is indeed his lifelong obsession. He has spent more than 30 years looking for such samples. Even if there are only a few months left in his life, he must personally settle this matter. Second, he is using his spare energy to increase the value of hybrid rice. A member of the academic department who is about to die must respond to the organization no matter what the psychology is. And with the strategic vision of the bigwigs in the capital, as long as they can have a preliminary understanding of the concept of male sterile wild rice, they will immediately realize the importance of this project. In a sense, this action is similar to the ancient ministers who would hit the pillar to express their will. Unless the monarch is a tyrant, the monarch must express his concern. In fact, in the original history, Mr. Yang Keikui also used this method of using himself as a bargaining chip to make the winter paddy fields in Sichuan province receive the attention of the organization, and its influence has benefited the future in 2023. Open the canal, as the name suggests. The canal conveys living water and benefits the people. Has the specific plan not been specified yet? After getting Hao Guangjiang's answer, Lao Guo was silent for a moment, and suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yun on the side and asked him, "In this case, Comrade Han Li, do you have any ideas or opinions on the breeding plan of hybrid rice?" Swish, as soon as the voice fell, Hao Guangjiang, Yuan Guolian, Zhou Keita and others' eyes were locked on Su Yun in the wheelchair at the same time. and a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. To be honest, the first person Lao Guo and his group noticed was Su Yun. After all, he was in a wheelchair. It was just because of his age that Yang Kegui and others thought that this young man in a wheelchair was just an assistant. But now it seems that he is not an ordinary supporting role? Could it be a comrade from the agricultural and food center of the base? Or the management of the agricultural sideline team? On the other side, Su Yun was also a little surprised by Lao Guo's question. But soon, he understood Lao Guo's idea. He had proposed a nutrition plan for black soldier fly larvae before, and he also mentioned some characteristics of winter wheat many times in the plan of exchanging cola for winter wheat. Su Yun's cognition on food was at least much higher than that of Lao Guo and other pure science and engineering men. In addition, even if Lao Guo didn't speak, Su Yun wanted to say a few words. After all, this is Yuan Guolian and Jokeda. Then he took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. Try not to look at Yuan Guolian and Jokeda, but calmly asked Hao Guangjiang, Professor Hao, I wonder which method you are going to use for plant breeding? 2-line method? Or 3-line method? Yang Kekui's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Comrade, have you heard of the 3-line method? Su Yun nodded. I have heard of it a little, just kidding. As a doctor of biology and genetics, if Su Yun didn't even understand the 3-line method, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame like a certain Dr. Zhai. 3-line. This concept was first proposed by the American geneticist Hills in 1947. The so-called 3-line. It refers to the male sterile line, the male sterile maintenance line, and the male sterile restoration line. The male sterile line is just as its name implies. It is a kind of rice with normal stamens, degenerated male lychees, and self-fertility. That is, males have no reproductive ability. Male comrades can understand the stamens and male lychees, and female comrades can see whether they are female drivers. This sterile characteristic can be inherited to the next generation. The maintenance line. It is a rice with normal pistils and stamens, that is, it can self-pollinate and bear fruit. It can pollinate the sterile line to make it fruitful, but the offspring still maintains the sterile male sterile characteristics. With the maintenance line, the sterile characteristics of the sterile line can be maintained from generation to generation, which is a very important series in the whole process. The restoration line is easier to understand. Recovery means that the function is restored to normal, that is, the stamens and pistils are fine, and the rice can be self-pollinated and fruited. The seeds obtained by pollinating the sterile line have normal fertility and restore the male fertility. The plants grown from this are hybrid rice, which can self-pollinate and fruit. A large proportion of the offspring of the sterile line and the maintainer line are sterile, which can be used to continue to breed the sterile line. When the sterile line is mated with normal rice, that is, the restorer line, hybrid rice seeds with excellent traits are obtained. It is very simple and very easy to understand. So the difficulty of this technology is not the theoretical basis, but how to implement it in breeding. Later, Yuan Guolian was not the first person to propose this theory worldwide, but he was the first person to implement this theory in reality. This is like a curvature engine. In 1994, Alcubierre proposed the Alcubierre metric that completely describes the curvature engine mathematically, but who has come up with a curvature engine so far? Of course. Whether it is Yuan Guolian, Hao Guangsheng or Jokeda at the moment. They obviously haven't fully summarized the relevant theories of the 3-line method. So Su Yun thought about it. Decided to kick history in the ass again. So he paused and said to Hao Guangsheng, Professor Hao, if I'm right, you should prepare to collect the seeds of this male sterile plant and cultivate it as the female parent of the sterile line. Right, then plant the restoration line samples alternately, let them meet during the flowering period, and then conduct artificial pollination. Hao Guangsheng nodded. That's right, this is the standard step for hybrid corn. No matter what the final plan for hybrid rice is, this step is definitely inevitable. But soon. The next sentence that came out of Su Yun's mouth made Hao Guangsheng look stunned. In this case, Professor Hao, I wonder if you have considered a more refined technology. Hao Guangsheng blinked and asked, what refined technology? Seeing this, Su Yun stretched out his left and right hands and made a one gesture in the air with his 2 index fingers at the same time. Then he put his 2 index fingers together, and then separated them for a distance. 2 special genes were separated. Seeing that Hao Guangsheng did not speak, Su Yun shook his left index finger twice and explained, the first gene is the pollen lethal gene, which will kill the pollen or gametophyte in the pollen or gametophyte. Then he shook his right index finger again. The other gene is the fertility restoration gene, which is a dominant gene. As long as this gene is present, the sporophyte can produce pollen and the individual will be fertile. Think about it carefully. If the fertility restoration gene and the pollen lethal gene are introduced into the male sterile line, what kind of situation will occur? Hao Guangxin was stunned again. After a few seconds, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he picked up the paper and pen from the table and wrote hurriedly on the calculation paper, assuming that the male sterile line is RR, the fertility restoration gene is R, and the pollen lethal gene is F, and the offspring will have two types, FR, and then oh my god. As he wrote, Hao Guangjiang's pen stopped for a moment, and he looked up in shock and looked at Su Yun. Comrade Han Li, this method you mentioned can screen high-quality genes. Su Yun nodded heavily. At the same time, he also glanced at Yuan Guolian, who was also shocked. Boss, please forgive me for copying homework or two. As we all know, the hybrid rice that Yuan Guolian and his team later cultivated is strictly called the first generation of hybrid rice technology. The per acre yield of this technology is not low, but it is unstable. In the early planting process, there were actually some poor harvests. Therefore, after improvement, Yuan Guolian's team has successively optimized the second generation of hybrid rice technology, as well as the most advanced third generation of hybrid rice technology. The principle of this technology is actually quite simple. Just as Su Yun said above, pollen lethal genes and fertility restorer genes are introduced during the breeding process. That is, the pollen lethal gene F and the fertility restorer gene R closely linked to F are introduced into the male nuclear sterile line RR. In this way, a new fertile maintenance line, that is, FR or FR, can be screened. But this is only a probabilistic situation. In fact, the FR-type pollen cannot survive because it contains the pollen lethal gene, so the maintenance line will only produce R-type pollen. At the same time, the maintenance line FRR can produce two offspring with different genotypes by self-pollination, FRR-type maintenance line and RR-type sterile line. During the whole process, the pollen lethal gene will kill the pollen with exogenous fertility genes, so that the hybrid offspring does not contain transgenic elements. That is to say, it directly avoids the quarrel of genetically modified foods. In other words, this is a magical technology that uses the principles of genetically modified technology, but does not actually contain genetically modified organisms. According to the actual acceptance of later generations, this rice breeding technology will make the utilization rate of hybrid advantage resources reach more than 95%, far exceeding the 39.7% of the first generation. It can only be said that rabbits are really gifted in farming. The eyes return to reality. At this moment, hearing Su Yun's introduction, Hao Guangjiang's heart was already filled with the surprise of discovering a new world. Subdividing genes into two types? This is also possible? But soon, Hao Guangjiang restrained his shock a little, pondered for a moment, and asked Su Yun, Comrade Xiaoxiaohan, right, I have to admit that the theory you mentioned is indeed very attractive, but how can we separate the two genes? After all, the DNA double helix structure has only been proposed for less than 10 years. It seems difficult to do this with our current technology. Right, that's right, Su Yun nodded calmly and said, there is indeed no technology in the current scientific community that can separate genes at a fixed point, but we can do it ourselves. Back then, there was a scientist named A Xiaobo in the Fengling Yuan Society. This person liked to do some grafting experiments. He once proposed an idea. Can we use electrophoresis to sequence the fragments in the base reaction, and then locate it through a substance like polyacrylamide? If the pollen lethal gene can be located and analyzed, it can be introduced into the tDNA of rice through agrobacterium-mediated DNA. This thing was actually discovered very early. As early as 1869, it was discovered by a doctor named Friedrich Michel. But it was not until after World War II that it really began to be noticed by the biological community and produce results. For example, 8 years ago, Watson had just discovered a double helix structure of DNA. This process also led to a well-known quarrel in the history of biology, which did not stop even when Su Yun traveled through time. Some groups also made this matter a rhythm of Nobel Prize discrimination against women. Fortunately, this is not a Chinese award. In short, gene separation, which can be easily completed by a college in the future, is more difficult for this period. So far, there is only one substance that has been successfully sequenced. It is insulin protein. Later, the second not to be sequenced will be 64 years later. But because of this, basic DNA sequencing positioning is a situation that no one can do at this time, but from a God's perspective, there is actually no obvious technical barrier. In addition, according to the paper 10.13271 JMPP 013.001201, it is not difficult to see. The rice pollen lethal gene only needs to determine the bases of 11 lactose inhibitor binding sites. This is essentially the same technical requirement as the binding and sequencing of bacteriophage Na 7 years later. In fact, it is even lower. That is, polyacrylamide gel electrophoresis is used to determine the size of the fragments present in each base reaction. Then the DNA fragments are separated by single base resolution, and the gel with a marker for each base is placed on the X-ray film. In this way, the film will produce a trapezoidal image. Finally, the sequence of the fragment can be read from it, and the order of the bases can be inferred according to the size of the 4 markers. Even with the current domestic scientific and technological level, this technology can still easily meet the standards. Admittedly, this kind of analysis may take a long time. It may take half a year, 10 months, 1 year or even 2 years. The sequencing time of insulin protein that year exceeded 1 year. But don't forget, the cultivation of the first and second generations of rice also takes at least 2 years, which means that the two are actually not in conflict. It is very likely that the second generation of rice will be cultivated, and the sequencing positioning here will be completed. More importantly, once the rabbits have tasted the sweetness brought by DNA sequencing, then, will PCR technology be far behind? You know, this is the most basic and conventional experimental method in the field of modern life science research, and there is no other. Just as the comics are divided into before the appearance of TIFA and the appearance of TIFA, the dividing point of gene sequencing is PCR technology. It is no exaggeration to say that its appearance opened up the upsurge of molecular biology research, opened the post-era of life science research, and brought great convenience to life science research and clinical testing. In the future, when Su-Yun traveled through time, PCR technology has undergone 3 iterations. In the first generation of PCR, Roche and Abbott, also known as Thermo Fisher, appeared as 2 giants. In the second generation of fluorescent quantitative PCR, Bio-Rad emerged as a dark horse, and the 3 giants stood side by side. In the third generation of digital PCR, Bio-Rad led the way. Although there are many domestic manufacturers such as XA Xian Long, HZ Biore, and Likon catching up, the gap is still obvious. For example, most of the tubes used for PCR with a few microliters need to be imported, and enzyme cutting will use domestic tubes. In the context of the era of 2023, some foreign manufacturers have already made tentative strangleholds, and you can't guarantee when they will give you a restriction. Therefore, how could Su-Yun let go of this rare opportunity? Besides, putting aside the issue of domestic imports, this is a market worth tens of billions of US dollars. And just as Su-Yun was out putting hard to the ass of history again, the chemical center in the base, Liu Yaocheng, who had just finished preparing a bucket of local donkey top secretion, was looking at the recipes in front of him with a confused face. Ginger cola. What the hell is this? Note, I need help with a question. In July, a classmate who I haven't seen for more than 10 years came back from abroad. I planned to treat him to barbecue at home, so I spent a lot of money to buy a M9 Plus, which cost 700 yuan per caddy, so I have been typing very hard recently. It's so expensive. The texture of the beef is very good, but when I grilled it myself, a lot of blood came out, which made the taste weird. When I ate at Japanese restaurants, the quality was worse than this, but it didn't taste like this. Does anyone know what's going on? I used an electric grill pan. Chapter 584. Happy water is out. An hour later. In the base's chemical laboratory. Bang. Comrade Han Li, please give me an explanation. Liu Yaocheng slapped the table heavily, staring at Su-Yun in front of him with anger, and asked, "Excuse me, how can you add ginger juice to something like Coke? You are clearly insulting this drink. You are a despicable heresy. You should be dragged now to grind." As an early overseas student, Liu Yaocheng, like Lao Guo and Jin Wuxi, had drunk the novel foreign stuff like Lico abroad. And unlike Lao Guo and his fellow apprentices, Liu Yaocheng's taste for Coke was not just a superficial taste of experiencing rare goods, but a real fan of happy water. For example, in his autobiography, which was recounted by himself and recorded by Professor Wang Guoqiang of Redmond University, he expressed his love for Coke many times. Therefore, when he learned that the base had obtained the formula of Coke and was preparing to use Coke to trade with the Russian bear, Liu Yaocheng was still somewhat happy. His favorite drink could bring benefits to the country he loved. Is there anything more satisfying than this? But after getting the actual formula, Liu Yaocheng was confused. In addition to the standard cola preparation formula, the formula also has several more strange flavors. For example, a white, transparent, highly sweet soda containing lemon ingredients. The product's name is Li Feiyu. Of course, this kind of white sparkling water alone is actually easy to say. After all, Liu Yaocheng has seen similar products across the sea, called 7-Up, and the sales volume is not bad. But the remaining formulas made him quite puzzled. For example, a ginger cola with peeled ginger shreds and boiled over low heat. It is said that this thing needs to be heated when drinking. Yes, it is hot. There is also a cherry cola made with cherries. There is even a formula that says taurine and ginseng. What the hell is this? How can there be cola with cherries and ginger juice? Isn't this as heretical as adding salt to tofu brain? Therefore, as soon as he saw the formula, Liu Yaocheng immediately contacted Li Ju and Lao Guo and asked them to take Su Yun to the laboratory. At this moment, Li Ju, who had never drunk cola, looked a little confused. 0v0, he thought Liu Yaocheng had encountered some difficulties during the development process, but he didn't expect it to be this. However, next to Li Ju, Su Yun's face was still calm. After all, Liu Yaocheng's idea in 2023 is at most a passerby level, and there will be much more exciting things in the future. Let alone just who has a higher combat power between Yi Fan and Shi Hao is enough to slaughter the forum. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath and said to Liu Yaocheng, "Director Liu, I can probably guess what you're thinking. Everything should be original, but Director Liu, you've studied abroad, so you must have known or seen a situation, that is, in order to suit local tastes, many Chinese restaurants often make some dishes deviate from the original taste, such as the so-called American Chinese food." Hearing this, Lao Guo on the side couldn't help but nodded. As we all know, the development of Chinese food abroad is basically synchronized with China's modern history. Probably starting from the end of the 19th century. With the emergence of various Chinese people going abroad to work, study, and do business, Chinese food has gradually spread to Europe and the United States. In this development process, many European or American Chinese food has also been born one after another. For example, the famous General Tso's chicken. Of course, its inventor was not General Tso, but the late Mr. Peng Chang'e. At that time, Liang Zixiao asked Peng Chang'e to study the menu for the banquet for Redford. On the third day, Peng Chang'e cut the chicken into pieces, fried it first and then stir-fried it, and served it with a special sauce to make a new dish. The eater praised its delicious taste and asked about the name of the dish. Peng Chang'e answered casually, General Tso's chicken. There are many similar cases, such as the Mapo tofu that has been modified into countless versions. Objectively speaking, as long as this behavior does not rise to the level of contempt for Chinese cuisine, there is nothing wrong with it. Isn't opening a Chinese restaurant abroad just to make money? When Liu Yaocheng was studying abroad, he had seen and even tasted a lot of so-called American Chinese food, so he quickly understood Su Yun's idea. Comrade Han Li, so what you mean is these colas with shredded ginger are also a modified beverage? Will it be very popular in the bear country? That's right, Su Yun nodded confidently and said affirmatively. Not only that, it can also be increased in price a lot, at least 50% more will definitely be no problem. Ginger cola. This kind of drink, which was later classified as a dark dish by many people, is actually not rejected everywhere like ginseng-flavored pulse. In fact, in some high-latitude areas, the sales of ginger cola are on par with ordinary cola. It even beats ordinary cola in winter. Ginger-flavored cola was first launched in Australia, and then launched in Japan in winter. The method is to add ginger and boil it during the production process. Its special features are the taste and the temperature. It is a hot drink. By the way, before the release of ginger-flavored cola, Neon Coca-Cola launched a little bluebird vote, asking users which one they would like to be the new winter flavor. The four options were wasabi, pickled plum, chili and ginger, and finally ginger cola stood out. So don't think this thing tastes a bit weird, but it is actually very warm to drink in winter. After Australia and Japan, The third country where ginger cola was popularized was Damao, who suddenly flipped the table yesterday. This is actually normal. The reason why the bears like to drink vodka is largely because there are quite a large area in their country that is extremely cold. Just like some fishermen in our country have to take a sip of soju before going to the sea in winter, alcohol can resist the cold. Therefore, it is not surprising that ginger cola with ginger is very popular in the bears. This is actually not the most exaggerated. In 2021, some Yupiks living near Greenland, a kind of Eskimos, also completed a transaction of 20,000 bottles of ginger cola with the Danish Coca-Cola company. Of course. In addition to ginger cola, the remaining cherry cola is purely Suyun's work anyway. It's better to block the road to dark cuisine. Just like Kun Kun registered the homophony of Genie Tai Mei himself, dark cuisine doesn't matter, this achievement point must be got by himself. After thinking about this, Liu Yaocheng's face changed for a long time, and finally sighed, well, since you said so, then heresy is heresy. It doesn't matter, after all, national interests are above everything else. If this thing can really bring us more food, it's okay if you want me to make cockroach-flavored Coke. After that, Liu Yaocheng turned his head and looked at the assistant beside him, and asked, Xiao Li, how is the syrup? The assistant named Xiao Li is a young man in his 20s with prominent cheekbones. His hair is a little messy because he doesn't take care of it. How to say it? He looks a bit like a player named Gao Xianliang in the later LOL competition. Hearing Liu Yaocheng's question, Xiao Li immediately leaned over to the container in front of him and looked at it for a while, then looked up and said, Director, it will be almost done in about 10 minutes. Liu Yaocheng nodded, and at the same time introduced to Li Ju and others, here, everyone, this is the syrup we boiled. The ingredients are honey diluted with water as Comrade Han Li said, and a small amount of sodium acetate is added. The laboratory can't find citric acid for a while, so I use this thing instead. Su Yun asked Qiao Keihong to push his wheelchair to Xiao Li's side, and stretched his head to observe the container for a few seconds. Well, not bad, it's almost close to brown copper. In the future that Su Yun traveled to. Syrup. This is considered a relatively core or more important link in the production of cola. Generally speaking, the syrup added to cola is often high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup is the most common sugar in all highly processed foods, which is also known as high fructose corn syrup. In the future, many marketing accounts always talk about high fructose corn syrup, because this thing sounds like something high-end and easy to fool people. Indeed. This thing is indeed a bit harmful to the human body. After drinking it, you need to use a lot of exercise to metabolize it. If it cannot be metabolized, it will lead to obesity and damage the liver. But the problem is that the above words have a premise: you consume too much and exceed the universal line. Otherwise, it would be a hooligan to talk about harm without considering the dosage. It can only be said that compared with its compatriots such as sucrose, its threshold of harm is relatively easier to reach. The original reason why Coke adopted high fructose corn syrup for production was actually to avoid taxes, and later it became popular because its cost was much lower than that of high sucrose. And these days, it takes some technology to make your own fructose corn syrup. It's not that the rabbits can't achieve these technologies, but it's obviously impossible to come up with suitable supporting equipment in such a short time. Therefore, Su Yun directly took out honey instead. After all, this thing is still much simpler than the complete set of fructose corn syrup production process. As long as the bears taste the sample and decide to cooperate with the rabbits, the production process of fructose corn syrup can be put on the agenda. 10 minutes later, a bowl of brown copper honey syrup came out of the oven. Liu Yaocheng put it aside to keep it warm and let it stand to prevent the caramel from agglomerating. Then he started to process coriander juice. The purpose of coriander juice is to replace the essence in the formula. After all, there is not much reserve of industrial essence in the base at present. There are peppers and other spices. But this kind of spice is obviously different from essence. After extracting the coriander juice, Liu Yaocheng added an appropriate amount of baking soda and water. After a while, a bubble reaction was formed. Seeing this, Liu Yaocheng took a deep breath and waved to Xiao Li. Xiao Li, bring the ginger shreds. Xiao Li immediately came to Liu Yaocheng with the chopped ginger shreds. Judging from the fineness of the ginger shreds, Xiao Li's knife skills were not bad. Then Liu waved his hand with some disdain and tilted his head slightly. Okay, add this stuff in. Xiao Li said yes, picked up a gauze bag for decocting medicine, put the ginger shreds in it, and added it with syrup, baking soda and some other prepared materials, such as nutmeg oil and cinnamon oil. Under normal circumstances, after the step, Coke needs to be left to stand for 24 hours before drinking. However, in order to save time, Su-yoon specially used a water bath to speed up the process. Therefore, 6 hours later, the first batch of products was officially ready. Note: today is a bit short. I have to go to Fuzhou to pick up the report after the Dragon Boat Festival. I will go there at 8 a.m. and come back at 5 p.m. I have no chance to take leave this month, so I have to leave 2,000 words just in case. Sometimes it is short and sometimes it is long. This is also in line with a human body. It is reasonable. Chapter 585 Coke Tasting Party. 8 hours later. Still in the chemical laboratory. Looking at the black drink in front of him, which looked a bit like Chinese medicine and was bubbling with gas, in a glass cup, Li Ju, who saw Coke for the first time, subconsciously felt a little scared. He swallowed lightly and said to Lao Guo, Yale, can this thing really be drunk? Of course it can. Lao Guo nodded affirmatively, lowered his head, and carefully observed the color of the drink. Well, the appearance is very similar to the Coke across the sea, but I don't know how it actually tastes. Lao Liu, tell me the truth, did you drink it secretly just now? Hearing this, Liu Yaocheng, the director of the laboratory, immediately shook his head, and the frequency seemed like a rattle. No, Yale, we have known each other for more than 10 years, you know my personality, I either don't drink this stuff, or I only drink it with everyone. How could I do such a thing secretly? Lao Guo thought about it and agreed. Liu Yaocheng attaches great importance to rituals when doing things. This is a well-known fact in the base. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder in the future. Even when supplies are scarce, Liu Yaocheng still has to wrap a small napkin around his neck when eating to prevent the crumbs from falling on his clothes, and then he will slowly eat the steamed bread. You say that he can't bear hardship or is pretending, that's definitely nonsense. Liu Yaocheng eats the hard steamed bread like stone and the bitter and astringent elm soup without hesitation. But in some psychological details, he is indeed different from normal people. Like this Coke. It's hard for others to say. But only Liu Yaocheng, Lao Guo was sure that he would not drink secretly by himself, but would taste it with everyone. Thinking of this, Lao Guo also looked at the people around him and took the initiative to invite, in this case, everyone, let's try it. Jin Binqiang and others readily agreed. Then, except for Yang Keiku who had been sent to the hospital for recuperation, several people including Yuan Guolian, Zhou Keita and Qiao Keihong each picked up a small cup from the table and drank the Coke sample. However, Su-yoon on the side was not in a hurry to taste it. He planned to see the feedback from everyone first. Gurgle. After a while, everyone put down their cups one after another, and soon showed different expressions on their faces. Li Ju and Zhou Keita, who had never drunk Coke and were not that young, or middle-aged people with more traditional thinking, had obviously more complicated expressions. It can be seen that they are not used to this taste. For example, Zhou Keita frowned faintly, obviously not accepting it. As for scholars and leaders like Lao Guo, Jin Binqiang, Liu Yaocheng, and He Guangjiang who had overseas experience and had more or less contact with cola, most of them raised their eyebrows in surprise. Then there were young people like Qiao Keihong and Liu Yaocheng's assistant Xiao Li who had never seen cola but were more receptive to new things. They showed a visibly surprised expression after drinking cola, and Qiao Keihong even burped silly. While Su-yoon was thinking, his eyes suddenly noticed Yuan Guolian on the side. At this moment, Yuan Guolian, holding an empty cup in his hand, was looking at the other cups of samples on the table. Seeing this situation, Su-yoon remembered a report he saw in later generations. Yuan Guolian was a standard foodie in private. He had almost no resistance to desserts and cola. This was an open secret in later generations. For example, he once joked that eating sugar cane is like a squeezer, eating watermelon is like an excavator, and eating sugar is like a crusher, before Mr. Zhang reminded him. Yuan Guolian smoked and drank, and he also liked fried chicken legs and happy water. After being reminded by Mr. Zhang, Yuan Guolian's family began to control his diet. Unexpectedly, this cute old man even tricked his granddaughter Yuan Yaoqing into ordering takeout for him with pocket money. To be honest, Su-yoon didn't know whether Yuan Guolian could drink Coke freely when he was young. After all, no one would ask Yuan Guolian about this. But according to the situation of the times and Yuan Guoyang's deeds, the probability that he could achieve coke freedom before the age of 60 was not high. First, Yuan Guoyang's salary was raised relatively late, and it would probably not be significantly improved until the end of the 1980s. Second, although Coca-Cola appeared in Shanghai in 1927, they withdrew after the founding of the People's Republic of China and would not return to the Chinese market until 1978. Therefore, on the whole, Su Yun privately believed that Yuan Guoyang could not drink coke freely at the age when he could enjoy a feast. But now that Su Yun has appeared, at least Yuan Guoyang's cola freedom should not have to wait that long. Seeing this, Su Yun also took up the small paper cup specially made for him with some effort, and drank the small sample in it. After a while, Su Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. How to say it? Although the taste of the sample is still quite different from the Coca-Cola of later generations, the impact of the bubbles is still sufficient. And the sweetness of the drink, which is quite critical, is just right, not too bland, but not too choking. If the standard Coca-Cola of later generations is 100 points, then for this sample, Su Yun can probably give a score of about 85 points. Considering that the Coca-Cola formula of later generations has actually been partially modified, this trial production should be considered to be barely up to standard. Then, Su Yun picked up another small cup. At this moment, you can see that there is a trace of hot steam rising slowly in the cup. Obviously, this is a cup of hot drink, that is, Su Yun's magic modification of ginger cola. Su Yun blew a few breaths at it first, and waited until the liquid was slightly cooler, then slowly sipped the liquid into his throat with the tip of his mouth. As a result, as soon as the cola was in his mouth, a unique spicy taste of ginger juice filled Su Yun's lips. But it was different from the irritation of mustard. This spiciness was somewhat similar to the higher quality wasabi, with obvious taste layers, but not choking. In addition to this taste, there was also a hint of warmth that penetrated into the lungs, just like drinking a bowl of Sanjiu cold medicine, warm and caring. At the same time, in addition to Su Yun, Liu Yaocheng, a fanatical fan of happy water, was also tried on ginger cola. He first glanced at Su Yun, then slowly picked up the cup, raised his head very generously, and drank the sample in one gulp. After a while, Liu Yaocheng's brows first frowned slightly. But then they quickly relaxed, and the whole person couldn't help but make a surprised nasal sound, obviously. The taste of this cola was somewhat unexpected to Liu Yaocheng. Hearing Liu Yaocheng's exclamation, Li Ju couldn't help but feel a little curious and asked tentatively, "Director Liu, how does ginger cola taste, this time?" Liu Yaocheng was silent for a few seconds before giving an answer. "How should I put it? The taste is indeed a bit strange. At least I personally will definitely not like this taste, but you said it is so unpalatable, it's not that bad, and based on my understanding of the Mao Bears might really like this taste." Li Ju raised his eyebrows immediately. You know, Liu Yaocheng almost labeled ginger cola as a heresy before, but now he changed his evaluation to this. It can be seen that ginger cola may really taste good? Thinking of this, Li Ju looked around and asked Lao Guo, Jin Binqiang and others, "Yale, Lao Jin, what are your opinions?" Lao Guo and Jin Binqiang looked at each other, and Jin Binqiang gave his opinion. "I have no problem, report to the organization, in the name of the base leadership." Li Ju nodded. Then he turned to look at Hao Guangxing and others on the side, and said to these agricultural leaders, "Professor Hao, as for you, just stay in the base for the time being to develop the breeding plan. If you need any help from the base, just ask. After the specific plan is released, the organization should arrange for you to go to a place in the south for actual breeding." Hao Guangxing and others had no objection. Although they were now arranged by the organization to the 221 base, this is the northwest region of the motherland after all. Considering the relevant rigid conditions for rice breeding, they will definitely be transferred to a certain area in the south for breeding research in the future. For example, Baga, Gan Province, or even Kaiyonghe. But soon, Hao Guangjiang showed a trace of hesitation on his face. He pondered for a moment and said to Li Ju, "Director Li, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhou and I will definitely obey the organization's arrangements. We will definitely do whatever the organization wants us to do." But Lao Yang's situation, hearing Yang Keiqua's name, Li Ju's face also showed a trace of heaviness. "Professor Hao, I knew about Professor Yang's situation before I came, but I haven't received any specific arrangements from the organization, but don't worry about this matter. No matter what, We will give Professor Yang a comfortable and favorable recuperation environment, at least, let him not spend the last period of time in too much pain. Li Ju said this. Su-yoon's face on the side also showed a trace of regret. It was mentioned earlier. Mr. Yang was now in the late stage of lung cancer and will pass away in 6 months. The reason why he came to the base was to use his last bit of strength to advise. Now that the advice has achieved its effect, his own situation has become a problem. He certainly can't do scientific research, and his physical condition can't go back to Rongcheng, so he can only stay in the base for recuperation. In this case, even if Su-yoon is a time traveler, he is still powerless. After all, this is advanced lung cancer. Even in 2023, this is a terminal illness among terminal illnesses. This disease wants to be cured in this earth? Impossible. Let's put it this way. If Yang Kekwa can really be rescued from advanced lung cancer, Su-yoon will go and take the axe that Lao Guo teacher von Karman gave him, which is said to have been used by Maxwell, which Sun Junrin chewed halfway and was snatched away by Yi Dezheng, which Yi Dezheng didn't chew twice and was snatched away by Jin Wuxi, and is now in Liu Basheng's mouth. After a while, Li Ju restrained the heaviness on his face and talked to everyone about some arrangements. But apart from Yang Kekwa's treatment, the rest is basically not a big problem. After all, Zhou Keita and Yuan Guoyang's current status is very low. Zhou Keita is now an ordinary clerk in Saijing Township, Xianquan County, and Yuan Guoyang is an ordinary teacher in Anjiang Agricultural School. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to Baga to attend an unknown agricultural conference. Among the people on the scene, only Ha Guangxing's situation is a little complicated. After all, he is now a genuine professor and a doctoral supervisor at Southwest Agricultural University, and it is really not easy to find a replacement for him in the field of soil. Fortunately, it is now the end of August, a special note where the old students have graduated and the new students have not yet enrolled. Therefore, for Ha Guangxing, it will not be too troublesome to adjust his various teaching tasks. Half an hour later, everyone dispersed. Ha Guangxing and others were led by Li Ju's assistant Zhou Ke to the residence arranged by the base. Li Ju and Jin Binkyuan quickly passed the news of the successful coke tasting to the capital, providing reference for the capital to draw up subsequent plans. As for Su-yoon, he followed Lao Guo and rushed to the theoretical research group where Lu Guangda was. According to the news I just received, Lu Guangda encountered some special situations in his research on neutron transport theory. Note, the report has been retrieved, and there is no big problem, but the sedentary fatty liver is a bit serious, although I am really not fat. Chapter 586 What if the authority is wrong? It is not difficult to see from the literal meaning. The theoretical research department led by Lu Guangda is undoubtedly the absolute core project in the entire nuclear weapons development process. Therefore, from the perspective of future generations, this department should naturally be arranged in the first branch factory, which is at the forefront, so as to reflect the importance of the entire department, right? However, the answer is not so. In fact, the area where the theoretical department is located is neither the first branch factory nor the second branch factory, but the seventh branch factory with an ordinary serial number. The seventh branch factory is located in the southwest of the base and is responsible for the theoretical research and experiments of radiochemistry and neutron physics. This is an area with many densely packed buildings, but the appearance of most buildings is ordinary factory buildings, and the interior is a different world. After passing the first round of inspection by the gatekeeper at the gate of the factory area, Su-yoon and Lao Guo successfully entered the factory area. As for Kiao Keihong, this girl was naturally called by Lao Guo to take care of Yang Kekwa because of her low confidentiality level. So Su-yoon enjoyed the treatment of a big boss pushing a cart again. Zio Han, by the way, this is your first time to the 7th branch factory, right? After entering the factory area. While pushing Su-yoon's wheelchair, Lao Guo pointed to the black shell-like factory areas around him and said, "How is it? Does it feel a little different from the theoretical research center you imagined?" Su-yoon was silent for a moment, and nodded gently. Well, it is a little different. Although Su-yoon had visited the Zhe Atomic City in reality, the Atomic City in later generations, as a themed memorial scenic spot, is actually very different from the current 221 base. A considerable number of objects in the Atomic City have been moved to the museum, and many buildings have been abandoned or even demolished. Therefore, Su-yoon did not see the situation of the theoretical department where Lu Guangda and his team were. The picture he originally imagined should be like this: several 2- or 3-story small buildings gathered together. The outer walls of the buildings were a little shabby, but there was no sense of abandonment. There was a yellowish stone road in front of the door, and there were some plants and flowers on the side of the road. Whenever the sun shines down, it brushes through the leaves, forming mottled shadows, elegant and long. Unexpectedly, after seeing the actual situation, Su-Yun found that the style of the theoretical department was even more simple than he imagined. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, in the original history, U2 from across the sea would come to harass us almost every once in a while. As a target of special attention, any abnormal buildings in Factory 221 will be strictly monitored. Therefore, for the theoretical department, the lower the profile, the better. Then, Lao Guo quickly brought Su-Yun to a workshop that looked very ordinary even among many iron boxes and knocked on the door gently. Dong, dong dong dong. It was obvious that there was 1 long and 3 short knocks. After about a few seconds, the cat's eye of the workshop door was opened a little, and a pair of eyes that looked very vigilant appeared behind the door. After seeing Lao Guo's face clearly, creak, the door was opened from the inside. A man in plain clothes with a serious expression showed up, and 2 soldiers holding semi-automatic rifles stood on his left. Director Guo, you are here. Well, there are some things that need my attention at Guangda. Lao Guo nodded at him, and pointed to Su-Yun beside him and said, Lao Zhou, do you think I need to introduce this person? The middle-aged man named Lao Zhou was not tall, and he looked serious. His face was even more serious than Cheng Kejia, whom Su-Yun had met before. Or Stinky. Su-Yun had not seen this man at the base executive meeting, but judging from the way Lao Guo spoke, the reason why this man did not appear at the meeting was probably not because of his low level, but because of the need for confidentiality. Then Lao Zhou's eyes swept over Su-Yun. Just when Su-Yun thought that Lao Zhou would let him go, Lao Zhou suddenly reached out and tore open a small scar on Su-Yun's face. A sharp pain instantly made Su-Yun grimace. Fuck, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lao Zhou carefully observed the wound under the scar that was bleeding slightly, and then lifted Su-Yun's pants to take a few glances. After confirming that everything was normal and not a disguise, he nodded with relief and made way. No problem, you can go in, Comrade Han Li. The confidentiality regulations require it. Please forgive me. Su-Yun twitched his mouth twice. I understand. Then, under the guidance of Lao Guo, Su-Yun finally entered the workshop. This workshop is about the same size as the indoor gymnasium of an ordinary high school in the future. From the outside, it looks like a warehouse with a medium volume, but the internal structure should be very simple. However, after entering the workshop, Su-Yun found that this workshop is far from being as simple as it looks. Because after entering the workshop, what appeared in front of Su-Yun was not an upward staircase or a horizontal floor, but a downward corridor. That's right, a downward corridor. In other words, the basement of this workshop is empty. Perhaps to facilitate the transportation of some materials or instruments, a very primitive elevator was installed on the side of the corridor, or it should be called a lifting platform. Then, with the help of this thing, Su-Yun and Lao Guo successfully arrived at the underground floor. This underground facility has a style that is very different from the current period. The walls are coated with a smooth soil layer that Su-Yun cannot recognize, and the floor is a standard self-leveling floor. If it were not for the lighting facilities still using some old tungsten filament bulbs, Su-Yun would even feel that he had traveled back to 2023. Then Lao Guo took Su-Yun around and finally came to a house numbered Special 01. This time, Lao Guo did not knock on the door with a certain frequency of secret code as before entering the workshop, but pushed the door directly and walked in. As the door opened, the next second, a noisy sound came into Su-Yun's ears. First, there was the crackling sound of the abacus. This irregular but very crisp sound is very conspicuous anywhere. When hearing this abacus sound, Su-Yun suddenly remembered something. In 2023, when he traveled through time, a statement can often be seen on the internet: abacus did not play much of a role in the development of nuclear weapons. This is just to highlight the arduous and outstanding work of some heroes, which is a film performance technique. This statement is simply absurd. Whether it is the memoirs of bigwigs such as Yu Min and Jin Wuxi, or the official documentaries, the abacus can be seen repeatedly mentioned. According to Mr. Yu's recollection, the more than 30 people in their light nuclear group alone consumed more than 200 abacuses in 5 years. Indeed. It is very troublesome to use abacus to calculate partial differential equations and various functions, but the question is, do they have any choice in this era? The computing power of the 103 machine is only more than 10,000 per second, and there are only 47 hand-cranked computers shared by more than 5,000 scientific researchers in the entire base. What else can they use if not abacus? It's not that the rabbits are seeking far away, but that there was only such a condition in that era. When the rabbits finally made a result, it turned out to be a chicken soup for fooling people in the mouths of some people. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Now, some people on the internet have found that the existence of the atomic bomb cannot be erased, and they have begun to do their best to downplay the hard work of those predecessors. A certain Douyin account even said that Rabbit had the most powerful computer in the world at that time. It is estimated that in a few years, there may be remarks on the internet that the rabbits used RTX 4080 while eating fish and meat to make nuclear weapons. What is outrageous is that there are still people who believe in this statement. Let's return to reality. In addition to the sound of abacus, then there are all kinds of discussions. Lao Hao, I don't have any abacus paper here, can you lend me some? Brother Chang, can you help me see if there's any problem with my result? Is there anyone who wants to go to the toilet together? Engineer Liu, is this range too large? I think 0.3324 should be enough. There are about 30 people in this room, and the area is about the same as 2 ordinary high school classrooms in later generations. This was actually the second time Su Yun had seen a group discussion. The last time was when he was calculating the wave rider in the Zuxian sword group. In fact, Su Yun had always had a puzzling question in his mind. In such a noisy environment, will the calculation result really not go wrong? At least when Su Yun was calculating the problem, he had high requirements for the surrounding environment. In some cases, he would even wear 3M earmuffs, although this thing was not very friendly to people with big heads. But at present, this environment was not a big problem for the predecessors of this era. Some people even liked this kind of noise. In this noisy atmosphere, there was a direction that was extremely conspicuous at this moment. A large group of people were gathered around a table at the right rear of the room, discussing something fiercely. From the sparse hair on their foreheads, it was not difficult to see that this must be a discussion between strong people. Then Lao Guo closed the door and took Su Yun straight to the group of people. As the distance got closer, some previously unclear conversations gradually became clearer. Lao Hui, calm down. The neutron angular flux density cannot be so low. You must have made a mistake in your calculation. I am not excited. You are targeting me. My answer is obviously correct. Lao Hui, we have known each other for so many years. Who would target you? We are obviously discussing mathematical problems. The values of the even parity spherical harmonics are clearly written in the document. Yes, Lao Hui, you are too sensitive. Yesterday you said that you wanted your son and my daughter to have a baby marriage. Don't talk about these things. Let's talk about the facts. If you mention this again, I will cut off my son when I go back. In short, when Su Yun and Lao Guo arrived at the scene, they saw this scene. About 10 researchers gathered at the table, clearly divided into 2 groups on the left and right, and Lu Guangda was surrounded in the circle with a helpless look on his face. Seeing this situation, Lao Guo immediately called out Lu Guangda's name. Guangda. Lu Guangda was originally frowning and looking at a document in front of him. He immediately raised his head when he heard it. After seeing Lao Guo and Su Yun, he was slightly startled at first, and then his eyes lit up, and he said happily, Lao Guo, Comrade Han Li. Oh, you are finally here, then, under the gaze of everyone. Lao Guo pushed Su Yun to the table like pushing a shopping cart in the supermarket, and nodded at the manuscript in front of Lu Guangda. Guangda, what's wrong? Previously, due to the need for confidentiality, Lu Guangda only sent someone to inform Lao Guo with concise content that the theoretical group had encountered some problems, which were roughly related to neutron transportation, but Lao Guo didn't know more. Lu Guang decided upon hearing this, and explained to Lao Guo, do you remember the set of foreign journals you brought back before? In it was a document that Comrade Chang Gaiao brought out from the Los Alamos National Laboratory. In addition to some important parameters, the document also described the critical state model of a steady state. Lao Guo nodded with a heavy face. Of course I remember. How could he forget this? After all, this document is a top-secret document that his best friend exchanged his life for. Then Lu Guangda paused and continued, after we translated this document, We immediately conducted a group study and discussion, and we did produce very good theoretical results not long ago. These theoretical results have pushed our research efficiency a lot, and many of the original stagnant places have begun to loosen up. It's just that when we were calculating the subsequent neutron flux density, we suddenly discovered a situation. Speaking of this, Lu Guangde looked up at Lao Guo and picked up a document from the table. According to our subsequent derivative calculations of the model, some of the calculation results are found to be obviously abnormal. Lao Guo frowned when he heard this and took the document to read it. After a while, he couldn't help but let out a light exclamation between his nose. Neutron transport equation. This is a very important module in the development of atomic bombs. Students who are atomic bombers in their previous lives should all know it. The probability of neutrons colliding with nuclei during a nuclear explosion is a very complicated process, both in application and calculation. The atomic bomb starts with bombardment and then explodes neutrons. During the propagation of neutrons, they encounter new nuclei and then emit new neutrons. These neutrons will move randomly in different directions and collide again. This process is repeated over and over again. The motion state of neutrons in each round must be mathematically accurate. To describe it in terms of a neutron that initially has a certain energy and a certain direction of motion at a certain position in the pile will move to another position in the pile later and appear with another energy and another direction of motion. This kind of motion trajectory is represented by a set of mathematical equations, which is the neutron transport equation. But the problem is that the neutron energy generated after the chain reaction is widely distributed, and it is necessary to solve the Boltzmann equation of multiple groups, and this thing has no analytical solution yet. So, it can only be discretized and then numerically solved by multiple calculation methods. The shape of the nuclear fuel in nuclear weapons is also relatively complex, so it is more difficult to solve. The computing power of later computers is strong, and Monte Carlo calculations can be used directly to calculate this problem. But in this era, we can only solve the neutron transport equation of a single group by hand, which is very troublesome. But you can't do it without solving this problem, because without a specific single solution, many application operations cannot be carried out. For example, where's the control rod inserted? How does highly enriched uranium reach the critical volume? What is the appropriate way to place the fuel? Without specific values, these things cannot be done. Therefore, when Lao Guo got the Los Alamos National Laboratory document, he was both sad and happy. Sad because the process of obtaining this document was too bumpy, and more than one comrade in arms died on the way to escort. Happy because with this document, many difficulties should be solved smoothly. But now it seems that this matter is far from being that simple. For example, the calculation manuscript in his hand is a very standard general numerical calculation process. That is, when the mean free path of the particle is very small. Under diffusion conditions, through the optical thick cell, that is, the numerical value of a module in the application process of the atomic bomb, to solve the discrete ordinate. The form of the transport equation is as follows: a plus b equals 0 here u equals x, t, where the time variable, t0, space variable, x equals x1, xn, rn. Dragon set vector, b equals b1, bn, rn. This is a fixed vector. Then on the boundary Greek letter gamma, rn xt equals 0, the initial value is given, g, rnr. Observing the above equation, it is not difficult to find that the derivative of u along a certain direction is 0. At this time, an arbitrary point, x, t, is fixed, and zs equals x plus sb, t plus s, is defined, senior. Using the equation at the beginning, we can get an expression, dzs, dz equals x plus sb, t plus s, plus utx plus sb, t plus s, 1 equals 0. It is not difficult to see from this expression. For each point, x, t, u is a constant on the straight line passing through, x, t, and in the direction of, b, 1, which is actually its initial value of t equals 0. Then add a value-added term of the diffusion equation, and it is easy to get a result in which the exponential term is a positive number of e. At least from Lao Guo's mathematical level, there is no obvious abnormality in this derivation process. But when he saw the result, he was stunned for a moment. Only at this moment. The final summation of the infinite series shows a result in which the exponential term is a negative number of e. Seeing this, Lao Guo suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Guangde opposite him. Lu Guangde helplessly spread his hands and sighed. See, isn't it strange? Lao Guo pondered for a moment, continued to flip through the manuscript in his hand, and asked, Guangde, is it possible that there was a problem with the calculation of the data from earlier? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Lao Guo finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had been arguing with everyone before became excited again. At first I also thought that there was a problem with the preset data, so I led the team to recheck it 3 times. It even took an hour of calculation time on the capital computer, but no matter how it is calculated, all the preset conditions meet the requirements of the simulation in the Los Alamos National Laboratory document, so there must be a problem with the translation of your 3 groups. Some words were translated into another concept. Bullshit. Hearing this from the middle-aged man. Another short middle-aged man, estimated to be only about 1.5 meters tall, couldn't help it either. After all, there was an outsider like Lao Guo present at this time, and some face had to be fought for. I studied in Britain, France, and the United States, and I studied applied mathematics. I can't make mistakes with my eyes closed. Don't talk about vernacular. It's authentic and elegant when translated into Wenzhou dialect. Then what do you think is going on? I'm asking you this. Throughout a long time of traveling through time, it was the first time that Su Yun saw such a heated disagreement in the base. Although Lao Guo and Lu Guangde quickly reacted and quickly asked other members of the team to separate the two and take them away to calm down. But the atmosphere of the whole scene still dropped significantly. Seeing this situation, Su Yun couldn't help but blink and said to Lao Guo, Engineer Guo, can you show me the calculation paper? Lao Guo nodded and handed the manuscript paper to Su Yun. The manuscript paper was about 0.5 centimeters thick, but Su Yun's hands had now regained some strength, so he took the manuscript paper without much effort. Although the concept of neutron transport is related to nuclear engineering, its essence overlaps with Su Yun's physics direction. Therefore, Su Yun quickly finished reading the calculation paper and had a vague idea in his mind. As expected, he took a deep breath and said to Lao Guo, Engineer Guo, I finished reading it. At this time, Lao Guo was doing calculations and trying to find the problem. Hearing this, he asked without raising his head, Oh? How about it? Do you have any ideas? Su Yun pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Engineer Guo, I wonder if you have considered a possibility. What possibility? The problem is not the translation or the calculation process, but the document itself from Los Alamos National Laboratory. Hearing this, Lao Guo suddenly stopped writing. After a moment, he suddenly looked up at Su Yun with a look of intense surprise. Zhao Han, what are you talking about? You have to know that there is no possibility that this document was deliberately leaked to us. The information in the first half of it has helped us solve many theoretical problems. In other words, this is the result of the research and development of the top team across the sea, and it has not been tampered with by anyone, and the person who made this model is Norris Bradbury, the director of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the absolute core of the Manhattan Project. He is an expert and authority in the field of nuclear weapons, second only to Oppenheimer, in the Trinity nuclear test across the sea. Bradbury was also the person in charge of the final assembly. Zhao Han, do you understand what I mean? I understand. It's an authoritative conclusion. Su Yun nodded lightly, then spread his hands. But what if the authority himself is wrong? Note, I roughly know the reason for the previous beef. The main reason is that I didn't use kitchen paper to absorb the blood. The taste is completely different after using kitchen paper. As for the students who said I was ripped off, I bought beef from Mayura, which may be expensive but the quality is guaranteed, so I don't feel I was ripped off. I occasionally entertain friends but don't eat every day. I haven't had such a treat for several years. Please give me some monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 The Authority is Really Wrong. Authority is wrong, in this secret room underground. As Su Yun said this time, it was no longer Lao Guo who was stunned, but all the project team members who were gathered around the table, including Lu Guangde and the 2 men who were on edge before. The reason was simple. Because Su Yun's words were really too impactful. The theory designed by Norris Bradbury was wrong? How is this possible? You know, Norris Bradbury was the director of the Manhattan Project appointed by Oppenheimer himself. He personally assembled the detonator of the plutonium at the center of the first atomic bomb in human history. It can be said that apart from Oppenheimer, no one understands the theory of atomic bombs better than Norris Bradbury. This is a big man who will inevitably be recorded in the history of human science. He is like a mountain in front of everyone. Anyone who sees this peak will only have a sigh of awe-inspiring, even Lao Guo and Lu Guangde. At least at this moment. The result was unexpected. Suyun, the foolish old man, suddenly jumped out and pointed at the mountain, saying that its location was wrong and it should not be there. This was obviously a very shocking statement. At this time, Suyun seemed to have a vague attitude of not stopping until he said something shocking. Facing the astonished people, he continued to speak. Engineer Guo, Director Lu, why can't authority be wrong? Admittedly, Norris Bradbury and Oppenheimer completed the Trinity and Manhattan projects, and their abilities are beyond doubt, but don't forget that this steady-state subcritical state model is only a cutting-edge theory for the research on atomic bombs on the other side of the sea, and it has not been implemented in technology, so theoretically speaking, why can't Norris Bradbury be wrong, even at this point? Suyun deliberately paused and looked around. Is there a possibility that the theory on the other side of the sea cannot be iterated in application because some of its links are actually problematic? So it can't be adapted to reality. Swish, Suyun finished speaking. The table suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This silence, in contrast to the abacus and discussion in the distance, formed an extremely subtle picture. After a long while, Lu Guangde just came back to his senses from the surprise, and looked at Lao Guo beside him. It is no exaggeration to say that Suyun's words were so impactful that they even shook their cognition. But on the other hand, it is undeniable that although Suyun's words were somewhat difficult to accept cognitively, they were indeed logically possible. According to the information actively disclosed across the sea, the Manhattan Project used an approximate solution for the neutron transport equation, that is, a parallel SN algorithm in a two-dimensional spherical coordinate system. This scheme uses a spatial angular parallel calculation that combines regional decomposition and parallel pipelines, and the parallel efficiency is about 52%. At the same time, this method has a high error rate. The higher the magnitude, the more likely it is to make mistakes, and it is bound to be eliminated. Therefore, it is the same as choosing the more difficult uranium bomb instead of the plutonium bomb. The theoretical group led by Lu Guangde rejected this parallel algorithm and prepared to come up with a new set of theories that can be used for a long time. By the way, later, Gao Lu did not raise the white flag in this regard, and also gave up the parallel SN algorithm, but John Boole took a shortcut and continued to use this method. Then, after a while, Lu Guangde took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked Suyun, Comrade Han Li, since you think there is a problem with this model, can you find out the wrong link? After all, words are not enough, and everything must be based on evidence. Suyun pondered for a moment after hearing this, and finally shook his head gently. Director Lu, I'm sorry, due to limited time, I am sure I can't find the core error for you. After all, I'm not an omniscient god or a time traveler from the future who can know everything in advance, but I can be sure that at least there must be a problem here. After that, Suyun stretched out his index finger and gently pointed to a certain area on the calculation paper. Lu Guangde subconsciously leaned over to take a few glances, and was slightly startled. High compression thermonuclear fusion zone. Suyun nodded, picked up a pen and drew a line on a parameter, and began to explain. Look here, the flow density of the collapse density is 1.533, right? Lao Guo nodded. Suyun then picked up the pen and wrote, look, let's first define a transport mean free path, insert the cosine of the average scattering angle, and the neutron will have an extrapolated distance d equals 2/3. For the reciprocal root of the characteristic coefficient, let's not talk about the specific value. The number of extrapolated neutrons must be less than the number of divergent neutrons in the central area A, so how could the calculated number be greater than 1? So it is obvious that Norris Bradbury must have underestimated a certain divergence scenario. Lu Guangde's pupils shrank immediately. It was mentioned earlier. Because this framework was calculated by Norris Bradbury. Therefore, after getting the file and translating it, Lu Guangde and others simply did a simple verification and used it directly. After all, this document has promoted the progress of many stuck projects before, And it is impossible that it is something that has been tampered with, like the gas exchange membrane. This approach is like you want to use a computer to design a physical model, and one day you happen to get a host. After preliminary testing, this host has no problems with running points, starting, surfing the internet, and downloading movies. Therefore, although you are curious about its internal structure, because the design of the physical model is important, you don't care about the specific parts and just turn it on and use it. And the link that Soo-yoon pointed out at the moment is equivalent to telling them, "Dear, there is a problem with a certain thread of the CPU of this computer. It is not deliberately tampered with by someone, but the manufacturer has made a mistake in the production link, and even the manufacturer itself may not know of thinking of this." Lu Guangde couldn't help but pick up the manuscript and pen in front of Soo-yoon and read it carefully. As we all know, the framework of the neutron transport equation is very broad, but there are not many particularly important concepts in it, only about 10 at most. Among these concepts, logarithmic energy reduction is undoubtedly a very important concept. It refers to the energy loss rate of neutrons when they move in matter, and the expression is U equals ln E0/E. E0 is the energy before neutron scattering, E is the energy after neutron scattering, and U is the logarithmic energy drop. With the concept of energy drop, we can define the average logarithmic energy drop of a certain substance. That is, the average energy drop caused by each scattering of neutrons with this atom. Greek letters I equals U2/A plus 2/3. This is an approximate calculation formula for the average energy drop, which can be used for atoms with atomic weight A greater than 10. In this way, we can calculate how many times a neutron needs to scatter on average to drop from E0 to a specified E when a material made of a certain atom is used as the bullseye. NC equals U, Greek letters I equals ln E0 ln. For example, the energy drop of a neutron slowing down from 2 MeV, average energy of fission neutrons, to 0.0253 eV is U equals ln E1/E2 equals 18.1856. Of course, the concept of energy reduction has also undergone some conceptual iterations in later generations, and is more widely used in the field of reactors. However, this concept is still very mainstream at this time, and it will not be updated until the 1980s, both at home and abroad. For a neutron with reduced energy, its life will go through two processes, slowing down and diffusion. The average time of slowing down is called slowing down time, and the average time of diffusion is called diffusion time. The neutron lifetime can be expressed as slowing down time plus diffusion time. This should be considered an addition of the difficulty of the first grade of elementary school. In other words, the time a neutron exists in a nuclear reaction can be obtained by dividing the free path by the speed of movement, that is, integrating the average energy reduction. When this step is reached, a crucial concept appears. This is also a concept that appears widely in quantum mechanics, fluid mechanics, and electrodynamics, flow density. J equals V. The so-called flow density refers to a quantity that can be used to describe the change of physical quantities in a system. From its appearance, you can see what it means: density multiplied by speed. Density represents microelement, and speed is perpendicular to the boundary of the system, which represents microelement leaving or entering the system. In nuclear engineering, take the neutron density as n, then there is the neutron flux density, which is also the neutron flow density. Neutron equals NV neutron, ms. That is, the number of neutrons passing through a unit area per second. Since the neutron flux density can measure the change in the neutron level in the system, combined with the macroscopic cross-section Greek letter sigma, it has the physical meaning of reaction probability, so the nuclear reaction rate R neutron R equals Greek letter sigma neutron, ms, can be defined. This represents the probability of a nuclear reaction, that is, how many neutrons react per unit time in an average unit volume. This concept is very simple and very easy to understand. What Soo-yoon pointed out is that the difference in the comparison of neutron density in the two steps is abnormal. I will still use an inaccurate but easier to understand example to describe this situation. Suppose your name is Li Feiyu, and you are studying in the second class of the third grade of a primary school. Your class is on the third floor of the teaching building. There are dozens of classrooms of the same type in the entire teaching building, and there is only one entrance on the first floor. Then the steps for everyone to go to class must be like this. First, go through the first floor entrance, walk along the stairs to their respective floors, and then enter their own class. That is within a certain period of time. The number of people entering the grade 3 class 2 classroom must be much smaller than the total number of people entering the teaching building from the first floor. In other words, the ratio between the two is not a certain ratio, but it must be less than or much less than 1. If a class is 50 people, there are at least hundreds of people entering the teaching building. But the framework calculated by Norris Bradbury is different. The ratio it shows is greater than 1, which is equivalent to more people entering the class than entering the teaching building, so this is obviously a problem. NR, T equals SR, T, R, T, JR, T. At a steady state situation T equals 0, then D2, R, dr2 plus second R, drr, L2 equals 0. Introduce Fick's law. So take the neutron flux density, R, T, as the function to be calculated, and rewrite the continuity equation as 1/dt equals Sha plus d4 inches right here. Lu Guangda's pen suddenly exerted force, poking a hole in the calculation paper. However, Lu Guangda, who was extremely frugal on weekdays, did not show any expression of heartache this time, but stared at the formula he calculated 1/v, t, equals Sha plus d4. This formula may look unfamiliar at first glance. But if you remove the 4 at the end, 4, I believe many smart students will recognize it. That's right. This is the starting point of all nuclear engineering, and one of the most important equations in the entire nuclear engineering physics, the neutron diffusion equation. It describes the change of neutron flux density distribution, and is a second-order differential equation in space. In some cases, it can be transformed into Helmholtz equation to obtain a wave solution. At the same time, it is a first-order differential equation in time, and can obtain a monotonic development in time. Generally speaking, for any complete framework, you can infer the correct expression of this formula from it. But the result that Lu Guangda deduced now has an extra 4. There is an extra 4 in the differential equation, and this concept will be criticized if it is explained again. In short, this is impossible in any case. You know, these derivations of the theoretical department are not all mathematical calculations. Many of the parameters they calculated come from the experimental team in the application zone, otherwise the rabbits would not have needed to build a bombing laboratory. For example, the parameters used by Lu Guangda and his team this time. Some of these parameters come from files sent back from across the sea, and the files originally belonged to some national-level experimental institutions. Some of them come from the information they brought back when they went to Russia for further studies 7 or 8 years ago, such as the Petrov reactor. Some of them come from the neutron physics laboratory of the 7th factory, which is in the workshop next to Lu Guangda and his team. Many of these data are parameters of real nuclear explosions, that is, facts that have already happened. At the very least, they are called explosion data. There are problems with the results derived from these facts, and it is obviously not the fault of the data. In other words, Norris Bradbury's framework does have some errors and omissions. These big guys on the scene are all top domestic elites, so soon, they also realized this one after another. Seeing this situation, there is no need for Su Yun to remind him again. Lu Guangda looked at everyone on the scene, showing his decisive side, and quickly gave various instructions. Zile, you lead Group 2 to recheck the problem of the average scattering angle cosine. Comrade Chen Rui, you are responsible for verifying the dimension of the diffusion length. Lao Hui, you go and calculate whether the superposition state of the eigenwave is continuous. Well, try not to introduce the effective proliferation coefficient. Laoan, you take Xiao Gao and the others. Looking at Lu Guangda who quickly entered the state, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He is worthy of being the boss of the coordination theory department. You know, in order to avoid revealing too many abnormalities. This time, Su Yun only gave an error point that seemed obvious at first glance, but actually involved a wide range of errors. There are at least 20 or 30 calculation modules radiating from this error point. The complexity is another matter. The number alone far exceeds the number of teams in this room. Unexpectedly, Lu Guangda made arrangements so quickly, and the directions mentioned were at least 80% correct. This is purely a matter of professional instinct, and it requires a very solid and rich knowledge accumulation to achieve this step. Even in the international community at this time, there are not many people with this strategic instinct. There are definitely 5 fingers, but not 10 fingers. Soon afterwards, the entire laboratory was quickly mobilized. Among them, the most excited were undoubtedly the 2 big guys who had quarreled before and their team members. That is, Hua Yun, who was the leader of the second group of the theoretical department at the time, and Ma Ruping, who was the leader of the third group at the time. Hu Yun is currently one of the few big guys in China who has obtained a doctorate in theoretical physics and functional analysis at the same time. Although he is not a member of the academic department now, he is very capable. In the field of functional analysis, he can even be said to be the first in the basin even in the country. Ma Ruping is an applied mathematics expert who graduated from Michigan State University. Because of his solid foundation in oral and written English, he is now mainly responsible for the translation of foreign journals. Although Ma Ruping in later generations was not rated as an academician, he was only an ordinary associate senior title until he retired, and it was not even officially declassified until 2022. However, he personally translated 70% of the foreign literature in the entire 596 project, which can be said to be an outstanding contribution. Previously, because they had not found the problem, Hu Yun, Ma Ruping and the team behind them were under a lot of pressure, otherwise they would not have questioned each other. This questioning was based on their confidence in their own abilities, and secondly, because the analysis of this document was too important, and no one wanted to take the blame. Now that they have found the culprit who caused them to be hacked, how can they not be excited? Therefore, soon, the entire project team stopped their work and started to do calculations. Sir, T equals Igar, T, I sir, T, I equals 1, 2, 3, Brother Wang, can you give me the file of group 3 of Mao Shuang's side, everyone? The special part is the Helmholtz equation. And the general solution is the superposition of a series of standing waves, that is, the superposition state of a series of eigenwaves. So if we want to ignore it and study the changes in time, then it is equivalent to assuming that the subflux density constitutes a whole wave in the whole process, and the changes at each point are synchronous. Then we should, Xiao Zhao, shall we go to the bathroom together later? 0.557, 0.559, 8.322, report, there is an obvious bump in the calculation process. Very good. What is the density vector? Only a rough range, it should be around 18.5 to 19.7, Abba. Looking at the lively scene, Su Yun couldn't help but cast his eyes on the paper in front of Lu Guangde again. That is, it records the English copy of Norris Bradbury. To be honest, in the future year of 2023, Su Yun did not know the existence of this document, which is the steady-state subcritical state model designed by Norris Bradbury. This is actually normal. After all, there are too many twists and turns and stories in the development of nuclear weapons. Many things have not been declassified even in 2023. Some may have been declassified, but they are not fully disclosed, and it is very complicated to query. Su Yun can only know the surface of these things, that is, many comrades have paid their precious lives to protect the smooth transportation of those foreign journals back to China. As for the general content of these journals, he can't fully understand. But on the other hand, according to some of the rabbit's later results, Su Yun can roughly compare certain situations. For example, the famous correction of the supercritical amplification effect. Su Yun doesn't know which event this was the result of, and he can't even remember who is the leader of the team that corrected it. But if one day encounters an event related to the critical adjustment error of the group parameter, then this event must be related to the correction of the supercritical amplification effect. It's like one day you traveled to a certain era, and you don't know anything about the surrounding scenery and people. As a result, someone next to you said to you, Marshall, the front is Huangguten, you can definitely guess what year it is. It's the same now. Although Su Yun didn't know the critical state model of the steady state designed by Norris Bradbury in advance. But from this error point, it is not difficult to judge that this error must be related to that thing. And if that's really the case, thinking of this, Su Yun's heart suddenly beat rapidly. Wait. If the conditions are right, it seems that maybe, we can take the opportunity to do something big again? If that thing can be accomplished, the help to the rabbits will probably not be inferior to defeating you two. Then Su Yun thought carefully about the information he learned in the future, and felt more and more that this thing was possible. Of course, this matter is of great importance and involves many aspects. The difficulty is no less than Su Yun's 50,000 words a day in the future. So how to operate it still needs to be carefully considered. At least from the current point of view. Even if Lu Guangde and others are verifying this idea still lacks a piece of the puzzle. 2 hours later, Hu Yun, who is not far away, suddenly raised his head and shouted to Lu Guangde, "Director Lu, I found the cause of the problem." Lu Guangde's expression suddenly straightened up and he quickly asked, "What's the reason?" Hu Yun quickly took the result calculated by his team to Lu Guangde and slammed it on the table. "Director Lu, look, the steady-state subcritical state model designed by Norris Bradbury is a weak field approximation, which can only play a good descriptive effect in the area where R.T. changes slowly, but look at these three sets of data. They are the experimental results of the Russian bear, the other side of the sea and our own. These results show that the source, that is, S.R.T., and the neutron flux density, R.T., will have a nonlinear interaction. In addition, in the area very close to the source, and in the area where R.T. changes drastically such as near the control rod, the changes are essentially nonlinear. In other words, Norris Bradbury across the sea used a linear equation to describe a nonlinear situation. Authority. Wrong. Note, I replaced some processes with reactor principles, and everyone understands the reason. Chapter 588, Nonlinear Neutron Transport Equation published ahead of time. In the secret room, after hearing what Hu Yun said, Lu Guangde's fair and round face, known as Dr. Dahl, suddenly showed a confused expression. What? The neutron transport equation is nonlinear? How is this possible? You know, the essence of the phenomenon of the neutron transport equation is the derivation of slowdown plus diffusion. The slowdown process can be described in terms of energy drop. The diffusion process introduces flux density. These two concepts have been mentioned before. The diffusion process is the free diffusion of large-scale thermal neutrons in the reactor, participating in the fission reaction and maintaining the operation of the nuclear reactor. This is the core and most critical part of nuclear fission, and it is also a relatively complex research object. But in the final analysis, the so-called diffusion process is still a kind of evolution of neutron distribution as the nuclear reaction proceeds. At the same time, the concept of neutron flux density, that is, flux density, has been defined above. The change in neutron density is obviously divided into three parts. First, the source produces neutrons. Second, neutrons are absorbed and consumed for fission. Finally, neutrons leak out of the system. Here we can record the source as SR-T, and the leakage as a divergence JR-T, where JR-T is the flux density of neutrons leaving the system. The nuclear reaction rate is as above or equals A. If N is used to represent the neutron density, a continuity equation will appear, nR-T, T equals SR-T, R-T, JR-T. At the same time, the flow of neutrons in and out of the system is driven by distribution, that is, determined by the gradient. JR-T equals dR-T, where D equals /3 is the coefficient, called a diffusion coefficient. It is not difficult to see from here. The neutron transport equation is obviously a linear partial differential equation. Wait. Think of this. Lu Guangde suddenly realized something, and the whole person suddenly looked at Hu Yun, the leader of Group 2. Lao Hui, you mean the neutron transport equation? There is actually a situation similar to the nonlinear Schrödinger equation. Hu Yun nodded vigorously. That's right. Speaking of Schrödinger's name, everyone must be familiar with it, the descendant of Zhuangzi in the marketing account, a well-known cat abuser. Among the many deeds of this big man, the Schrödinger equation is obviously a key point. He is a basic equation in quantum mechanics proposed by Schrödinger himself, and it is also a basic assumption of quantum mechanics. In the future life that Su Yun traveled through, many people regard it as the most important equation in modern physics, not even one. At the same time, it is also a very complex linear partial differential equation. Any atom, as long as the force field of the electron can be expressed by a central force field, its Schrödinger equation can separate variables. Therefore, in almost all situations, the Schrödinger equation is a standard linear equation. But there is a very special case. That is, when the potential field depends on the wave function, the derived Schrödinger equation is nonlinear. This situation usually occurs in plasma or optics in the application field, which is an extremely rare situation. And now, according to what Hu Yun said, if the neutron transport equation changes in a specific area, this seems to be really possible. Thinking of this, Lu Guangde picked up the file brought by Hu Yun and read it carefully. The top of the file is a report on the capillary Petrov reactor, which is also one of the only more than 10 non-cold explosion nuclear reactor center data in the hands of the rabbits. However, this report was not sent back to China by the rabbits through special channels, but a reward given by the Russian bear, 3 years ago. When Wang Gancheng was a researcher at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Dubna, Russia, he found an example of the production of anti-sigma negative hyperons from 40,000 pairs of negatives. This was also the first discovery of the antiparticle of hyperons in human history. Negative hyperons were one of the key areas that Russia and the other side of the sea were competing for at the time. Wang Gancheng's discovery gave Russia a very useful chess piece in the field of theoretical physics. Therefore, Russia gave this picture to Mr. Wang Gancheng as a reward. Of course. According to some information declassified later, this reward should be a choice made by the rabbits after internal discussions. In addition, the Russian bear also gave Mr. Wang Gancheng an invitation. As long as he changed his nationality, he could stay in Moscow forever. However, Mr. Wang finally rejected the invitation and returned to his motherland without hesitation. This is something I learned when I checked the information of this report, so I didn't write it when I introduced Mr. Wang. In that era, the shadows of these predecessors could be seen in everything. Okay. Let's return to reality. However, the data carrier on this document is not a black and white image that many people think, but a special tool in the early scientific community, paper tape. Reading paper tape was a magical skill in the 1960s and 1970s. There were a large number of top masters in China and abroad, but it is a pity that it is now almost lost. In the process of reading paper tapes, scientists will use images of numerical simulations to analyze the calculation data recorded on the paper tapes. For example, the Manhattan Project of that year. Seeberg and Lawrence were experts in reading paper tapes, and they played a key role in the development of the atomic bomb across the sea. Then Lu Guangde carefully picked up the roll of paper tape and read it carefully. Collision record number 45,242. Fission secondary neutrons take isotropic approximation. The energy range where high-order neutrons are dominant is 0.12 to 0.16, and the energy level of the monoenergetic strong neutron source is 14 MeV. V1 is 2,738 centimeters per microsecond, and the upper energy range is 42 MeV. The result is looking at it. Lu Guangde's pupils suddenly shrank. Huh? This is, only at this moment. A set of numbers was recorded on a piece of paper tape. 8.27 cap 14 GCM. And the parameters corresponding to this set of numbers clearly wrote the neutron density in the device. Then Lu Guangde stared at this set of numbers, and the whole person was silent. As we all know, the reason why the neutron transport equation can be regarded as a linear equation is essentially because the neutron density in the system is usually much smaller than the density of the nucleus. Here, the small refers to the difference in magnitude, that is, the so-called much smaller than. For example, the Earth and watermelon, and for example, people and ants. This is one of the basic physical assumptions made when deriving the neutron transport equation. And it is the foundation of all subsequent inferences. Under this assumption, we can only consider the collision between neutrons and medium nuclei, while ignoring the collision between neutrons, and finally get a linear neutron transport equation. But if the neutron density is very high, so close to the nuclear density or the two are equivalent, this assumption will naturally fail. In general, the order of magnitude of the nuclear density is usually 10.14 cap 14 GCM. Although this number is not completely consistent with the neutron density on the paper tape, there is no difference in magnitude between the two. For example, A and B, A has 1 million assets and B has 800,000 assets. You can say that A is richer than B, but the gap between the two is not big. Maybe B will catch up with A in a few months. In other words, in this situation, the neutron transport equation can no longer be regarded as a linear equation. Then Lu Guangde looked at several other sets of data one after another. Finally, it was found that the density of neutrons would increase dramatically in some special cases, approaching or even reaching the order of magnitude of the density of the nucleus. These data include a large number of institutions in the three countries of China, the United States and the Russian bear, and there is no possibility of occasional errors. In other words, the theory designed by Norris Bradbury is indeed wrong. Seeing this situation, Lu Guangde's mood suddenly became a little trance. He was not feeling sad that the project team spent a lot of time on the wrong path, but was surprised. The plan designed by the other side of the sea would actually go wrong? But soon, another question popped up in Lu Guangde's mind. The authority on the other side of the sea is also a person. Why can't there be mistakes if all the technologies have not been implemented? Let's not talk about anything else. If they are really invincible and everything is correct, would they be beaten so badly by us on the peninsula? And Wang Gancheng and Zhao Zhongjing in the base, as well as Liao Yang who is still on the other side of the sea and Lu Guangde himself, haven't they corrected a lot of wrong theories on the other side of the sea in the past? It's just that the height is not as amazing as nuclear weapons. Thinking of this, Lu Guangde couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes were no longer vague, but gradually replaced by a touch of firmness. Then he pondered for a moment, looked up at Tuo Yun, and said, Lao Hui, thank you for your hard work this time. Obviously, your verification is correct. I want to apologize to you and Comrade Roping here. Because we did not find the problem in the model before, the comrades in Group 2 and Group 3 were unreasonably criticized and pressured. As the person in charge of the project team, this is my dereliction of duty. I will take the initiative to review this matter at the next summary meeting. After that, Lu Guangde turned to Su Yun on the side, and the expression on his face softened a lot. Comrade Han Li, I also want to thank you. Not only thank you for finding the crux of the problem, but more importantly, I understand the truth. That is, although the other side of the sea has achieved atomic bomb technology, it is still far from fully understanding it. There are still many mistakes that even an authority like Norris Bradbury cannot find. This is undoubtedly good news. Which means that although we are temporarily behind, we have not been pulled so far away that we can't catch up. Maybe one day, we can surpass them. When Lu Guangde spoke, his right hand was still waving in the air a few times, appearing extremely powerful. Hearing this, Su Yun quickly waved his hands and shook his head. Director Lu, you are too kind. I just did some insignificant work. I really don't deserve the credit. If everyone is as polite as you, and always raises small things to the level of the country, then I, as a consultant, will not dare to speak easily in the future. Su Yun's words were mostly polite, but more of them were his true thoughts. After all, the concept of nonlinear neutron transport equation was originally the result of the 596 project team. According to the information decrypted in later generations, during the entire process of nuclear weapons development, the rabbits found a total of 11 mistakes made by the opposite side of the sea and the bear. Among them, there were two most important mistakes that could shake the cornerstone of nuclear engineering. The first one was the error found by Mr. Zhou Guangzhou about the energy distribution and angle distribution of secondary neutrons. It was mentioned earlier. At the beginning of atomic bomb research, the bear experts had provided some technical data related to atomic bombs. But later, when researchers used 9 calculations, a simulation method for solving equations, they found that the secondary neutron energy distribution and angle distribution indicators did not match those provided by the Russian bear. In the end, Mr. Zhou Guangzhou started with energy utilization and used the maximum work principle to prove the correctness of the results of the 9 calculations and the impossibility of the Russian bear's data. Later, according to the documents declassified by the Russian bear, it can be seen that this error was not intentional, but a major mistake made by Sakharov, the first nuclear weapon on the other side of the sea. In addition to Mr. Zhou Guangzhou, the second major error corrected by the rabbits was the nonlinear neutron transport equation. This error was corrected relatively late, and the discoverer was academician Du Xiangwen, who is still alive. Academician Du Xiangwen has currently won a special prize, a first prize, 2 second prizes in the National Science and Technology Progress Award, and more than 10 first and second prizes at the provincial level. He is also a typical wall. At that time, the rabbits had already begun to study the nuclear fusion of hydrogen bombs. As a result, the team of academician Du Xiangwen found that in actual engineering, in some places where fusion reactions are very intense, the neutron density may be greater than the nuclear density. This situation was later expanded to the field of nuclear fission, that is, the atomic bomb, which brought a comprehensive innovation to the field of neutron transport in nuclear weapons. That's right. This happened during the development of the hydrogen bomb. The rabbit's first atomic bomb had already exploded at that time. The rabbits used another approximate perturbation method on that atomic bomb, and did not involve the nonlinear neutron transport equation. How to say it from the perspective of later generations? It is better than the original linear neutron transport equation, but the improvement is indeed limited. If the linear neutron transport equation is a small electric donkey that can drive 10 kilometers, then the approximate perturbation method used by the atomic bomb can only run 15 kilometers at most. As for the conditions for the adaptation of the nonlinear neutron transport equation, it is 100,000 kilometers. This is because there are no higher-level nuclear weapons today. Wait until the 1980s. In order to have a place in IUPAP, the highest organization in the international physics community, the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, the rabbits reluctantly published this technology in computational physics, DOIS 10.19596 JKI, pages 1001 to 246x, 1984-02-010. This technology earned the rabbits a seat as vice president of IUPAP, which was held by Grandpa Zhou Guangzhou. By the way, this seat is not a face-saving project, but a very important note in the history of modern physics and the rabbits. For example, later, more than 90% of the first batch of instruments imported by domestic universities outside the Batumi Treaty took the IUPAP route. As for that paper, it was still cited until 2018. It can be said that it is an article with a far-reaching influence in the domestic physics community. It is said. It is just said. It is said that the hydrogen bomb technology across the sea today also adopted this idea later. After all, before controlled nuclear fusion thermonuclear weapons will definitely not escape the neutron transport equation. This is also the reason Su-Yun still only played the role of a porter this time. He certainly did some hard work. After all, his scars were exposed. But if you want to say how much credit he has contributed, then he really can't bear it. Indeed. As a time traveler, it is impossible not to be a porter or a plagiarist, and no one can avoid it. But after carrying the book, he is still complacent and accepts it calmly, calling himself pretending to be slapped in the face, which is another matter. Yesterday I saw a comment on a pirated book review website, saying that the protagonist is too cowardly. Even if the other party is Yumin or Jin Washi, the protagonist should pretend to be slapped in the face. It's really weird, in short. At this point, the remaining problems are very simple. Lu Guangde looked around and then said, "Okay, comrades, now that we have found the problem, we should solve it next." After that, Lu Guangde walked to the small blackboard nearby, picked up the chalk and started writing. There are many ways to solve nonlinear equations, but the most commonly used one is the perturbation method, which is to transform the nonlinear equation into a linear system of equations. In the neutron transport equation, I think the nonlinear neutron transport equation can be transformed into a coupled linear system of equations for solution. That is, add up the ones with no neutron collision, 1 collision, 2 collisions, and you can get all the neutrons. Hearing this, everyone at the scene nodded. Perturbation method. This is indeed a basic method for nonlinear equations. When Su-Yun mentioned to Jin Binqiang that the world is nonlinear, he also mentioned this method. It was introduced earlier. There are two types of reactions between neutrons and nuclei, scattering and absorption. Among them, scattering is a generalized scattering, that is, the neutrons enter and exit the nucleus unchanged, referred to as neutron out. This can be divided into two situations. The neutron did not enter the nucleus. That is, the neutron directly scattered with the nucleus, which is commonly known as bouncing off. This is obviously an elastic scattering, with both energy and momentum conserved. This scattering is also called potential scattering. Neutrons are absorbed by the nucleus, but are released again. This situation is a little more complicated. When the energy of the neutron is exactly the energy required for the nucleus to reach a certain excited state, the neutron is extremely easy to be absorbed. The knowledge of quantum mechanical energy level transitions can explain why this is the case. This process is called resonant absorption. The composite nucleus formed later releases the neutron again, and is classified as elastic inelastic scattering based on whether energy is released. The expressions for the two cases are as follows: inelastic Zax plus 0,1 NZA plus 1x, Zax plus 0,1 and elastic Zax plus 0,1 NZA plus 1x, Zax plus 0,1 n plus Greek letter gamma. That's right. Smart students must have seen it at a glance. Resonant absorption requires neutron energy, so it has the characteristics of threshold energy. In this way, the reaction of neutrons entering and neutrons leaving is a n reaction. As for absorption, it is easier to understand. To put it simply, the neutron enters but does not leave the nucleus. There are three types of reactions for this behavior. 1. Radiative capture, N, Greek letter gamma. Neutrons are absorbed by the nucleus, and the nucleus releases excess energy in the form of gamma rays to achieve a relatively stable state. Second, nuclear reactions, that is, N, P, and N, Greek letter alpha. Neutrons are absorbed by the nucleus, and the nucleus releases excess energy in the form of protons, alpha particles and other non-neutron particles to achieve a relatively stable state. In particle physics and nuclear physics, due to the quantum tunneling effect, the helium nucleus 24He can be considered as a whole, the so-called alpha particle. The third is nuclear fission. That's right, nuclear fission. That is, neutrons are absorbed by the nucleus, and the nucleus releases energy in the form of fission into multiple daughter nuclei, so that the daughter nuclei reach a relatively stable state. Although this type of reaction often releases neutrons, due to the change of the nucleus, it is still classified as a neutron absorption reaction, not scattering. But on the other hand, not all 235U absorbing neutrons will undergo fission. For example, 92-235U plus 0/1 and 92/236U, 92/236U plus Greek letter gamma is a radiation capture reaction. After figuring this out, the only thing left is to have hands. Extract N, P, and nuclear fission, and define another concept, neutron intensity I. It represents the number of neutrons passing vertically through a unit area per unit time. In this way, the number of neutrons will change during this process. They may be scattered and bounced back, unable to pass through the target. Or they may be directly absorbed by the target nucleus. Then this change is expressed as N equals Ns, where N is the target nucleus density, Ns is the target nucleus thickness. It can be seen that Greek letter sigma is a probability, which refers to the average probability of neutrons being scattered or absorbed by the target nucleus. At this point, we just need to add the calculated approximate probabilities together and take the derivative. Here, you see. The theoretical design of the atomic bomb, which is about 1 in 10,000, was easily done. Isn't it very simple? Ahem, at least it is still very simple for Lu Guangde and others. Therefore, soon, the entire project team began to calculate enthusiastically. Who can calculate the rationality of the same collision terms at both ends? Director Hu, the speed of neutrons after scattering should not produce ultra-high energy neutrons. Ux, T, equals Z0, equals ZT, equals Uxt, 0, equals GXBT. Report, the preliminary solution is calculated. MMP, is there anyone going to the bathroom together? I'm not allowed to go out alone, just like that. When the time was close to 12 o'clock in the night, Lu Guangde wrote down a final formula, Zj equals Ashtrat, +/3 equals Limmer 0 4 Darrell plus 1, or L equals Say equals S4. I was late at night reviewing the pictures and was not at work, so just read it. After writing it down, Lu Guangde wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the nonlinear neutron transport equation has finally been calculated. Note, believe me, I have written this process as concisely as possible, and there is no derivation process later. Chapter 589, the first father is inferior, the second father is equal, the third and fourth fathers can easily win. After realizing that neutron density has nonlinear conditions and deriving related equations, Lu Guangde immediately reported the news to the top management of the base. That night, the news was passed to the desks of some bigwigs in the capital. After all, this is a major project in nuclear weapons research, and it is even related to the subsequent development of hydrogen bombs. Now with a successful calculation of the equation, it means that the rabbits have found the right way in neutron transportation, and the future is smooth. Take a certain skyline as an example. The neutron transport equation across the sea is equivalent to an ordinary 2-lane road. The perturbation model that the rabbits made in history is equivalent to a 4-lane road, which is better than a 2-lane road, but the good is limited and it will be upgraded soon. The model represented by the nonlinear neutron transport equation is the final 8-lane road. Whether you want to build a high-density residential area, an industrial area or even a crematorium next, it can perfectly load all kinds of road conditions. Therefore, after receiving Lu Guangde's report, the capital immediately gave high recognition and praise to the work of the theoretical department, and instructed the base to start a new project establishment and research on related projects. Of course, at this point, Han Li no longer needed to or was not capable of intervening. The reason why he was able to find the crux of the matter this time was mainly because the neutron transport equation was so famous in later generations, and it happened to be the field of Su Yun's major. As for the subsequent calculations, he really didn't know much about them. In addition, to be honest, even if Su Yun was really capable of participating in the subsequent calculations, he probably didn't have the heart to consider them, at least at this moment. At this moment, Su Yun was in the director's office, looking at Li Ju in front of him with a confused face. "Director Li, what did you say? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Li Ju expected Su Yun's confusion, so he smiled with understanding and continued to explain. "Yes, Comrade Han Li, I came to you today mainly because I want to discuss two things with you. The first thing is related to the hospital. You have lived in the base for so long. You should know that the number of beds in the staff hospital in our base, especially the intensive care wards, is quite limited. There are only 2 in total, at present. One of the 2 wards is temporarily occupied by you, and Comrade Kiao Keihong is the special care, and the other is for a comrade who is critically ill and comatose. Now that Professor Yang Keikwa has arrived at our base, his condition is also very grim. So the organization would like to ask your opinion. Can you share a ward with Professor Yang?" After that, Li Ju looked at Su Yun nervously. As a high-standard 10,000-person base, the medical level of the 221 base is among the best in the country. After all, there are thousands of scientific researchers and a number of top domestic and even global leaders in the base, so the corresponding medical configuration must keep up. But on the other hand, the current rabbits are too poor. Therefore, even the staff hospital of the 221 base is quite stretched in terms of some top medical equipment and medicines, and can only provide single-digit resources. For example, the intensive care unit. At present, there are only 2 intensive care units in the staff hospital, because there are only 3 matching ECG monitors, one of which has its X-band used as a receiving module for meteorological Doppler satellites. In these 2 intensive care units, one is occupied by Wang Liming, the lover of Xiaomin, the director of the 17th branch, who is an explosives engineer. Wang Liming was seriously injured in an explosives accident, and Dr. Lin Yu completed the amputation of his left leg. At present, Wang Liming is still in a coma and critically ill. He also developed an infection after the operation and may stop breathing at any time. The other intensive care unit was naturally for Su Yun, who is in a state of 70% maturity. This allocation was acceptable for the past month or so, and there was no third patient who needed intensive care in the base. It was a situation of being fully loaded but not overloaded. But now with the arrival of Yang Keikwa, everything is different. Yang Keikwa, who is currently in the late stage of cancer, is in a state where he could deteriorate and die at any time, and he must be recuperated in the intensive care unit. But Wang Liming himself is still in a state of life and death, and his intensive care unit obviously cannot accommodate 2 patients who are equally critically ill. So after thinking for a while, the base set its sights on Su Yun. After all, although Su Yun's lower limbs have not yet recovered, his overall condition is no longer in danger of life. In other words, Su Yun has a demand for medical resources in the intensive care unit, but the demand is not that great. Therefore, the base came up with a solution: let Yang Keikwa and Su Yun share a room. At present, the medical resources needed by the 2 together will definitely exceed the quota, but the excess will not be particularly large. Wait a few months. Yang Keikwa's condition would most likely worsen further, and Su Yun would most likely be transferred out of the intensive care unit by then. That's why Li Ju had such a sudden attack. Opposite Li Ju, Su Yun hesitated for a moment and nodded immediately. "No problem, I have no objection, Director Li. If necessary, I can move out of the intensive care unit and give it completely to Professor Yang for treatment." Su Yun had great regrets about the death of academician Yang Keikwa in the later life. Now that they met in the dungeon, Su Yun's regret was further magnified. After all, watching a meritorious man of the Republic walk towards death step by step in front of him, any Chinese with a standard of values would not feel good. Therefore, there is a chance to reduce the pain of academician Yang Keikwa, and Su Yun naturally agrees. After all, there is the underlying logic of the halo here. He may fail in the mission, but he will never die because of an effective treatment. Seeing Su Yun's answer without hesitation, Li Ju couldn't help but clap his hands vigorously. "Okay. Comrade Han Li, thank you for your understanding. With your promise, the base's next arrangements can be more relaxed, but there is no need to give up the intensive care unit." After all, your physical condition is only relatively optimistic. Let's talk about other things after you recover to less than medium rare. Su-Yun nodded. His words were actually mainly to express his attitude. If he had the opportunity to be a patient with Mr. Yang Kekwe, he would be very happy. For example, he could ask Mr. Yang if he had any obsessions in his heart. If he had the opportunity to complete it after returning to reality, he would definitely do his best. What? You asked why academician Yang couldn't be cured and let him do it himself? Are you kidding? That's the late stage of cancer, and it's lung cancer. If this disease can be cured, Su-Yun would do it on the spot. Oh, I think I've said this before. Anyway, that's what I mean. Still chewing with black soldier fly sauce. After a while, Su-Yun thought of something again and asked Li Ju, Director Li, besides the ward, do you have any other instructions for me? Well, I don't deserve any instructions. Li Ju waved his hand very modestly, and then asked meaningfully, it's just that Comrade Han Li, aren't you the special consultant of the base now? You will definitely encounter various problems during routine inspections. Some problems require a lot of calculations, so the base leaders proposed an idea to assign you a few assistants who are proficient in mathematics. What do you think, this time? Su-Yun thought for a long time, and finally nodded gently. I have no objection, just as Li Ju said. In the context of today's era, 70% of the difficulties in nuclear weapons research lie in the theoretical level, and 80% of the difficulties in the theoretical level involve mathematical calculations. In addition to the neutron transport equation, there are also matrix points, cycles required for convergence results, the amount of fission elements, etc. Indeed, with the activation of thinking cards such as Dirichlet and Wheat, Su-Yun's mathematical level has been improved to the same level as his physical ability. But facing such a huge amount of calculation, it is obviously impossible for him to complete it alone. The derivation of the nonlinear neutron transport equation not long ago is a typical example. In the specific derivation process, Su-Yun only completed a small part of the calculation work. If we have to compare, it is definitely more than the results of any one of the Hawaiian Group 2, but at most it is only 2 people. Therefore, if there are few assistants who are proficient in mathematics around him, Su-Yun's efficiency will be higher, and it will be easier to have coincidences like this place is so strange. Then Su-Yun paused and continued to ask Li Ju, Director Li, I wonder which comrades the organization has assigned to me as assistants. Li Ju smiled at him, picked up the phone on the table and dialed the number of Assistant Zhou K. Zio Zhou, please go to the reception room and invite a few comrades over. After hanging up the phone, Li Ju did not explain too much to Su-Yun, but took the initiative to pour him a cup of tea. About 2 or 3 minutes passed. There was a knock on the door outside the house. Director, several comrades have arrived. Li Ju stood up and walked from behind the table to the entrance and opened the door. After a while, Zhou K led 4 men out of the house. Li Ju seemed to have met these 4 people before. He shook hands and greeted them one by one in a familiar manner, and then brought the 4 men to Su-Yun. After sitting down, Li Ju first patted the first man on the shoulder, and said to Su-Yun with a smile, Zio Han, this first comrade does not need me to introduce him more, right? Su-Yun was silent for a few seconds, forcibly suppressed the urge to kneel down to the boss, and nodded gently, of course I know him. Comrade Da. Da, that's right. Among the so-called math assistants arranged by Li Ju for Su-Yun, the only one Su-Yun knew was the cute round-faced boss Yu-Min. Being able to let Da be his assistant, in the future games, is like this Big Daddy +1. Then Li Ju asked Yu-Min and others to sit down, and continued, Zio Han, to be honest, Comrade Yu was not originally among our assistant candidates. After all, he is a member of the Light Nuclear Group, but after learning that the organization was going to arrange an assistant for you, he took the initiative to apply for this, and the organization also discussed it repeatedly. Finally, considering that it is difficult for the Light Nuclear Group to formally carry out theoretical analysis in the short term, we still arranged Comrade Yu to be in your assistant team. Hearing this, Yu-Min chuckled twice and scratched his hair shyly. Just as Li Ju said. Originally, Yu-Min was not the candidate expected by the organization. After all, he would have to carry out the research and development of hydrogen bombs with Chen Yankin and others. But Yu-Min's attitude towards this was very firm. In addition, although the Light Nuclear Group has now begun to prepare for construction, it is probably difficult to officially land before the end of this year. Now Yumin is a vagrant and is so idle that he has to help the calculation group. At the same time, the organization considered that Su Yun's relevant functions also included theoretical research in the light nuclear group, so it finally agreed to Yu's idea. After all, if Yumin is really needed to be responsible for a certain research, he can be transferred back. So, Su Yun's team hangs on the wall +1. Then, Su Yun cast his eyes on the other three men. It's strange to say. The appearance of these three people is quite old, middle-aged and young. The oldest man is about 50 years old, with a square face, and looks quite elegant. I don't know if it's an illusion. Su Yun always feels that the other person looks familiar, but when he recalls the specifics, he can't match it. In this case, either it's his illusion, or the other person has a certain reputation, but he is not a senior in the physics major. Next to the old man is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a slender face, a slightly pointed jawbone, a garlic nose, and small eyes but a high proportion of black pupils. Sitting next to the middle-aged man was a young man in his 30s, wearing a standard white shirt, with wide nose wings, a high and bright forehead, and his temples were trimmed with a razor to leave only a layer of fine hair. How to say it? His temperament is a bit similar to the later generation's Wei God known as Wei Donggai. But compared to the oldest old man, Su Yun really couldn't find any familiar impressions of the remaining middle-aged people or young people. After meeting Su Yun's eyes, the young man showed a more shy smile than Daewoo, and it seemed that he had just graduated from school for a few years. While Su Yun was observing them, Li Ju also spoke again. Xiao Han, you should know that the current manpower shortage of various projects in the base is very short, especially in mathematics. Due to the lack of sufficient hand-cranked calculators and the use of capital computers, each project requires a lot of manpower to complete. Therefore, this time, in addition to Comrade Daewoo, the assistants selected for you by the organization are all new comrades who have just been transferred to the base. Hearing what Li Ju said, Su Yun immediately nodded in cooperation. This time, he nodded more to cooperate with Li Ju so as not to make him feel awkward, but as he nodded, he suddenly felt something was wrong. No. If these comrades were transferred from outside the base, wouldn't it mean that the capital had already arranged an assistant team for him before today? Considering the confidentiality of personnel transfers and the time spent on the road, could it be that the capital was thinking about doing this when the U-2 was shot down? Why does it feel like a donkey working, just pulling the goods and then going to push the mill? No, it should be a coincidence. While Su Yun was thinking about it, Li Ju also said the second half of the sentence. Let me introduce these three comrades to you. This is Comrade Hua Luozheng, this is Comrade Fen Kang, and the youngest is Comrade Hua Luozheng's student Chen Jingren. Hey, Comrade Han Li, why did you fall down again? Note, there are 20,000 words in the manuscript. Next month, I plan to have an ultimate explosive update event, with a maximum monthly update target of 300,000 words. You can look forward to the event rules at 1 on the 1st. If you don't meet the target, you will still be wearing women's clothing or a vest. Chapter 590, a simple foreshadowing. To be honest, actually, after meeting the young version of Mr. Wang at the assembly side of the meteorological Doppler radar, Su Yun had a certain psychological expectation that the copy would have some special trends and meet some unexpected people. Sure enough. Later, Jin Wuxi, Sun Junren, Luo Shijin, and even Yuan Guoying and Zhou Keida, who originally did not come to the 221 base in history, were blown to Jing'an by Su Yun's butterfly wings. But Su Yun never expected it. Yuan Guoying and others were not the most outrageous group of people. Today, several mathematical masters in modern Chinese history were also blown to this grassland. Hua Luozheng, Chen Jingren, Feng Kang. Look at these three names. Any one of them is enough to make people in later generations admire and tremble. First is Hua Luozheng. The beginning of Mr. Hua's story began in 1930. At that time, Zhang Qinglei, the head of the Department of Mathematics at Shumu University, saw a paper in the magazine Science, The Reason Why Su Jiaju's solution to the fifth-order algebraic equation is not valid. The exquisite derivation process of the paper made Zhang Qinglei applaud. At the same time, judging from the paper's foundation and calculation process, this article should be written by an overseas student. However, Zhang Qinglei searched through the list of returned overseas students, but could not find the person named Hua Luozheng. So he asked in the office, who knows this Hua Luozheng? Everyone shook their heads and said that they had never heard of this person. Finally, after much inquiry, Zhang Zhongjing learned that this young man had not even finished high school. With 3 textbooks, he taught himself and published 6 articles in the magazine Science. So, Hu Luozheng was recognized by Zhang Zhongjing, and eventually he was admitted to the lecture hall of the top domestic university as a junior high school student. 5 years later, he was recommended to study abroad in Cambridge. But Hu Luozheng did not want to study for a doctorate at the time, but chose to study as a visitor because being a visitor can break free from constraints and study 7 or 8 subjects at the same time. He believes that academic qualifications are not important, what is important is knowledge. This decision also left Hu Luozheng with an interesting story that people talked about with great relish in later generations. This great mathematician only had a junior high school diploma. In the next 2 years at Cambridge, Hu Luozheng wrote 20 papers, among which a theory he proposed was named Hu's theorem internationally. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, Hu Luozheng, who was a professor at Princeton and treated for a leg injury, resolutely returned to China. The open letter to all Chinese students in the United States was written by him. Indeed, due to various reasons, Hu Luozheng's achievements in mathematics may not be considered the best in the world. For example, he has made great achievements in multi-complex functions, but he is still a long way from the Fields Medal. However, for Chinese people, Mr. Hu Luozheng's contribution deserves to be ranked among the top in the history of mathematics. Because he is the founder of many mathematical fields in China, he is a standard pioneer, which is not comparable to a certain achievement or theorem in mathematics. Mr. Hu Luozheng first did basic mathematics, pure mathematics, and later, similar to Jin Wuxi, he switched to applied mathematics due to national needs. Then he entered the field of computational mathematics, and finally opened up the road of the foundation of Chinese management science and economic theory. In a sense, as long as you have experienced 9 years of compulsory education, you are considered a disciple of Mr. Hu Luozheng. So just like Lu Guangde. Perhaps thousands of years later, not many people in other countries in the world know the names of Lu Guangde and Hu Luozheng. But for any Chinese, they are ancestors who must be engraved in their blood and remembered and admired. In addition to Hu Luozheng, the remaining Chen Jingren and Fen Kang are also top mathematical masters in China. Of course, when mentioning Chen Jingren, we have to mention another concept first, Goldbach's conjecture. With the publication of Sukai's reportage Goldbach's conjecture has long been a household name in China. But in fact, Goldbach's conjecture consists of 2 parts. 1. Every odd number greater than 7 can be written as the sum of 3 prime numbers. 2. Every even number greater than 6 can be written as the sum of 2 prime numbers. At the same time, from the statement of the entire conjecture, if the second part is correct, then according to the formula n equals n3 plus 3, it can be directly obtained that the first part is also correct. Therefore, the second part is called the strong Goldbach conjecture, and the first part is called the weak Goldbach conjecture. Among them, the first part of the Goldbach conjecture, also known as the weak Goldbach conjecture, was completely solved by Harold Hofgut, a researcher at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris in 2013. The best result of the second part of the Goldbach conjecture is currently called Chen's theorem. That's right. This part of the result was proved by Chen Jingren. As for its significance, it was mentioned a long time ago, so I won't go into details here. In other words, Chen Jingren did not prove the Goldbach conjecture, but Chen Jingren's derivation is currently recognized as the result closest to the strong Goldbach conjecture. At the same time, Chen's theorem also blocked the road of triangles and valuations, and the same idea could not solve 1 plus 1. This problem is also one of the most popular areas for folk scientists in later generations. When Su Yun was writing novels in later generations, some people even claimed to have proved the 1 plus 1 part and hoped that Su Yun could submit the calculation process. At that time, out of curiosity, Su Yun also asked about the derivation process. Then the great god gave a lot of warnings, such as I have evidence, don't try to steal my results and publish them. After that, he sent a photo of a standard A4 paper, about half of the page is the derivation process. That's right. The derivation process of proving 1 plus 1 only took up half a page of A4 paper. This was probably the most explosive news Su Yun had seen at that time, which was more explosive than fried noodles with chicken essence. If Goldbach or Euler were still alive, they would probably be able to revive you directly. In short, Li Zhang and Chen Jingren, the master and apprentice, should be the top generation of mathematical inheritors in China. Of course. The remaining Fenkang is also extremely awesome. For example, in the mathematics world of later generations, you often see a question, who is more capable, Chen Zixin or Li Zhang? But in fact, if this issue is discussed in the field of computational mathematics, then the one who is capable of benchmarking Chen Zixin should not be Li Zhang, but Fenkang. Fenkang is the founder and pioneer of Huaxia computational mathematics research, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the founder of the Computing Center of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. His research on symphonic geometry algorithm of the Hamilton system won the first prize of the National Natural Science Award, and his computing ability is one of the best in the history of modern mathematics. Many people in later generations hanged themselves on the high tree in college, and many of the teaching plans came from Fenkang. In short, Li Zhang, Chen Jingren and Fenkang. These big guys are all top scholars that Su Yun needs to look up to. Now they and Yumin are actually going to be his assistants? Isn't this equivalent to 4 S-League FMVPs playing 4-1 for themselves? More importantly, Yumin is good at differential equations. Chen Jingren is familiar with constant estimation research. Li Zhang is currently focusing on applied mathematics. Fenkang is proficient in computational mathematics. These 4 directions are exactly the same as what Su Yun thought of before. Of course. The complexity of that matter is far beyond all the work Su Yun has done so far. Even with 4 top math masters now, it is still not enough. For example, that problem is difficult to solve. Right? But anyway. With the help of these 4 masters, some of Su Yun's previous ideas can be put on the agenda. If you insist. At this time, Su Yun's confidence in that matter is at most 10%, but now it has increased to 16.879%. And just as Su Yun was thinking, Li Ju opposite him said again, Xiao Han, Professor Li Zhang and Comrade Chen Jingren are now researchers at the Huaxia Institute of Computational Mathematics. In addition, Professor Hu is the Vice President and Department Head of USTC. Comrade Fenkang specializes in computational mathematics. Part of the previous analysis of meteorological Doppler radar information data was completed by Comrade Fenkang. These 3 comrades, together with Dayu from our base, should be enough to solve most mathematical problems, so you can feel free to raise any ideas you have. Several comrades are elites who have been screened. You don't have to worry about their awareness. Hearing this, Su Yun could only put on an expression as if they were meeting for the first time, and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, comrades. I am Han Li, you are all my elders, just call me Xiao Han. Li Zhang was the oldest among the group and had a vague sense of leadership. Seeing this, he took the initiative to help Su Yun up from the ground. Comrade Han Li. Oh no, I should call you Xiao Han, right, Xiao Han, we can address each other casually. For example, you can call me Lao Hu and Fenkang Lao Feng, but we still have to distinguish between the primary and the secondary in our work. If you need any help from us, just ask. You are a leader at work, so don't worry about the so-called hierarchy. We are all comrades. Fenkang, Dayu and others on the side also nodded. Most people's thoughts these days are very pure. As long as you have the ability, age is not a big problem at all. For example, there were several old experts in their 50s and 60s in Yumin's team later. But everyone still listened to Yumin's instructions. Seeing everyone cooperate so well, Su Yun's nervous mood finally relaxed a lot. Then he took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and said solemnly, Professor Hu, you have just arrived at the base, so you should rest for a while and adapt for a few days before starting work. But now we are in a hurry, so I have a shameless request, hoping that you can help me. Li Zhang and his friends looked at each other and then straightened up. Although no one spoke during the process. But their actions at this time clearly showed their attitudes. Just speak up. So Su Yun also sat up a little straight and said to Li Zhang, Professor Hu, I wonder if you have any understanding of the numerical approximate solution to the variational problem. Numerical approximate solution to the variational problem. Li Zhang was slightly startled, and then nodded. I know a little, as everyone knows. In calculus, there are 3 concepts, differential, difference and variation. Differential refers to how much the function f(x) changes when the independent variable x changes a little, that is, dx. Difference can be regarded as a discretized differential, that is, I. When the change is very small, it is approximately regarded as di. The concept of differential is relatively elementary, and you should have been exposed to it a lot in high school. As for variation, it is relatively complicated. It is a differential on infinite-dimensional space, and later generations also called it Frechet differential. This thing is actually a copy of differential in infinite-dimensional space. Ahem, generalization. When Frechet differential acts on functional, it is called variation. The so-called functional. It maps the function space, infinite-dimensional space, to the number field, that is, mapping a function to a number. For example, there are countless paths from point A to point B, and each path is a function, right? These countless paths, each function. That is, the length of the path is a number, right? Then you choose the shortest or longest path from these countless paths, which is the problem of finding the extreme value of the functional. The independent variable of the function space is called the variable, independent variable function. When the variable changes a little bit and causes the functional value to change, this is actually variation. It is very simple and very easy to understand. In this era, there are two types of numerical approximate solutions to variational problems. One type is to replace the differential quotient with the difference quotient in the energy expression, thus obtaining the form of difference. This is also a type of difference format given to the variational principle, first seen by Euler, and later by Kuran, Friedrich, Lewandowski, not the one who plays football, etc. Another type of approximate solution is the Ritz-Galerkin method, which is to restrict the variational problem to a limited dimensional subspace for solution. Suyun then paused, organized his words, and said, "Professor Hu, since you know something about this, I will go straight to the point. Among the two current variational methods, the numerical approximate solution of the first type of variational problem is relatively inefficient and has not received much attention for a long time. The second type of method has been widely used because it has a more distinct feature: it can better maintain the characteristics of the problem. However, its disadvantage is that it is more difficult in the case of complex coefficients and is not general and flexible enough. Although it is relatively complete in theory, it is difficult to verify the convergence conditions in specific cases. Nowadays, with the increase in computational requirements, the second method has gradually become inefficient, and it can even be said to be a bit behind. Yes, after hearing Su Yun's words, Hu Luozheng showed a trace of emotion on his face, sighed slightly, and said, "Xiao Han, you are right. The current numerical approximate solution of variational problems is indeed more complicated, so now in order to pursue sufficiently high accuracy, most of us can only take the differential approach. In fact, this is also the case abroad. In the long run, our computational efficiency has been greatly affected, and to be honest, there are still a lot of negative feedback from everyone." Hu Luozheng finished speaking. Feng Kang, Chen Jingren and even Yu Min all nodded. Just as Hu Luozheng said. At present, almost all conservation principles or variational principles are solved by differential methods at home and abroad. Generally speaking, the advantages of differential methods are that they are universal, simple, and can sometimes achieve high accuracy. The disadvantages are that they are easy to fall into blindness, and the physical and mathematical properties are poorly maintained. For example, when differentiating self-adjoint problems, without special consideration, the discrete matrix is often asymmetric, resulting in distortion of the solution and difficulty in solving. It is difficult to handle complex internal and external boundary conditions, irregular coefficients and geometric shapes, irregular grids, irregular solutions, singular discontinuities, etc., and it is not easy to unify. However, the variational method is so bad that the industry can only temporarily use the outdated differential method. However, what surprised Hu Luozheng was that Su Yun did not follow up with his words, but raised another question. In that case, Professor Hu, I wonder if you have considered optimizing the numerical approximate solution to the variational problem. Optimizing the solution? Hu Luozheng's very kind face was slightly startled at first, and then he quickly nodded, but his tone was still very light. Of course we tried to optimize it. After all, this is an important direction for the application of mathematics, but unfortunately we tried several times and failed in the end. In addition, as far as we know, countries such as Japan, across the sea, and Germany are also working on these aspects, but without exception, they all ended in failure. After saying that, Hu Luozheng suddenly realized something, looked at Su Yun again, and asked, "Why, Xiao Han, you asked this question?" Do you have an optimization plan in this regard? Yes, Su Yun frankly admitted Hua Zhang's doubts and explained, to be honest, what I want to ask you is to come up with a new set of numerical approximate solutions to variational problems. Hua Zhang's breathing suddenly stagnated, and Chen Jingren and Feng Kang beside him also faintly heard a noticeable inhalation, but they seemed relatively calm. After a few seconds, Hua Zhang came back to his senses and leaned forward slightly, asking, "What about the idea?" "Xiao Han, what is the specific idea?" "The idea." Su Yun first glanced at Feng Kang beside him calmly, then retracted his gaze and picked up paper and pen from the table. "Professor Hua, I'll be honest with you. This idea is also an essay I saw in a book in the Cambridge Library. I don't know whether it is true or not. You just listen to whether it is feasible. Its general content is that if the reasonable kernel of the Ritz method is adopted, but the special functions in classical form are abandoned and replaced by grid functions as coordinate functions, another type of difference format based on the variational principle can be obtained, then set it as a planar bounded and connected open domain, equals. In order to mesh, first make an approximation domain, whose boundary is a broken line loop, then replace the solution function class 12, in the continuous model, or its subset with a finite-dimensional subspace, or its corresponding subset, and calculate the energy expression, and other solution conditions in the discrete space. Shashasha, Su Yun wrote and drew on the paper, and soon the only sound in the room was the rustling of the pen tip. As the content on Su Yun's paper increased, Hua Zhang and Yu were more and more surprised, and the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter, as if they had seen some kind of treasure. Li Ju, a retired soldier, became more and more confused, his scalp itched, his eyes were empty, and he was left in infinite terror. At least a fourth-level gene lock was opened. More than 10 minutes later. Click. Su Yun gently put down the pen and said to Hua Zhang and others, "Professor Hua, these are the general ideas, and I'm not sure if it's okay." As a result, he didn't finish the last word okay. Click. Hua Zhang slapped the table hard. "Great, so great, starting from bounded linear forms, based on the unique solvability of the Higgs space, in the end, just derive the solution conditions. Old Feng, what do you think?" Feng Kang, who was beside Hua Zhang, touched his chin when he heard this. This usually quite steady man also gave a rare judgment at this time. "Professor Hua, I have no objection. This idea is really too sophisticated, and I don't know which genius came up with the inspiration. I really want to meet him." Looking at Feng Kang with a sigh on his face, Su Yun sighed slightly in his heart. "Academician Feng, it was not someone else who came up with this idea, but you." "That's right." What Su Yun commissioned Hua Zhang and others to study this time was exactly finite element. When I introduced Feng Kang above, there was a sentence that I didn't finish. That is, compared with a Hamiltonian system symplectic geometry algorithm that once won the first prize of the National Natural Science Award, Feng Kang's more outstanding achievement is that he invented the finite element technology independently of the West. The idea of finite element is actually to divide a complex continuum into a finite number of simple discrete units. Then use mathematical methods to solve the physical quantity of each unit, and finally obtain the physical quantity of the entire continuum through combination or interpolation. The derivation of finite element is generally divided into the following steps. Establish a differential equation model to describe the physical behavior of the continuum. Then select the appropriate unit type, such as line unit, surface unit, volume unit, etc. Divide the continuum into a finite number of units, and determine the nodes and degrees of freedom of each unit. Then select the appropriate shape function to describe the distribution of physical quantities inside each unit, such as displacement, temperature, stress, etc. Then use the variational principle or weighted residual method to transform the differential equation model into a set of algebraic equations, that is, finite element equations. Then solve the finite element equations to obtain the physical quantity value of each node. Finally, the distribution of physical quantities inside each unit and the entire continuum is obtained by interpolation or post-processing methods. The originator of finite element technology in the West is R. Clough, who proposed the terminology of finite element last year. However, the actual implementation of this technology and its publication in a paper is actually later than the time of its proposal. It will not be published until November next year in the International Bulletin Realm. In this paper, R. Clough conducted a finite element analysis of the Norfolk Dam in Arkansas, and accurately predicted the location and size of the cracks in the dam through calculations, which was consistent with the cracks experienced during the construction of the dam. So Arcluf became a fire instantly, and his business was crowded in a short time. But in fact, at about the same time when Arcluf proposed the concept of finite element, someone in China independently proposed finite element technology, and the core logic was completely different from that of Arcluf. And this person is Mr. Fenkang. At the same time, it is worth mentioning that the finite element invented by Mr. Fenkang is not only applicable to concrete structures, but also to the study of thermoviscoelastic finite element. The West did not reach this level until 8 years later, which is 4 years after Fenkang published his paper. Unfortunately, due to the obvious gap between the domestic and international research at that time, Mr. Fenkang's article was not taken seriously. He only received a second prize in the National Science and Technology Award. Of course. Objectively speaking, Mr. Fenkang's finite element technology can only be regarded as independently developed in the West. If he is said to be the pioneer, it would be a bit distorted. After all, Arcluf proposed the concept 5 years earlier than Fenkang, and produced the actual paper 2 years earlier. But in any case, Mr. Fenkang deserves to be called the founder of the finite element field. By the way, when people in later generations mention the Chinese scientific community, there will often be a voice, "Your country is so boastful, how many foundational theories of science and engineering do you have? Here are a few of them, so you can just turn your head when you encounter this kind of question next time." Shenlevji density functional calculation of self-consistent field equations. Shenlevji is from Hong Kong. Li Yang phase transition theory, Sung Dao Li and Chen Ning Yang. Zhu Nakamura theory, Zhao Yuan Zhu, now a professor at South China Normal University. Lip correlation functional, Y is Wei Tao Yang, from Zhongzhou. X3 lip functional. X is In Su from Fudan University. M06 functional, the original developer is Yan Zhao, and the subsequent evolutionary developer is Iohe. Scam functional, the developer is Jian Wei Sun's pseudo-bond method for simulating enzyme catalysis, Wei Tao Yang, Ying Kai Zhang. Tang A. Qing molecular and harmonic vibration Hamiltonian, Shoujing Wang, proposed in 1929. Its theory for calculating free energy, Yi Qin Gao. And the coupled perturbation equation in quantum mechanics, proposed by Meng Shuangpeng, the current deputy director of the base. Someone asked me that question on Bilibili a few days ago, and I was blocked after I replied like this, haha, not understanding something and not having it are two completely different concepts. The population base of China's scientific research circle is here, and there are certainly chaos, but if it is said that they are all empty-handed and talk about personal relationships, then it is purely anti-intellectual. It is still the same old saying that has been said countless times, there are only dozens of academicians on the internet, including those who are caught in rumors and smeared. Even if they all have problems, there are more than 1,700 academicians in the two academies. How many people who do practical things have been inexplicably turned into termites by AOE? Is the aircraft carrier launched fake? Is there someone pumping air in the WS-15 of the J-20? Okay. Let's return to reality. In short, Mr. Fenkang's independent derivation of finite elements in later generations is recognized both at home and abroad, so Su Yun did not have the idea of rectifying it like Yang Wei's triangle. In addition, to be honest, Su Yun actually had a good impression of Arcluf. After being elected as a foreign academician of China, this old man did not have much business in China, but he donated money to the whole project for 20 years, tens of thousands of dollars every year. The year he stopped donating was not because he did not want to donate, but because he died. But there was no way. Finite element is related to his next plan, and it is an indispensable and important part. Therefore, he could only say sorry to Mr. Arcluf and let the finite element come out in advance. According to the development of this copy now, once the finite element technology appears, there should be no problem of information transmission barriers between China and the West. It will be a technology developed by the Chinese. Of course. In any case, Arcluf's contribution as a concept proposer is not less. He can leave a name in the history books, and he will not be as miserable as Röntgen in the 1850 copy, who was killed by the Minotaur at the age of 7. Su Yun looked up at Luojing and asked, Professor Hu, if this idea is feasible, how long will it take you to solve the differential format of the variational principle? When it comes to the specific implementation time, Hulu Zhang's expression became much more serious. He pondered for a moment, turned around and discussed with Dao Fenkang and others for a few words, and then gave a reply. As for time, Zhao Han, you have to be mentally prepared. Even with the help of the basis mathematical group, this matter may not be so easy. After all, if I am right, your plan should not be the final form, right? Based on the approximate properties and the heavy algebraic form, your final idea should be related to computers. Su Yun blinked, and after coming to his senses, he gave Hulu Zhang a thumbs up. Professor Hu, your vision is beyond words. That's it. Yes, my final idea is to apply this logic to computer calculations, and then neither boundary conditions nor discrete models will be a problem, so you have to give me a short time, otherwise some things may not wait. Looking at Su Yun, who has become a stressed boy, Hulu Zhang pondered for more than 10 seconds, and finally stretched out 4 fingers. Su Yun frowned immediately when he saw this. 4 weeks? Professor Hu, this seems a bit long. Unexpectedly, Hulu Zhang immediately shook his head and denied. Zhao Han, you misunderstood. The 4 fingers on my finger are not 4 weeks, but it means 4 times the donkey goes around in circles, which is 4 days. 4 days. The moment he heard this word, the second half of Su Yun's words were stuck in his throat, and his mouth opened into an O shape. What the hell? 4 days? He subconsciously wanted to tell Hulu Zhang how much calculation they were going to design, but before he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that this was a math team composed of Dao, Fenkang, Chen Jingren and Hulu Zhang. Among them, Dao and Fenkang, 2 middle-aged men in the prime, can be regarded as absolute sharp blades in the field of computational mathematics, and can be said to be invincible. In the future, it is equivalent to the Messi and Ronaldo in the football field, and there is a gap of almost a generation between them and the teams behind. Even Chen Zhongxin, who is now staying on the other side of the sea, is probably still inferior to the 2 of them. After all, Chen Zhongxin is over 50 years old. Even if it is out of the Chinese category, there are not many people in the world who can compete with him in terms of computing power. After all, it is still the same sentence, the hydrogen bomb greater than the calculation is right there. You can either admit that there is time and space travel, or you can only say that it is greater than the awesome one. And with these few people hanging on the wall, 4 days does not seem so difficult to accept. Once the calculation process has a result, the rest is the compilation time on the computer. Nowadays, the difference between the domestic computer level and the international level is not that big. There are also several big guys like Wu Jiqing in the Computer Institute. If it doesn't work, Su Yun can still talk a little bit. Zhao Kai is not considered a Kai. In this way, Su Yun's plan seems to have the possibility of being realized. If so, it would be a lot of fun. After all, Su Yun didn't even have the slightest confidence that the plan could succeed. Thinking of this, Su Yun couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked up at Hulu Zhang. Professor Hu, in this case, the mathematical deduction process is completely up to you. I'll wait for your good news in 4 days. Hulu Zhang patted his chest heavily and said, Zhao Han, don't worry, I will complete the task. At this point, Li Ju's conversation with Su Yun was almost over. Then Su Yun took the initiative to say goodbye to Li Ju and followed Qiao Keihong back to the hospital for rehabilitation. That afternoon, Su Yun's intensive care unit was integrated and Yang Kekwa was placed in the ward for monitoring. Roommate +1. Then a day later, Lao Guo brought another piece of news. The first batch of black soldier fly larvae collected on a large scale will arrive at the base in the afternoon. Note, I'll be writing all night, and I'll update 10,000 words. I'll continue to write for another 6 days. If you have a guaranteed monthly ticket, please vote. This month's monthly ticket is very important. Please give me a helping hand. Chapter 591 Nutrition Intake Problem Solved. The next afternoon. Plant Area 11 of the 221 base. As mentioned earlier, among the 18 branches of the base, 3 plants are involved in the handover of materials with the outside world. They are Plant Area 2, Plant Area 11, and Plant Area 12. The situation of Plant Area 2 is quite special. It is a part-time situation, most of the time. It is mainly responsible for the development of high-energy explosives, production tests and the overall assembly of future nuclear weapons. It is a standard scientific research center. However, due to its geographical location and excellent road conditions, Plant Area 2 will also be responsible for the transportation of some materials that require vehicles during some business hours. For example, the food, periodicals and Suyun 70% cooked that Lao Guo and his team brought back were from Plant Area 2. But Plant Area 2's part-time job is just that. When encountering materials that really need to be transported by train, the base's handover location is still at Plant Area 11 and Plant Area 12, which have regular platforms. The difference between the two branches is that Plant Area 11 is a dangerous goods platform, while Plant Area 12 is an ordinary material platform. Of course. To be precise, the dangerous goods here should be sensitive items, not just flammable and explosive chemical products, etc. For example, some precision instruments, some experts from outside, such as Jin Washi and others, are all transported to the 11th branch to get off the train. Another example is the express delivery of black soldier fly larvae to be delivered today. At this moment, a large group of people have gathered at the platform of the 11th factory. Among them are base managements such as Li Ju and Lao Guo, as well as young workers of the sideline team such as Zhou Xiaoping and Zhang Zhongjing, and the party of spectators such as Su Yun. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, which happens to be the hottest time period of the sun. So many people who have just finished work and have not taken a shower gathered outdoors. To be honest, the smell is a bit strong. However, everyone doesn't care about it at all. Even Su Yun, who came from the future, has no reaction. After all, his nose is almost burned like Voldemort, and he can't smell much. At this time, everyone's eyes are locked in the southeast direction of the platform. That is, the direction of Shenzhou, the capital of Zhehe province. After a while, Xiao Zhou, Li Ju retracted his gaze from the distance and asked his assistant Zhou Ke, "How long has the train been on the way out?" Li Ju didn't like the feeling of a watch chain on his wrist, so he seldom wore a watch. He would always ask Zhou Ke for the time. Zhou Ke turned his wrist neatly and reported a time. "Director, it's been about 3 hours since we left." Li Ju nodded and asked again, "What about the breeding room?" Zhou Ke wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "There's no problem with the breeding center. Comrade Gongbu and Director Liu had already vacated the place the day before yesterday, otherwise they wouldn't have transported the black soldier flies here today." Li Ju was silent for a moment, and finally exhaled a breath of turbid air. "This Lao Zhou, this is a surprise attack." The Lao Zhou mentioned by Li Ju is not a member of the base, but the head of Shenzhou or, to be more precise, the Zhehe Province Confidentiality Front. About 2 days ago, Guangbu and others from the animal husbandry team worked with Liu Yaochen to finally build a breeding room for black soldier fly larvae. Li Ju and others routinely reported the situation to the capital, and hoped that the capital would send follow-up instructions. But the capital remained silent for 2 days. Li Ju even suspected that something unexpected had happened. For example, when the black soldier flies were caught, they all flew away. Then this morning, Lao Zhou from Shenzhou suddenly sent a secret report. "The first batch of black soldier fly larvae will arrive at the base this afternoon." So, the base hurriedly prepared for the handover. Although the whole process did not go wrong, it was somewhat embarrassing. Woo 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 woo, and soon after Li Ju asked the time. On the railway not far away, there was a sound of a train moving. "The train is coming," someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone at the scene just came back to their senses, as if they had just woken up from a dream, and all of them rushed to the edge of the platform. "The train is really here. This thing is much bigger than the commuter train in our base. Not only is it big, it's also much thicker. Look at the circle outside, it's really black, it's really slow." Then, under the gaze of everyone, this round-headed train, which is rare in later generations, slowly stopped by the platform while spewing black smoke. After a while, crash, the first carriage of the train was opened from the inside, and a man walked out of the car first. This man was about 40 years old, wearing a gray cadre suit, not tall, but very bloated. You know, in this era, due to the shortage of materials, fat people are still rare. For example, last year, the Workers' Daily published a report that among the more than 4,000 people in a state-owned mine in Sichuan province, only 6 weighed more than 150 kilograms, although I don't know what the purpose of doing and publishing this kind of statistics is. After seeing this person, Li Ju, who had been waiting here for a long time, stepped forward and hit the other man's shoulder hard, scolding him with a smile. "Good old Joe, you have gained weight after not seeing you for a few months. You look like you weigh 180 pounds, right? Why, Lao Guo, I and other comrades are suffering in Jinantan, and you are enjoying the good life in Shenzhou." Li Zhu had just finished speaking. The fat man named Lao Zhou immediately pulled out a bitter smile and shook his head repeatedly. Lao Li, don't smear me, don't you think about it? If I eat fish and meat every meal for personal enjoyment, the organization will still let me be responsible for confidentiality in Shanzhou. Yes, I have gained a lot of weight, but it has nothing to do with a good life, it's all caused by pressure. Look, if you don't believe me, look at my arms and stomach, they are all puffy. Hearing this, Li Zhu also restrained his original smile and patted his shoulder with some emotion. The classmates who are fat should all know. In addition to excessive nutrient intake, stress is also one of the reasons why a person may gain weight. When people are under great stress, the body's secretion will be disordered and metabolism will slow down. At the same time, a substance called cortisol, which is a stress hormone, will be produced. Cortisol will increase plasma cholesterol, activate esterase under the skin of the limbs, and promote the decomposition of subcutaneous fat. The decomposed fat. It will be redistributed on the face, upper chest, neck and back, abdomen and buttocks, forming centripetal obesity. A certain kind of, note that it is in a certain sense. The reason why many decadent people are called dead fat oticus has a lot to do with cortisol. In later generations, there is also a professional term in this regard, called stress obesity. Obviously, this old Zhou who was teased by Li Zhu belongs to this kind of situation. Then Lao Zhou looked up and looked around, patted his puffy belly gently, and said to Li Zhu, speaking of which, Lao Li, I'm so fat now, all thanks to you. Li Zhu was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, we, of course. Lao Zhou casually nodded his chin towards a certain direction in the sky and said, didn't you shit down 3 U2s some time ago? The other side is still in the dark, they know that something must have happened to these 3 U2s, and most of them are in serious danger, but they know nothing about the specific process and reasons, so in the past period of time, our Zhe and neighboring Longyao have almost become enemy spy regiment construction areas. They pop up like cockroaches, and we can't get rid of them even if we fight them, as he said. Lao Zhou suddenly thought of something, pointed at the train beside him and said, and the black soldier fly larvae sent this time. Lao Li, do you know why the organization didn't notify you in advance? The reason is that there are too many enemy spies in the West Sea during this period. In order to keep it secret, the scope of people who know the situation must be limited. Later, the capital discussed it and decided that since your breeding room has been completed, why not notify anyone in advance? This way, it will be more stable. Li Zhu was stunned. Oh my goodness. So this is what happened. He was wondering why the organization would launch a surprise attack. It turned out that the enemy spies began to react to the loss of contact with you two recently. I remember that Yi Dezhang told him about the butterfly wing storm a few days ago. Could this be one of them? Then he looked Lao Zhou up and down again, and patted his shoulder for the second time. Lao Zhou, you have worked hard. Hey, what's that? Lao Zhou waved his hand indifferently, looking very free and easy. If you can shit down 3 more U2s, let alone gain 20 pounds, I don't mind if you grow as big as ears. What a pity, I was not there when the U2 was shot down, and I missed that good show, otherwise I could brag about it to my grandchildren in the future. Li Zhu's face was originally a little sullen, but he was amused by Lao Zhou's words. Aha. Fight 3 more fights, that's probably not possible. Don't forget, there's only 1 U2 left on the other side, and I guess they don't have the courage to come to the mainland, so Lao Zhou, if you want to see us shoot down 3 more U2s, I guess it's impossible. Lao Zhou was stunned when he heard the words, and after he came to his senses, he also laughed. That's true. I guess even if the other side wants to come again, it's unlikely that the other side of the sea will send them another plane. It seems that I will never have the chance to see the U2 being shot down in my life. By the way, I heard that there is a very magical axe in your base. Do you think it is possible to make a wish in the opposite direction? Li Zhu, Lao Zhou's last words were obviously just a joke. So soon, his expression returned to normal again. Okay, Lao Li, let's stop chatting here, talking about business. Lao Zhou's whole momentum changed instantly, and his eyes became sharp. The mission is special. Now we should start handing over this batch of goods. Li Zhu's expression also condensed when he heard this, and he pretended to listen. Look, then Lao Zhou pointed to the back half of the roundhead train he was riding on and introduced, this train has a total of 6 carriages except for the coal burner. The first and last carriages are used for passengers, and the middle 4 carriages are used to hold cargo. According to the news from the capital, This batch of cargo contains about 70,000 adult black soldier flies and 150,000 black soldier fly larvae. Both types of insects were placed in closed but breathable wooden boxes using moist soil and alfalfa. It has been about 5 days since they were successfully captured. Among them, adult black soldier flies need a certain amount of space to move around, so the specifications of the wooden boxes are 1x1x0.25. There are about 1,000 adults in each box, which is 75 boxes. The activity of the larvae is low, and the activity of some eggs is even zero, so about 3,000 larvae can be placed in one box. So although the number of larvae is more than that of adults, the number of boxes they carry is less than that of adults, with a total of only more than 50 boxes. After hearing what Lao Zhou said, Han Li, who was just pushed to Lao Zhou by Lao Guo, also nodded subconsciously. The larvae of black soldier flies are somewhat similar to mealworms. They are a species that can be cultivated at a high density and can be tossed around. Students who have been fishing in this life should all know this. Mealworms are a magical tool for making nests, especially for fishing for black bass. Bah, I was wrong. The density of mealworm colonies is very high. Generally, if a wash basin is covered with a thickness of 2 centimeters, the number can reach about 1,000. There are also beehives in later generations. The standard Chinese bee box is generally composed of 10 nest boxes. The outer perimeter of these nest boxes is 420 mm long and 250 mm high. This is the industry standard. When both sides are crawling with bees, a 4 meter x 2.5 meters standard Chinese bee conjoint box can accommodate tens of thousands of bees. Therefore, a 1x1x0.25 specification box can accommodate 1,000 adults and 3,000 larvae. It can only be said that the capital is still too conservative. Of course, considering the importance of this batch of black soldier flies, it is completely understandable that the capital is cautious. After all, this batch of black soldier flies is not the original sample, and they can catch more at will if they are gone. Once something happens to hundreds of thousands of black soldier fly larvae, the rabbit's entire plan will be seriously affected unless you can find another gathering point immediately. At the same time, even such low-density wooden boxes can be transported by train at one time, so there is no need to squeeze. Then Li Ju handed over some procedures to Lao Zhou, and after all were done, he began to arrange for the young workers' sideline team to move the wooden boxes. At this point, the young workers' sideline teams that had been on standby before came in handy. There were more than 30 young workers present today, including some old acquaintances of Su Yun, such as those members of the interest group. Then, under the instructions of Zhou Ke and several other leaders, the young workers worked in groups of 2 and tried their best to move the boxes horizontally to the transport vehicle beside the platform. After half an hour, more than 100 boxes were all moved. At this point, Lao Zhou's mission on this trip was also completed. However, he was not in a hurry to leave the base. Instead, he took other vehicles with Li Ju and others and drove to the black soldier fly breeding center of the base. 20 minutes later, sizzle, with a sound of brakes, several cars stopped at an area on the edge of the base. This area is located in the southeast corner of the base and does not belong to any of the 18 branches. However, although this area seems to have no owner, its safety is actually one of the best in the base. To the west is the main body of the base, and to the east, south and north are the Jinan grasslands with an area of 1,100 square kilometers. In addition, there is also a barracks of the garrison troops around this area, and there is a battalion of soldiers on duty and patrol for a long time. It is very difficult for anyone to get here. From the perspective of preventing human damage alone, looking at the entire base, even the main factory office may not be as safe as here. As the person in charge of the entire Zhe confidentiality front, when the base was completed, Lao Zhou personally visited the 221 base several times and was not unfamiliar with this distinctive area. In Lao Zhou's impression, the view of this area is quite wide. Standing here, you can overlook the magnificent scenery of the grassland. It is a very good place to rest. But at this moment, a building appeared on the ground that was originally empty. The appearance of the building is very similar to the vegetable greenhouse of later generations. The height seems to be only about 3 meters, but the length and width are more than 50 meters. However, the material on the top of the greenhouse is not a transparent plastic film, but a piece of black iron sheet, which looks quite sturdy overall. Old Joe, look, as the young workers' sideline team began to unload the goods, Li drew led old Joe to the side of the building. As you can see, this is the black soldier fly breeding center established by our base. This is the first phase of the breeding greenhouse we set up. The height of the greenhouse is 3.5 meters, the length and width are 60 meters, and the total area is about 3,600 square meters, which is 5 acres. Or close to 6 acres, of course. This is only our first phase of the project. The breeding center is still under expansion. After all, time is not enough. Looking at the greenhouse in front of him, old Joe nodded in understanding. Because Su Yun provided the Jinxie gathering point, the rabbits saved a lot of time looking for black soldier flies. Therefore, the time used by the 221 base to vacate the breeding room was naturally shortened a lot, only 1 week in total. In this era, it is obviously unrealistic to want to build a breeding center of dozens or even hundreds of acres in such a short time. It is already a very difficult thing to build such a first-phase greenhouse with iron sheets. After all, although the greenhouse does not need a very deep foundation, there is no paint-protective film like in later generations. If you want to build a greenhouse of this specification, you can only use a steel frame plus concrete and iron sheets to complete it, and the process is still not easy. If it were not for the 221 base itself having the ability to smelt steel and provide a large number of parts in a short time, this matter might not be enough for a week. Half an hour later, the boxes taken from the transport vehicle were placed on the trailer in groups of 5, and several donkeys pulled the trailer to the breeding greenhouse. As soon as he entered the greenhouse, Lao Joe raised his eyebrows. Oh, in fact, there were not a few base leaders who were as surprised as him at this time, because the scene in the greenhouse was indeed a little beyond their expectations. According to Lao Joe's thoughts, most of the greenhouses were small pots placed on the ground, with some weeds in the pots for breeding larvae, and that was it. But the situation in the greenhouse at the moment was completely different from what he imagined. The first thing that came into their sight was 3 huge puddles in the greenhouse. The depth of the puddle is about several dozen centimeters, and some green plants are planted. The area of each puddle is about 50 square meters. In addition, fine screens and screen doors are installed around the puddle, which is enclosed into an enclosed space. Let me introduce it to you, since Guangbu, who is responsible for breeding, is introverted and does not speak Mandarin very well. Liu Yaocheng, director of the chemical laboratory and person in charge of insect powder research, took the initiative to introduce it. These 3 puddles are the breeding areas for adult black soldier flies. The green plants in them are mainly to appropriately simulate some wild environments. In addition to what you have seen, we will also control the temperature at 35-36 and the humidity between 50 and 60. When the adult black soldier flies enter the breeding area, they will stay on the plants and screens, and generally lay eggs in 1 to 2 days, and they will die quickly after laying eggs. According to the plan, we will deal with the dead black soldier flies every day, and collect the eggs of black soldier flies to the breeding room. You can look here, the black soldier flies in this part are the adults hatched from the first batch of eggs in the base. Liu Yaocheng pointed to the lower right corner of the pool. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction Liu Yaocheng pointed. Sure enough, in the direction Liu Yaocheng pointed, there were about dozens of black soldier flies lying quietly. This batch of black soldier flies came from the samples sent to the base 3 days ago. At that time, Yuan Guolian, Ha Guangjiang and others also arrived at the base with them. There were thousands of black soldier fly larvae in that batch of samples, some of which were in the first and second stages, and some were about to hatch into adults. After these larvae grew wings and reached complete metamorphosis, Liu Yaocheng and others led them to the breeding area for observation. Only 2 adults died in 3 days. Then, Liu Yaocheng led everyone to the area behind the pool. Several long tunnels were dug in this area. There was no water in the tunnels, but there was a lot of dark brown soil, which was obviously from the outside. Here, this is the growth area for the larvae. Liu Yaocheng pointed to the tunnels and said, we have laid some food beds in the growth area. And ground grass is transported in from the outside every day. There are food beds in all directions. The characteristics are that the area is small but the number is large, which can basically guarantee the food intake of the larvae. Look, the one on the far right is the larval growth area we are testing. Hearing this, Su Yun poked his head in that direction. I saw that in the tunnel Liu Yaocheng pointed to. There were a large number of yellow-pink sharp buds buried in the small layers. There was a yellow light bulb hanging above this tunnel, and the black soldier fly larvae were wriggling and eating. And it is different from the mealworms or barley worms of later generations. The odor of black soldier fly larvae is very light, without the rancid smell of mealworms. In his previous life, Su Yun once raised mealworms when he raised harvester ants. That smell was so bad. Then Lao Zhou looked around the greenhouse, pondered for a moment, and asked Liu Yaocheng, "Director Liu, I have a question. How long will it take for our greenhouse to expand to its full form? If I remember correctly, in order to ensure the nutritional intake of all employees in the base, at least 200,000 adult insects should be provided every day, right? It was mentioned earlier. A second-stage black soldier fly larva is about 2 centimeters long, and a single worm weighs about 3 grams, with a protein content of about 1.5 grams. Excluding the 10 grams of protein provided by the staple food, each person should consume about 15 grams of black soldier fly protein powder every day. The 221 base has a population of more than 10,000, so about 200,000 larvae should be provided every day. At the same time, in addition to these 200,000 larvae, it is also necessary to ensure that there are enough larvae to be cultivated into adults, so the daily output of black soldier fly eggs must be at least 500,000. The number of 500,000 is not very difficult. After all, a village-level breeding center in the future can produce more than 100,000 black soldier fly larvae every day. But in this day and age, infrastructure efficiency is a difficult point. The breeding area of insects of this magnitude must be at least hundreds of acres to meet the requirements. However, Liu Yaocheng had obviously discussed this matter with Li Ju a long time ago, so he gave the answer without much hesitation after hearing it. "That's right, Commissioner Zhou. With the current specifications of our breeding center, it is definitely impossible to bear the nutritional intake of everyone in the base, but it's only the end of August now, and there are at least 3 months before winter, so there's relatively ample time. According to the current progress, we will be able to expand the breeding center to 100 acres in early October." Hearing the time given by Liu Yaocheng, old Zhou thought for a moment, and finally nodded gently. The expression on his face also eased a lot. 100 mu of land is about 67,000 square meters. If we have to give an example, it is a rectangle of 320 x 200. Without considering the foundation, it should take more than a month. Then, it will take another month to expand the black soldier fly colony. In theory, it should be able to reach the corresponding colony number before winter. As for the black soldier fly larvae in this month, they can be used as occasional snacks or ground into powder as material reserves. After all, there are more than 100,000 black soldier fly larvae now. Based on these larvae, it is not a problem to expand the cultivation to provide 2 or 3 meals of nutrition for everyone in the base within a month. Then, with the help of many young workers and donkeys, these boxes of adults and larvae that were sent to the 221 base across thousands of kilometers were transferred to the pool for adult breeding at the same time. That's right. Both boxes were transported to the adult breeding area at the same time. Then several staff members wearing similar bee-proof suits walked into the pool, closed the screen window, and opened the boxes one after another. The first to be opened were the 70-odd adult insect boxes. Click, as the boxes were opened. Half a minute later, some adult black soldier flies flew out of the boxes and quickly landed on the mesh of the screen, motionless as if they had found a home. But as they watched, old Zhou outside the screen frowned slightly. "Director Liu, something is wrong. Why is the survival rate of these adults so low?" Old Zhou had a very good eye, and after opening about the 10th box, he discovered something. The number of adults in the box did not seem to be large, estimated to be only 40% or even 30%. However, Liu Yaocheng beside him seemed very calm. He also had some achievements in biology. Hearing this, he explained, "Commissioner Zhou, you don't have to be too nervous. This is actually a very normal situation. The adult black soldier fly has a very short survival period, and according to observations, the death of this insect is a standard, sudden death. That is, it was originally alive and flying around, but it might suddenly fall to the ground with a bang in the next second and die completely. Therefore, among this batch of captured black soldier flies, there must be many adults that were originally close to death, and these adults have been transported for several days on the road. Some of the original strong men have entered old age. In addition, the transportation conditions on the road are poor, so a 30% survival rate is considered high, just like the other larvae box. Do you believe that many adults will emerge from it after opening it?" Old Zhou thought about it and it seemed to be the same. After a while, he suddenly seemed to understand something, patted his forehead lightly, and said with sudden enlightenment, "Oh, I understand. It is for this reason that you transported the boxes of adults and larvae to the adult breeding area first. Liu Yaocheng smiled and nodded. That's right. More than 10 minutes later, the staff who had opened the insect boxes put away the boxes and the dead black soldier flies, and opened the boxes containing larvae. Sure enough, after the larvae box was opened, in an instant, many black soldier flies flew out of it and quickly chose their positions on the screen window. The staff quietly waited for all the adults to fly away before covering the larvae box again. After selecting these metamorphosed adults, the remaining larvae can be safely placed in the larvae breeding area. Of course, this approach may still have some logical loopholes. For example, it is possible that some of the remaining larvae will completely metamorphose into adults in a few hours or even minutes. But this kind of logical loophole, as the word implies, can only stay at the logical level. In the face of hundreds of thousands of larvae, this small-scale event can be completely ignored. After all, as long as there are no large numbers of adults in the larval cultivation area, it actually has little effect on the growth of the larvae. For example, the gathering place of black soldier flies beside the sand-ealing waterfall in Jinxi, isn't it a place where a large number of larvae and adults coexist? An hour later, the staff who had released all the adults returned to the screen door, and Liu Yaocheng outside turned on the strong light. Although the black soldier fly insect requires a temperature above 35 degrees, it actually does not like light. Therefore, with the irradiation of strong light, the black soldier flies near the screen door flew to the back or side of the pool, and there were no black soldier flies gathered outside the entrance except for a few nails. So the staff can safely push open the screen door and walk out with a box. Another half an hour later, the larval cultivation area was also settled through the same process. At this point, the first large-scale transfer of black soldier fly larvae was finally successfully completed. By the way, looking at the black soldier fly larvae chewing on the grass, Lao Zhou suddenly thought of something. Lao Li, you always say that the larvae of this thing can be ground into powder, but I don't know what it tastes like. I see that the adult is black and long, like a smaller version of a grasshopper. Could it be that its taste is also similar to grasshopper eggs? That's much better than grasshopper eggs. Li Ju smiled and waved his hand, turned around and whispered to Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke said yes, turned around quickly, and ran outside the greenhouse. After a while, Zhou Ke pushed a simple version of the card and a bamboo tray back to the crowd. Director, the things are ready. Li Ju patted Lao Zhou on the shoulder, led everyone to the car, and opened the lid of the bamboo tray. Whoosh, a puff of white smoke suddenly rose up. After the smoke dissipated, everyone could see the contents clearly. On the bamboo tray mat, there were more than a dozen steamed buns made of mixed flour. Then Li Ju pointed to the steamed buns in the bamboo tray and said, "These steamed buns are added with powder ground from black soldier fly larvae. Look, the white spots on these steamed buns should be the powder residue." Then Li Ju picked a steamed bun at random, and without fear of the heat, he broke it into several pieces and handed it to the people around him. "Come on, everyone try it." Lao Zhou carefully took the steamed bun, blew on it, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. As the steamed bun entered his mouth, a bulge appeared on Lao Zhou's cheek, and it kept jumping up and down as he chewed. After a while, Lao Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. "Huh? It smells so good. It seems a bit like taro." Hearing this, Su Yun on the side couldn't help but smile. "That's right. The protein powder ground from the black soldier fly larvae has a very special taste. It is not as astringent as grasshoppers, or more precisely, locust larvae, but has a taro-like aroma. This is because during the steaming process of the buns, the protein powder of the black soldier fly larvae undergoes a Maillard-like reaction. Under high temperatures, some of the protein in the black soldier fly larvae will decompose into amino acids. This decomposition will begin at about 80 degrees. At the same time, there is a small amount of reducing sugar in the body of the black soldier fly larvae, which is the biggest difference between it and some other insects. When the temperature of the steamer is high enough, amino acids and reducing sugars will undergo a Maillard-like reaction to produce glucocorticoids and heterocyclic compounds similar to ginsenosides. These two flavors are the source of the familiar taro flavor. Of course, since the entire process cannot reach more than 150 degrees, it is naturally impossible for the standard Maillard reaction of browning that occurs in fried steak to occur. Therefore, strictly speaking, this is a Maillard-like denaturation. There are no pathogens and the taste is excellent. This is one of the characteristics of the black soldier fly larvae. However, In the future when Su Yun traveled to, the domestic food supply has reached a very complete and high standard. Therefore, for most people, eating insects basically does not appear on the table. But for this era, the appearance of black soldier fly larvae is undoubtedly a great solution to nutritional intake. While Lao Zhou and others were chewing on steamed bread, thousands of kilometers away in the capital, a middle-aged Chinese man wearing glasses was in a state of confusion. What? A Coke exhibition in Moscow? Note, it is another update of 10,000 words. I am asking for monthly tickets. This month is really important. It is even related to some situations of my next book. So if you have tickets, please vote. If I don't change my vest for the next book, I will fight for some resources. So if you have tickets, don't vote at the end of the month. Only at the beginning of the month can you help me. In addition, this month's fan title activity has started, with 30 places. Just leave a message in the comment area. The helmsman is basically stable, but fans of the same level are first come first served. I will continue to update tomorrow, please vote for me. Chapter 592 The Bear Delegation. To be honest, as a senior external relations worker, Liu Yongquan, who just celebrated his 52nd birthday, can be regarded as a person who has seen all kinds of storms. When he was young, he even followed the team through the snow-capped mountains. But at this moment, this experienced old external relations worker who had just returned from the bear country to report on his work, was in a short downtime. Gurgle. He swallowed his saliva slightly dryly, hesitated for a moment, and asked the man in front of him again, Comrade Yang Wen, I'm sorry, maybe I'm a little old, and I didn't hear some words clearly. Did you just say that we are going to hold a Coke exhibition in Moscow? Yang Wen, mentioned by Liu Yongquan, is a young man in his early 20s, with a very fair complexion and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. At first glance, he is a secretary of some leaders. Hearing Liu Yongquan's question, Yang Wen pulled up a nice smile, and his appearance would be an idol who could step on a sewing machine even if it was exposed in the future. That's right, Comrade Yongquan. The organization has decided to organize a cola trade fair in Moscow in 4 days, due to some 404 risks, cough, and special reasons. There will be no particularly senior leaders on both sides of this trade fair, so this matter can only be handed over to you. Liu Yongquan was stunned. Yang Wen's answer proved that there was no big problem with his hearing, but it made Liu Yongquan more and more confused. Rabbits went to Moscow to hold a cola trade fair? What kind of style is this? Then he thought for a moment, and a reasonable explanation barely emerged in his mind. He said to Yang Wen with a seemingly enlightened look, Oh, I understand, Comrade Yang Wen, the cola you mentioned should be soda, right? For example, Shanhaiguan soda in Tianjin, or Bibingayang in the capital. Because Yang Wen had limited experience, he mistakenly said soda for cola. This was the only reasonable explanation Liu Yongquan could think of. After all, although there are no cola factories in China nowadays, there are still many soda factories. In fact, the intersection of China and soda can even be traced back to the mid-19th century. At that time, soda was called Dutch water. It flowed into China along with the opening of the country. This thing only added lemon and bubbles to taste. The earliest written record came from miscellaneous notes on Shanghai tour in the 13th year of Guangxu. The brother who wrote the book also reminded everyone that when opening, the plug will burst out. Be careful to prevent the bullet from hitting your face, so it was later called marble soda. As for the first soda factory opened in China, it was this Hengguan soda factory in Shanghai. This is a business opened by the British in China. At first, it mainly sold soda imported from the Netherlands, which is equivalent to the current supermarket. Later, Zhangguan felt that soda was quite profitable, and unlike wine, it did not require high technical content, so he decided to open a factory to make more money, and the business would not be played by the Dutch. They built a factory at the corner of Daming Road in Shanghai and named it Motomili Water Factory. The origin of the name is very literary, taken from the book of songs Mzi Iangang, Can Be Happy Hungry. At that time, Lao Diji Pharmacy and Watson's Pharmacy also set their sights on the soda business in Shanghai. These two also built factories in the footsteps of Zhangguang. Since then, China's soda factories have begun to spread. However, in this era, the most famous soda factory in China is Shanhaiguan Soda in Tianjin. The predecessor of Shanhaiguan Soda was also a foreign company. The factory was established around 1900 and was called the International Soda Factory. Shanhaiguan Soda has been a high-end product since its launch. Even the wedding banquet of the last Emperor Puyi used their soda. In 1923, Coca-Cola began to enter China. Since the Shanhaiguan soda factory was quite powerful, it found Shanhaiguan soda to make and bottle Coca-Cola. In the southern market, it found Watson's to do the bottling. However, with the establishment of New China, Coca-Cola withdrew from China, and Shanhaiguan soda became a state-owned soda factory. In addition to the ones mentioned above, the more famous sodas include Baoangsi born in 1920, Heli born in Jiangcheng in 1921, Arctic Ocean and Miho born in Beiping and Shancheng in 1936, Asia born in Guangdong Province in 1946, and Bingfeng born in Chengdu in 1948. Some of these brands are still alive even in 2023. For example, Heli in Jiangcheng is now called Erkang Soda, which is sold on Taobao. Not to mention Bibinggang, Miho in Shancheng is the predecessor of Shianfu Cola. Of course. Although there are many domestic soda brands nowadays, to be honest, none of them can beat them. At least for people like Liu Yongquan who have been abroad for many years and are knowledgeable, the gap between domestic soda and cola is still very obvious. But no matter how it tastes, at least on a logical level, exporting soda is more acceptable than exporting cola. However, what surprised Liu Yongquan was that Yang Wen shook his head decisively. Comrade Yongquan, I'm not talking about soda, but standard cola, a drink similar to Coca-Cola. Well, Comrade Yongquan, you'll know after you try it. After that, Yang Wen picked up the thermos cup beside him and poured out a cup of brown liquid. Then he handed the cup to Liu Yongquan. Here, Comrade Yongquan, there's still some ice. According to a kid, you can only be happy if you drink cola cold. Liu Yongquan subconsciously took the cup from Yang Wen, and his eyes became a little clearer. He first glanced at Yang Wen, then looked at the liquid in the cup for 2 seconds, and then raised his head and drank it all. Gurgle, the slightly frosty liquid slowly slid over the tip of the tongue, over the throat, and slowly flowed down the esophagus. As the liquid entered the mouth, Liu Yongquan felt an indescribable stimulation in his lips, and even a little stinging. But soon, this stimulation turned into several feelings such as softness, heartiness, and sweetness, which made Liu Yongquan couldn't help but groan. Aha! Seeing this, Yang Wen couldn't help but smile again. He deliberately poured more drinks for Liu Yongquan. After a while, looking at Liu Yongquan who was still unsatisfied, Yang Wen asked, Comrade Yongquan, how does the drink taste? Liu Yongquan was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded gently. The taste is very similar to Coca-Cola, but the bubbles are a little lighter, and the medicinal taste is a little stronger. Comrade Yang Wen, is this the cola we produce ourselves? As an old foreign liaison, if he still couldn't guess that China had mastered the cola production technology at this time, then he would have lied in vain for so many years. Sure enough, Yang Wen closed the lid of the thermos cup and nodded. Yes, by chance, we have already mastered the production process of cola. Of course, I may not be able to reveal too much about the specific situation. Anyway, the higher-ups have decided to hold a non-political cola exhibition in Moscow. Comrade Yongquan, what do you think? Liu Yongquan was silent for a longer time this time, thinking quickly about the feasibility of Yang Wen's words. As an old man who has been performing external liaison tasks for the Russians for several years, Liu Yongquan's understanding of some things is even better than some specialized intelligence personnel. For example, when he returned to China to report on his work a few years ago, a good friend of the Russians once privately asked him for something. That friend hoped that when he returned to China, he could bring him some cola from the International Friends Service Department of the Magic City, which was later the predecessor of the Friendship Store. For this reason, the friend was willing to pay a 50% premium as Liu Yongquan's labor fee, and it was settled directly in foreign exchange. You know, foreign exchange is a real hard currency these days. Its exchange rate may not be high on the surface, but in some private black markets, it is common to increase it tenfold. Of course. In the end, Liu Yongquan rejected this request and stuck to his bottom line. However, it is not difficult to see that the Russians have a demand for coke. It's just that there has been no relevant production technology in the country in the past, so Liu Yongquan has never thought about the possibility of operating coke. But now it seems that for some reason, this window has been opened. Thinking of this, Liu Yongquan couldn't help but take a deep breath and sat up straight. Comrade Yang Wen, just tell me, what is my specific task this time? Hearing this, Yang Wen also straightened up, picked up a small notebook from his side, and said, Comrade Yongquan, there are a total of 15 members accompanying you to the Moscow Trade Fair this time. There will be 100 boxes of cola with you, a total of 3,000 bottles, with many flavors. The specifications of these colas are 200 milliliters, in glass bottles. At present, the Capital Food Factory has stopped part of the Arctic Ocean production line and started to produce this kind of cola with full force. If nothing unexpected happens, all production can be completed within 3 days. 3 days. Liu Yongquan's eyes flashed with a trace of regret, but it was soon replaced by a touch of determination. No problem, Comrade Yang Wen. I will obey the organization's arrangements. As an external relations staff member, Liu Yongquan does not have many holidays. Although he can take a half-month break while returning to China to report on his work, this is actually his first vacation in 3 years. At the same time, his wife Raomin is a middle school teacher in Shanghai. It is not easy to go abroad to visit her husband in this era. This time, she learned that Liu Yongquan rarely returned to China. Raomin specially asked the leader to adjust her leave, but even so, she would not leave Shanghai until tomorrow. In other words, Liu Yongquan and his wife only have 2 to 3 days to reunite. Not to mention that Liu Yongquan also has to consider some matters after arriving in the Bear Country, so the time left for the couple to be warm is even shorter. Then Yang Wen paused and continued. After the production of coke is completed, you have to take these goods and the delegation to the Bear Country, and there will be comrades to meet you at that time. According to the results of the negotiation between the organization and the Bear Country, the Bear Country will open a booth for you on the first floor of the National Department Store. This is the venue for our trade fair, National Department Store. Hearing this name, Liu Yongquan's eyebrows immediately raised. The area where the National Department Store is located is the famous east side of the Red Square, and the value of the location is ranked first in the whole country of the Bear Country. Those Mao Bears are not philanthropists. If the organization wants to go to such a place, it must pay a considerable price. Opposite him, Yang Wen was still making relevant introductions, and his expression became a little serious. Comrade Yongquan, what I am going to say next is very important. You must remember it. First of all the coke we have this time, remember, all the coke, only free tasting, no wholesale or retail. As long as you pass by the venue, you can drink a small cup of coke unconditionally, he said. Yang Wen picked up a very small mini cup from the table, which seemed to have a capacity of only about 20 milliliters. The capacity of this cup is 25 milliliters, and there are scale lines inside. You only need to pour 5 milliliters of coke for the first time each time. After the customers have finished drinking, you have to ask them to fill out a questionnaire. The content of the questionnaire is very simple, just tick it. Every customer who fills out the questionnaire can taste 5 milliliters of coke for free. Liu Yongquan listened to Yang Wen's words quietly, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face again. Only taste, not retail? We still need to fill out questionnaires. Trade fairs, as the word means, there must be sales if there is an exhibition. Therefore, Liu Yongquan thought, this time his task should be to promote and sell coke, and then summarize a price that the Bear customers think is appropriate for reference, and then sell it in the Huacha store in Moscow. Unexpectedly, this time their task was to give it away for free? Looking at Liu Yongquan, who looked surprised, Yang Wen smiled calmly. Comrade Yongquan, you heard it right, it's only for giving away, not for sale. If nothing unexpected happens, when the exhibition is over, a specialist from Maoshang will come to you to negotiate the price. Liu Yongquan's pupils shrank immediately. Yang Wen's words contained a lot of information. Could it be that the expectations of the higher-ups for the exhibition are not spontaneous purchases by the Maoshang people, but orders from the Maoshang officials? But want to use a bottle of beverage to attract the officials to come down? Is this possible? Unfortunately, an acquaintance was not at the scene at this time, otherwise he would probably say, of course it is possible. Actually, it is normal for Liu Yongquan to have this question. Although he has seen the power of coke many times in Maoshang, these are more of the emotions expressed by individuals. Liu Yongquan can only be sure that coke will not be unsold in Maoshang, but as for whether it can rise to the level of popularity of the whole people, he can't guarantee it. To be precise, in the land of China today, except for Su Yun and a few others, no one has this confidence. After all, not everyone is a time traveler, and not everyone knows that there are time travelers. In fact, don't look at Yang Wen's confidence, he is somewhat puzzled. But this is a task assigned by the organization after all, so Liu Yongquan quickly chose to accept it. I understand, Comrade Yang Wen, I promise to complete the task assigned by the organization, After saying that, Liu Yongquan thought of something again and asked Yang Wen, "By the way, Comrade Yang Wen, since we are a trade fair, there must be some propaganda slogans, right? Like when farmers sell chickens, they will say that they have raised old hens for 2.5 years that can do fairy tricks." Yang Wen quickly nodded after hearing this. "Of course, Comrade Yongquan." "Wait a moment." Yang Wen turned a few pages of the notebook, took out a small note from the interlayer and handed it to Liu Yongquan. Liu Yongquan took it and looked at it, only to see a passage in Russian written on it, "Vsiravnatieniagnianido. Then Yang Wen showed a trace of curiosity in his eyes and said, "Comrade Yongquan, I am not a Russian major and I can't understand these words. Could you please translate them for me?" Liu Yongquan pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, "The meaning should be it's free anyway, just try it a little." Note, to explain the number of words today, it's not that I updated less, but I'm not sure if I can write the plot of the Russian Bear, so I'll post a little first to see the feedback. If I can write it, I'll post all the rest. This copy is really being watched and reported by someone. I'm asking for monthly tickets. I'll resume the burst update tomorrow, and the burst update time will be extended by 1 day. I've been typing all night for 3 consecutive days. Come and vote. Chapter 593. The last piece of the base puzzle falls into place. After Yang Wen and Liu Yongquan finished their communication, Liu Yongquan began to arrange the personnel of the delegation or the trade delegation of the Moshong exhibition. Although the task of the entire trade delegation is very arduous, its impact can be said to be extremely far-reaching. I don't know how many people are looking at Liu Yongquan and his team. However, due to some well-known special reasons, the political standards of the trade delegation are not high. Among the 15 people accompanying, except Liu Yongquan, the Moshong stationed person in charge who returned to China to report on his work, the rest are either experienced but low-level external relations officers, or old hens who have participated in foreign trade many times. Not to mention the big shots, the top 3 heads of the department are nowhere to be seen. They are all small cotters at the section and department level, focusing on a low configuration and high-cost performance. 3 days later, the 40 boxes of Coke produced by the Capital Food Factory were officially packaged. On the morning of the 4th day, the 15 members of the trade delegation gathered on time at the location of the capital's External Relations Department. Liu Yongquan and Yang Wen verified the identities of the members one by one. After the comrades on the confidentiality front checked their luggage, the trade delegation officially set off. 3 hours later, the trade group arrived at SJZ Airport and boarded the special plane that was waiting there to fly to Moscow. At the same time as the trade group set off, thousands of kilometers away at the 221 base, Su Yun's, Lao Guo, Li Ju, and Jin Washi and others were wearing safety helmets and followed Su Chengai, the head of the base's construction industry team, to a remote construction site. However, don't look at this construction site close to the periphery. In fact, its code name is not Lo. It sits on the 6th seed of the 18th branch. 1 2 3 4 5 looking at the 5 square buildings in front of them. Lao Guo, Li Ju and other base leaders who arrived earlier couldn't help but show a sigh of emotion on their faces. If the time is pushed forward 1.5 months, who would have thought at that time that the explosion test site that seemed to take a long time to build could be completed in advance a month later? That's right, the explosion test site. The reason why all the leaders gathered here today was because the explosion test site that the entire base had been worrying about for a long time was finally officially completed. After a while, a little old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, about 50 years old, walked up to the few people and said, "Leaders, it's hot outside, why don't we talk while visiting?" Leader looked at Lao Guo and the others and made a gesture of invitation. "No problem, Engineer Gao, please lead the way." Lao Guo pushed Su Yun's wheelchair and introduced in a low voice, "Xiao Han, this comrade is Comrade Gao Yuanming, the general person in charge of this explosion test site. He has been officially elected as the director of the 6th branch at the previous executive meeting." Su Yun nodded in understanding. He was not familiar with the name Gao Yuanming, but he felt as if he had heard of it somewhere, but judging from his position, he should be a very capable comrade. Then, led by Gao Yuanming, the group walked into the nearest building in a mighty manner. The appearance of this building, or rather the 5 buildings, is basically the same. It looks like a small building with 1 floor and an area of no more than 40 square meters. The only difference between the 5 buildings is that there are several different numbers marked at the entrance. For example, the building that Su Yun and his team entered. There was a circle painted in red at the entrance with a number 2 in the middle, and that was it. But after entering the building, Su Yun and his team saw a different scene. The interior of the building was the same as the theory department that Su Yun had visited before. The outer shell of the building was just a decoration, and the real protagonist was hidden underground. There was a staircase leading to the underground inside the small building, and next to the staircase was still a lifting platform for material transportation. As Su Yun visited more and more places in the base, this configuration was expected to be common in the future. After all, underground facilities are standard for scientific research. Not to mention China, they are also not uncommon in Russia and across the sea. Then, the younger and more vigorous leaders walked towards the stairs, while the older seniors and Su Yun took the lifting platform to the next floor. As a result, as soon as they walked out of the platform, Su Yun's eyebrows raised. The theory department led by Lu Guangde was also located underground, but compared with the slightly dim lighting effect of the theory department, the light in the explosion laboratory was much brighter. Su Yun looked carefully. If nothing unexpected happened, the lights hanging around should be iodine tungsten lamps. The light efficiency of iodine tungsten lamps can reach about 30. Iodine vapor is filled inside, which will combine with tungsten at low temperatures and decompose with it at high temperatures. Because of this, iodine tungsten lamps are brighter and have a longer life than ordinary incandescent lamps. This light intensity is close to the brightness of office buildings in later generations, which is really not an easy thing in this era. After all, iodine tungsten lamps were just invented 2 years ago. In the current situation of comprehensive blockade, it is a real rarity. It's not that there is no such thing in China now, but it is still difficult to gather such a large array now. Domestic iodine tungsten lamps are generally concentrated in large squares in big cities, such as the capital and the Magic City, and even in smaller provincial capitals. And under the irradiation of these strong lights, the situation in the basement was also clearly displayed in front of everyone. There was a large room on each side of the crowd, and the length of a single wall seemed to be about 10 meters, but the details of the two rooms were slightly different. The walls of the room on the left were all made of refined steel alloy. The thickness was unknown due to the problem of sight, but the dark metal panel exuded a cold and oppressive feeling under the light. There was a closed metal door in the middle of the steel wall. The door was about 2 meters high and had a single opening structure. There was a turntable lock that looked like a steering wheel on the left end. The wall of the room on the right was mainly made of concrete, with an iron door on each side as the entrance, which looked a little low-end. Everyone, as you can see, this is the most important No.2 workstation in our explosion test site. Gao Yunming then took the initiative to walk in front of everyone, pointing to both sides and said, "The room on the left, which is wrapped in steel, is the experimental site numbered A, which is mainly responsible for cold explosion experiments. The one on the right is the data sampling center, whose function is to collect various data immediately after the cold explosion experiment, in order to successfully build these two rooms, especially the No.A test site. We have invested a lot of manpower and material resources. It's really not easy." Hearing this, many leaders at the scene nodded. Students who have read the book Unscientific should know. From a structural point of view, atomic bombs are composed of high-energy explosives and nuclear components. When high-energy explosives explode and compress nuclear components, causing them to fission and generate energy and release it, this is a normal nuclear explosion. This nuclear explosion process is also called a thermal test. But for an atomic bomb development project, it is definitely unreasonable to conduct a nuclear explosion without doing anything. Before the hot test, a preliminary test must be conducted without adding nuclear explosive materials and only testing high-energy explosives. After all, it is necessary to test whether the parts other than nuclear materials are operating normally. This kind of experiment is the so-called cold experiment, that is, cold explosion. The place where the cold explosion experiment is carried out is the detonation laboratory. Therefore, the detonation laboratory can be regarded as the first and last checkpoints in the application field of atomic bombs. Without this test site, the research and development of explosives will be very difficult. But the detonation laboratory is not as simple as digging a pit. Its design process involves many key parameters. The 221 base only broke through the design barrier of the detonation laboratory in April this year, and then passed the report in mid-May and officially started construction in early June. But after the construction, the base found a problem. The meteorological conditions had a great impact on the construction of the detonation laboratory. Heavy rain would affect the foundation pit, and sand and dust would make the overall structure unable to meet the load requirements. From June to July, the construction team completed less than 20% of the expected plan for that month. At that time, looking at the entire base, even Lao Guo and Lu Guangda were about to give up. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned to Su Yun at the same time. After discovering that the weather conditions had a great impact on the construction efficiency, the base tried to use manpower to collect data for weather deduction, but the results calculated by Yi Dezheng and others were very different from the actual situation. But just when everyone thought that the project would be postponed indefinitely, Han Li, the patient that Lao Guo brought back from Guide County, but he took out the damper principle and meteorological Doppler radar technology, and he was unstoppable, and successively contributed a large amount of new and valuable knowledge and concepts. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of Han Li, who was 7/10 cooked, made the development efficiency of the base in the past 2 months from about equal to 2 greater than signs, instantly improving a lot. Lao Guo behind Su Yun obviously thought of this, and he was silent for a moment, and gently patted Su Yun on the shoulder. "Comrade Han Li, you have worked hard. On behalf of all the comrades in the base, I express my sincere gratitude to you." Su Yun slightly leaned sideways in the wheelchair, which was considered to be letting Lao Guo's words pass. "Just kidding, he really can't stand this. After all, the people who really deserve the 3 words hard work should be Lao Guo himself, the factory director Li Ju, the explosives engineer Gao Yuanming, and every member of the base except Su Yun. If it weren't for the hardships they endured, how could Su Yun enjoy the kind of living and learning environment in the future? Lao Guo and his people are not the ones who benefit Su Yun's generation. They have suffered twice as much for billions of Chinese people. And what Su Yun did was just to give back a tiny bit of their blessings in the future. If all of this is rewarded, people will scold you for being a bitch when you go back." After a while, Gao Yuanming led everyone to the left, which is the entrance of the experimental site. Since he is not young anymore, he asked 2 young workers with stronger strength to open the turntable. Creak, as the entrance opened, a corridor appeared. Gao Yuanming led everyone through it, and soon, an open space suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Judging from visual observation, the area of this site is about tens of thousands of square meters. There are some things placed in certain areas at different angles and distances. There are stones, wood, metal plates, and Su Yun even saw a bicycle. In addition, there are various things inlaid around the walls. Some walls are even bumpy in structure. From the overall high-standard design, it is not difficult to see that this bumpy layout should be intentional. "Everyone, this is the real scene of our experimental site." After arriving at the scene, Gao Yuanming walked to the front of the crowd and pointed to the wall at the entrance and said, "This wall is made of high-strength concrete, 5.72 meters thick, and the outside is wrapped with steel plates, which can withstand strong explosion impact. The specifications of the experimental site are a square with a range of 100 x 100 meters, located 18 meters underground. As for these props and walls in the site, they are used to test the power of high-energy explosives, that is, props for the impact of explosions, explosive impact." Hearing this word, among the many accompanying personnel, a tall but extremely thin man in black couldn't help but adjust his glasses and asked Gao Yuanming, "Engineer Gao, I have a question to ask you. If I remember correctly, the performance of explosives is generally tested through certain instruments, right? For example, impact sensitivity, thermal sensitivity and some other parameters. These instruments should also be available in China." After the tall and thin man finished speaking, several experts who knew a little about explosives also nodded. Explosive performance testing. This is a technical discipline that appeared very early, and it is basically synchronized with the modern history of mankind. Especially after the emergence of various instruments in the early 20th century. The test of explosive performance has gradually begun to develop towards precision. For example, at this time, the performance of explosives mainly stays in the area of sensitivity determination. The so-called sensitivity refers to the difficulty of explosives to cause explosion under the influence of external factors, referred to as sensitivity. There are currently 3 main types of sensitivity, namely, mechanical sensitivity, thermal sensitivity, and detonation sensitivity. The high explosives of nuclear weapons belong to military explosives. This type of explosives has lower mechanical and thermal sensitivity, but higher detonation sensitivity. This measurement is mainly based on shock waves, and the data is restored according to the degree of shock. Of course, this kind of restoration is also an approximate algorithm in this era. Wait for a few decades. With the development of spectral analysis equipment, there will be high-precision assessments of nuclear explosion core temperature, radiation indicators, etc. It is true that many common precision instruments in later generations have not appeared at this time, but some early equipment still exists. Even if you are a poor rabbit in your pocket, it is not difficult to take out a few measuring instruments. Facing the question raised by the tall and thin man, Gao Yuanming was silent for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Comrade, if I am not mistaken, you should be doing theoretical research, right? The tall and thin man nodded and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Wang Hui. I graduated from Michigan State University, and now I am responsible for some data solutions in the fourth group of the theoretical department. Gao Yuanming nodded in understanding, and then explained, Comrade Wang Hui, you may have less contact with the application field in your daily life, so you subconsciously ignore some subtle details. For example, the equivalent of the explosives we experimented with. Wang Hui blinked. Equivalent? Yes, equivalent. Gao Yuanming sighed softly, pointed to the surroundings and said, you are a theorist, so you should know very well that the atomic bomb equivalent we preset has not been finalized yet, but the numerical range will not be less than 20,000 tons, and in order to create a high-temperature and high-pressure environment to induce the nuclear fission of uranium-235 to achieve this explosion level, we need high-energy explosives, that is, our DX or self-developed explosives with similar performance, and a minimum of 10 kilograms of explosives. There is a high probability that the impact of explosives of this magnitude will exceed the upper limit of the measuring instrument, causing the instrument to be severely damaged after only a few uses. Once we enter the application research and development stage, the detonation laboratory will conduct an experiment every 3 days on average. Perhaps we can afford the instrument wear and tear for one experiment, but what about 10 times? What about 20 times? Wang Hui was slightly stunned and fell silent. He indeed overlooked this point. Opposite him, Gao Yuanming was still shaking his head, taking a deep breath, pointing to the nearest target and saying, so we can only give up instrument measurement and temporarily collect the bombardment data through some special walls planned during the design of the test site. In addition, we use these targets at different positions and distances for analysis. We coated some hydrogen sulfide phase liquid on the target. This phase liquid is extremely unstable and will burn rapidly after being hit by the shock wave. When the explosion begins, our operators will hide in the concrete safety room next door and wait for orders. After the explosion is over, they will immediately come to the experimental site to collect these targets. Afterwards, by analyzing the combustion of hydrogen sulfide phase liquid and balancing the error with multiple targets, we can roughly determine the effect of the explosives. Hydrogen sulfide. Wang Hui, who had just come to his senses, suddenly shrank his pupils and raised his voice a few points. Isn't that thing highly toxic to the human body? And the operator is on standby next door. What if he is affected by the shock wave of the explosives? Comrade Yuanming, you are putting the life of the operator in danger. This is unreasonable. Yes, it is unreasonable. Facing the somewhat angry Wang Hui, Gao Yuanming nodded calmly. So the first batch of operators will be my second son and I. If something goes wrong, my old bones will be killed. As soon as Gao Yuanming finished speaking, Wang Hui's originally angry expression froze on his face. At the same time, Su Yun's face also showed a touch of realization. He finally remembered who Gao Yuanming was. It turned out to be that person. Students with good memory should remember. When taking out the damper project before, Su Yun once met a sideline team engineer named Yao Xiaolin next to the tower, who was the leader of Zhang Tao and Zhou Xiaoping. At that time, Yao Xiaolin was responsible for the installation of humidity instruments. After learning Yao Xiaolin's name, Su Yun quickly remembered his deeds. Yao Xiaolin's father and brother were engaged in the task of courier behind enemy lines during the anti-Japanese war in their early years, and died heroically in 1941 and 1943 respectively. 3 of his 4 sons became soldiers. The eldest and the third died heroically in the original Peninsula battle, leaving their heroic souls forever on the peninsula. As for the second son, he disappeared in the process of searching for Bostang Lake. The 4th son was selected into the sideline construction brigade of the 221 base at the same time as Yao Xiaolin, and later collected data at the number 3 station of the explosion test site. In the original history, because the base did not have the variable Su Yun, The entire explosion test site was mixed with a lot of sand and dust during the construction process, and the load capacity did not meet the design expectations. As a result, after a certain explosion experiment, the number 3 station collapsed, and Yao Xiaolin and his son, together with 3 other observers, died heroically at the same time, and the whole family was full of loyal martyrs. When Su Yun wrote about this episode in his previous life, many readers expressed their respect in this chapter. But few people know that among the other 3 observers who died, there was also a father and son. They were Gao Yuanming, the then chief engineer of explosives, and his second son Gao Shulin. Gao Yuanming was also the senior with the highest position in the entire 596 project when he died. If Gao Yuanming could live to the end of the project, he would definitely not be awarded the 2 bombs and 1 satellite merit, but he should be an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. It's strange to say. This name and deeds that Su Yun should not remember actually appeared clearly in his mind at this time. But Su Yun couldn't care so much. After all, the deeds of such predecessors should not be forgotten. Don't ask, just ask that your memory suddenly got much better. At this moment, what Su Yun really cares about is that although now due to his appearance, there will basically be no quality problems in the explosion test site, but the risks of the experimental process still exist. For example, in the original history, Yao Xiaolin and his son and Gao Yuanming and his son were just one of the predecessors who sacrificed, and more than 70 martyrs appeared in the entire explosion test process. So can we come up with some ways to avoid this situation? In a very short time, many thoughts flashed through Su Yun's mind. First, the best way to avoid sacrifice, or the only way, is to prevent anyone from staying at the explosion site. The reason why Gao Yuanming and his team had to stay in the next safe room was to collect data as soon as possible. In other words, the arrow of the whole thing pointed to one direction here, the instrument for collecting data. After all, it was precisely because of the lack of sufficient instruments that the operators needed to collect the data as soon as possible. When it comes to measuring instruments for bomb performance, one country has to be mentioned, Germany. For example, T.J. Wilberland, the inventor of TNT, was a German. During World War I and World War II, German explosives were also famous. The first standard missile in modern history was made by the Germans. Although Germany's weapons and troops have been castrated from Chen Kun to Kun Kun after World War II, Germany's technological level, especially the level of instruments, has not decreased but increased. Even in the future when Su Yun traveled through time, German brands such as Zeiss, Bruker, Eppendorf, and Sartorius still occupy the top echelon. Therefore, if you want to accurately measure the explosion effect, Germany is obviously a very good trading partner. But in the current situation, how can you get a large number of precision instruments from Germany? Suddenly, Su Yun thought of his previous plan again. Wait, if you add Germany to the plan, and then do this and that, Su Yun thought for a moment, and finally shook his head in annoyance. No. It's still not enough. In this plan, there is still a very critical link missing. If that problem is not solved, the plan will definitely not be realized. But where is the opportunity for that link? Just like that. In Su Yun's somewhat solemn expression, the inauguration ceremony of the explosion test site finally came to an end. According to the relevant plan of the base, around January next year, several workstations will conduct comparative large-scale explosives experiments. But if it develops according to normal history, the explosive casting engineer named Liu Zhendong will be able to make a Mikhailov pod in 2 months, allowing the rabbits to quickly start explosives research and development. Therefore, Su Yun probably only had 2 months left. Shortly after the inauguration ceremony of the explosion test site was held at the base, the Coke trade delegation led by Liu Yongquan also arrived in Moscow smoothly. But Liu Yongquan probably would never have thought that the upcoming Coke exhibition would become an indelible and important turning point in this timeline. There is a saying that goes, the elites of mankind will only steadily advance the course of history, but it is often ordinary little people who really change history. Even many times, those little people don't even know that they have changed history. Note, good news, the plot of The Bear can be written. Bad news, the requirements are still very strict, and the manuscripts written before have to be changed a little bit. It can be said that the manuscripts in stock are almost scrapped. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594. The Coke exhibition opens. 2 days later. Moscow. Red Square. If Moscow is the heart of the country of Mao Zedong, then Red Square is undoubtedly the front branch of Moscow. The full name of Red Square is Krasnaya Plощadь. Krasnaya means red, which means beautiful in ancient Russian. On November 7, 1941, Moscow was snowing heavily and was very cold and haggard. At that time, the Little Mustache invested 1.8 million troops to launch the Battle of Moscow, and Moscow was in danger. The Iron Emperor held a military parade on Red Square at the risk of being bombed. The troops on parade shouted slogans and passed through Red Square, and went directly to the battlefield to fight the enemy to the death. As for the story later, I believe many people know it in history textbooks. Mao Zedong defended Moscow with his will, and the word Yura resounded throughout the territory of Mao Zedong, and Red Square was therefore given a more sacred light. Therefore, in this era when Su Yun came, Red Square also has a very special status in the hearts of Chinese people like Lao Guo, even though the relationship between Rabbit and Mao Zedong was not good at this time. If divided by buildings, there are 5 special buildings on Red Square. The first one is naturally the famous Kremlin, where the leader of the bear goes to work and punches in. It was just built by a drone some time ago. The other 3 are churches: Kazan Cathedral, St. Basil's Cathedral, and Cathedral of Christ the Savior. These 3 churches, in the words of later generations, are all very stocky. For example, Kazan Cathedral is one of the most important Orthodox churches in Moscow. The original intention of building the Kazan Cathedral was very grand. In 1612, the Bears finally drove the Polish-Lithuanian coalition forces out of Moscow with a great effort. People attributed the victory to the blessing of the Kazan Virgin Mary, and a wooden cathedral was specially built for this purpose. As a result, the Kazan Cathedral in Moscow was burned down by a fire after only 20 years of operation. Let's rebuild it. This time we have experience, and we will use bricks and stones instead of wood. It is said that brick and stone churches are not afraid of fire, but people. This person is the Iron Emperor hundreds of years later. Didn't I mention it above? The Iron Emperor likes to hold military parades. But military parades are good, but there is a problem that is not big or small, that is, how to solve the problem of high-density people going to the toilet? The organizers were very scratching their heads about this, but the Iron Emperor said it was simple. Can't we tear down the church on Red Square and turn it into a toilet? So, in 1936, the historic Kazan Cathedral was demolished and turned into a toilet. It was not until the mid to late 1990s that this big toilet on Red Square was restored to the Kazan Cathedral. In addition to the Kazan Cathedral, St. Basil's Cathedral can also be regarded as a rich story. Unlike the Kazan Cathedral mentioned above, St. Basil's Cathedral itself is not unlucky, but its designer is unlucky. Students who have seen the door in heaven in their previous lives should know it. Before the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral, there were 4 very beautiful churches in the Kremlin, namely the Assumption Cathedral, the Annunciation Church, the 12 Apostles Church, and the St. Michael Church. Ivan the Great, who ordered the construction of these churches, was a super architecture enthusiast. He also ordered the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral. After the construction was completed, the more this architecture enthusiast looked at these churches, the more beautiful they thought they were. The more he looked at these churches, the more worried he became. He was very worried that his royal designer would continue to design works that surpassed St. Basil's Cathedral. So, this architecture enthusiast asked the designers Balma and Postnik in a calm manner, "Can you design a more beautiful church?" The 2 designers thought they had another job, and immediately patted their chests and guaranteed, "Of course." Ivan the Great became even more worried. In order to completely dispel this deadly worry, Ivan the Great ordered the designer's eyes to be dug out. Wonders lead to national disasters. JPG. In addition, there is a round guillotine in front of St. Basil's Cathedral. At that time, this place had 3 main functions: reading the Tsar's decree, preaching to the bears, and beheading prisoners for public display. However, this is a different time. In the future, when Su Yun traveled through time, this place only has 1 function left: tourists throw wish coins here, probably wishing to live 100 years. As for the Church of the Savior, it is relatively ordinary. It is not difficult to see from the literal meaning that the reason for its establishment is to commemorate the defeat of Napoleon. At that time, Napoleon triumphantly fought all the way to Moscow, but found himself alone, because Moscow played a game of clearing the countryside and offering an empty city plan. In addition, heavy snow fell in Kazan in time, which seriously lowered the temperature in Moscow. Napoleon couldn't stand it and finally lost everything. Russian Tsar Alexander, I couldn't help but roar to the sky, as long as the Savior stands on my side, I am an indestructible cockroach. So let's build a church to thank the Savior and commemorate that we beat the French dwarf away. Then the Church of the Savior was built, and it took a full 40 years to build. With such a big investment, the result is of course good. It has become the tallest Orthodox cathedral in the world, and it is also one of the largest Orthodox churches in the world. Of course. In addition to these 4 buildings, there is another most famous building in Red Square, that is the GUM department store. This building is a standard Moscow State department store. Today, its bustling level is even higher than the first department store on the pedestrian street of the Magic City in the future. Here you can buy cheap daily necessities, and you can also use quota tickets to buy luxury goods such as chocolate and cream cakes. These things are at least luxury goods in this era. And the salesmen who can work here are not to say how high the salary is, at least their knowledge is much higher than that of ordinary people. For example, these salesmen must all be university graduates, proficient in Russian and English, and managers must even be proficient in Portuguese and Spanish. But today, these knowledgeable salesmen will occasionally cast their curious eyes to the right side of the entrance to the second floor of the department store, and occasionally lower their heads to talk about something. Sister Sophia, what are they doing? I don't know. The manager just said they want to use that venue for some activities and waive the rental fee. Nina, that guy with glasses is very handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey, yellow-skinned Asians, are they Chinese or Japanese? There is no second head or third pair of hands, and there is only one pair of eyes. It is obvious that they are Chinese, and in the direction where the salesmen were looking. Liu Yongquan was holding a document, and his expression was solemn as he confirmed the final information with Yang Wen. Comrade Yang Wen, our booth has basically been arranged. I just checked it myself and there is no problem. I have to say that the location arranged by the Maoshang for us is still very good. The booth area is about more than 10 square meters. This does not include the warehouse for placing coke. Yang Wen looked around and nodded slightly. This time, the location arranged by the Maoshang for the exhibition group is near the second floor entrance of the GUM department store. You must pass through here to enter and exit the second floor. It is an absolute prime location. Therefore, although the area of the booth is only more than 10 square meters, neither Liu Yongquan nor Yang Wen have any objections. Liu Yongquan and others borrowed several long tables from Maoshang yesterday, and set up a 7 or 8 meter long booth in this direction. In addition, some Russian banners were prepared for publicity. As for coke, it was placed in a small warehouse behind the booth. It is said that it was originally used by the department store to store bread. At this time, it can be seen clearly. The booth made of tables is covered with 2 layers of red polyester cloth, which covers the exhibits on the booth. Behind the tables are young Chinese people wearing white t-shirts. Seeing that Yang Wen's eyes stayed on these young people for a long time, Liu Yongquan explained, Comrade Yang Wen, according to the previous plan, our external relations officer is mainly responsible for the control and dispatch of some on-site situations, and at the same time, we have to prepare for some special situations. So after considering this, we contacted several international students in Moscow yesterday and found about 10 government-sponsored international students to help. Of course, we will definitely not ask them to work for free. During the entire exhibition, they will be subsidized according to the salary of ordinary workers in Moscow, but the settlement will be in Chinese currency. Yang Wen nodded in understanding. So that's why he had some special tasks after arriving in Moscow, so he did not participate in the layout of the exhibition site, and some specific situations were indeed not clear. For example, the specific location of the exhibition site, and for example, these Chinese international students Liu Yongquan found. Although the relationship between the rabbit and the bear is not very good at present, in fact, the two sides have not completely cut off contact in many areas. For example, the food aid mentioned before, and the cultivation of international students. At present, except for the atomic energy, missile and rocket majors, the Russian bear is still accepting Chinese students in some other fields, including some science and engineering majors. In the past 10 years, nearly 8,000 college students, graduate students and teachers, as well as nearly 8,000 interns from China have been sent by the state to study in the Russian Bear, distributed in many universities and research institutions in more than 20 cities in the Russian Bear. This situation will continue until 15 years later, when the country will expand the number of government-sponsored overseas students again, and more students will turn to study in Europe and the United States. Of course, there must be some complicated political calculations behind the Russian Bear's acceptance of rabbit students, which I will not elaborate on here. Then Yang Wen looked outside the supermarket again and said curiously, "Comrade Yang Wen, didn't the people from the Mao Bears show up today, Comrade Yang Wen? There is no political significance to the exhibition, so they have no reason to show up." Liu Yangquan smiled at Yang Wen, and then said meaningfully, "Besides, maybe you just can't see them openly, Comrade Yang Wen. I am an external liaison, so I am relatively sensitive to the surrounding environment. I came to Gum department store once on the day I left Mao Bears. At that time, there were only about 20 salespeople on the second floor, but today, Yang Wen was stunned. Then he suddenly realized something, and quickly scanned the surroundings, and found that the number of salespeople who could be seen directly was more than 30. And just as Yang Wen was a little surprised, dong, with a sound of a bell in the distance, the time came to 8 o'clock in the morning in Moscow. Gum department store officially entered the business hours. To be honest, looking back on the first half of his life, Yevgeniev thought he was still relatively successful. After graduating from the famous University of Amsterdam with a degree in mechanical engineering, he first served as an assistant professor at Moscow State University after returning to the country. He became a full-time employee 10 years ago. Now his monthly salary is about 400 rubles, and more than 330 after tax. What does this mean? In March this year, the Russian Federation implemented the third currency reform. The government recovered the old ruble at a rate of 110, and at the same time increased the gold content to 0.987412 grams, which means that the ruble has appreciated. The current exchange rate of the ruble to the US dollar is $1 to 0.9 rubles, and the difference between trade exchange rate and non-trade exchange rate has been abolished. Nowadays, the monthly income of ordinary workers is about 70-90 new rubles, and the purchasing power of 1 ruble is as follows. 5 haircuts 10 eggs 2 liters of sunflower oil 8 boxes of Russian cigarettes 5 liters of milk 6 1 kilogram bread 25 kilograms of tomatoes 5 kilometers of taxi fare. Yevgeniev gets more than 300 rubles a month, which can indeed be regarded as a middle and high-level income group. With this relatively solid economic foundation, he married a girl 8 years ago and had a pair of 6-year-old twins. Of course, high income means that Yevgeniev's working hours are also quite crowded, so when it comes to holidays like today, Yevgeniev will take his family out to relax. It just so happens that the family's material reserves have been almost consumed recently, so today he chose to take his wife to visit Gum department store. After all, the family's materials are not good. Yevgeniev's wife Irina is a standard Slavic woman. After entering middle age, she has aged rapidly like many Bear women, and her body looks a little bloated. However, the change in appearance does not affect her being a very virtuous wife, and the couple's relationship is still very good on weekdays. At this moment, Yevgeniev and his wife stood in front of the crowd waiting for the opening of the department store, waiting for the roller shutter to be pulled up. It is not difficult to see from the position of the two following a team that they should be prepared to act separately. "Honey," Irina wiped the sweat from her forehead with one hand, and held a list of supplies that she had written before departure with the other hand, and made pre-war deployment to her husband. "We have to buy a lot of things today: bread, eggs, cabbage. I heard that potatoes have become expensive recently, also, there's chocolate. I don't know how much I can buy with the luxury ration tickets this time. If it's too expensive, save it for next time, and the school bag that even needs for school, you must grab the Swiss ones. I heard that only more than 30 Swiss school bags were delivered this time." Hearing his wife's words, Yevgeniev couldn't help but smile, took his wife's hand and said, "Dear, we don't have to buy Swiss products, right? They make money for Western countries. I remember that you didn't have a good impression of those European countries. Why are you thinking about buying imported things now?" Irina rolled her eyes and put her hands on her waist. "Yes, I hate those Western countries very much. I hate their greed and hypocrisy. But who can blame the quality of our own school bags? If our school bags or light industrial products are a little reliable, I will spend several times more rubles to buy Swiss products. Last year you bought Andrei a domestic school bag. Have you forgotten what happened later? Yevgeniev's expression froze. The Andrei Irina mentioned was the boy of the twins, that is, the older brother who was a few minutes older than Eva. However, the current rationing system is implemented in early childhood education in the Bears. The Yevgeniev family has only one enrollment quota per year, so they gave the quota to Andrei according to the order of birth. Last year, in order to give Andrei a perfect school experience, Yevgeniev carefully prepared a gray school bag made in China for his son. As a result, on the first day of school, Andrei's school bag suddenly opened from the bottom, and Andrei's books and diapers were all exposed to outsiders. The next day, Andrei would rather go to school with his sack, and said that he didn't need the school bag sewn by Irina. There was nothing he could do. These days, light industrial products of the Bears are so outrageous. Thinking of this, Yevgeniev no longer explained the Bear products. Okay, dear, then you go buy vegetables first after you go in, and I will go to the second floor to grab a school bag for Eva. Is that okay? Irina nodded with satisfaction and gave Yevgeniev a kiss of love. Then she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something else. But before she opened her mouth, a bell rang from the Kremlin in the distance. Dong. At the same time. Hula, the shutter door at the entrance of the department store made a wave-like sound, as well as the sound of unlocking and locking. After a while, the shutter door was pulled up from the inside, and several soldiers on duty walked out. Irina also felt a push from behind. This was the pressure caused by the crowd behind her pushing forward. Although the order of the team was well controlled and the push did not develop into a stampede, it was not difficult to see everyone's enthusiasm for buying. Seeing this, Irina quickly swallowed the meaningless chat and said to Yevgeniev, "Dear, Eva's school bag is handed over to you. Otherwise, you can wait to kneel on durian." Yevgeniev only had time to reply yes before he was pushed into the department store by the crowd. Fortunately, this was not Yevgeniev's first time to come to Gum department store. He knew very well how strong his wife's shopping ability was, and he didn't have to worry about her at all. Therefore, Yevgeniev soon focused his attention on the situation in front of him. At this moment, he was surrounded by bears who were rushing to buy goods. "Hey, Alexander, grab more potatoes. Potatoes are very cheap today, Sukabuli. That's my coffee. Mom, I want to buy a pair of leather shoes." In the crowd, Yevgeniev even saw his wife's figure. In less than half a minute, Irina's basket already had several boxes of milk, 2 toothpastes and several corns. Then Yevgeniev looked around and soon found the stairs leading to the second floor. Then he squeezed to the stairs with some effort and took the escalator with the crowd to the second floor. The escalator came out in 1900. School bags are considered stationary. If I remember correctly, imported stationery should be on the south side of the second floor, and you have to settle it directly at the counter. While taking the elevator, Yevgeniev quickly went through the information he had written down in his mind, and even thought about the movements when he was in a hurry. Half a minute later, the escalator stopped steadily on the second floor of the department store. Yevgeniev nimbly stepped onto the second floor holding the handrail, and prepared to rush to the south of the second floor. However, just as he passed the entrance to the second floor, Yevgeniev suddenly noticed a row of 7 or 8 meter long tables near the entrance, and several yellow faces behind the tables. Chinese? This was the first thought that popped into Yevgeniev's mind. After all, Chinese people are not uncommon in Mao Shuang's place. But what are Chinese people doing in Gum? Selling silk? Ceramics? Or selling pandas? But soon, Yevgeniev's attention returned to reality. No matter whether the Chinese were selling pandas or not, if he didn't grab the school bag, Irina would become a big orange cat from northeast China. So Yevgeniev hurriedly left the second floor entrance and ran to the location of the imported stationery. I don't know if it was good luck or I ran fast. When Yevgeniev came to the stationery area, he didn't meet any customers who wanted to grab his school bag. Less than 10 minutes. Yevgeniev returned to the entrance with a school bag in one hand and a receipt in the other hand, feeling distressed and happy. The whole process was so smooth that it felt like a plot in a novel that could not be written. In short, since his task had been completed, he could buy a few bottles of vodka next. However, just when Yevgeniev was fantasizing about drinking vodka, he suddenly heard a noisy sound and a man's shouting, "Comrade! Please, sell me a bottle." Just one bottle will do, to be honest. As a well-known commercial department store in Moscow, the internal environment of GUM department store is very messy during business hours most of the time. But this mess is more of an integrated sound composed of a large number of conversations and contact sounds, which is similar to the noise of a vegetable market. It is still rare for an individual to shout like now. So Yevgeniev couldn't help but look at the place where the sound came from. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the long table where he had hurriedly passed by, so that the flow of people on the escalator was somewhat blocked. Many of them were holding small paper cups in their hands. Did it look like a beverage tasting party? The speaker who attracted Yevgeniev was a man at the long table. He was about 40 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a fine slim-fitting long suit, and a cane in his right hand. His financial conditions were quite good. But at this moment, the man put his hands together without any grace, and made a begging gesture to the yellow-skinned man in front of him. The painting style was quite inconsistent. Seeing this, Yevgeniev also walked to the long table with some curiosity, and carefully looked at the booth he had ignored before. Then, his attention was attracted by a Russian banner on the booth, "Cola drinks from the East. Anyone can taste it for free. Anyway, it's free, try a little." A second later, Yevgeniev suddenly rubbed his glasses in a funny way. "Wait. Comrade Ulyanov, what do I see? Coke?" The moment I saw this word, in Yevgeniev's memory, a long-forgotten fragment was suddenly awakened. Yevgeniev's family conditions were not very good. His parents were ordinary workers. He studied abroad with his own ability. At that time, the relationship between Russia and other countries was not so bad. Not to mention Europe, there were even Russian students across the sea. Later, Yevgeniev was admitted to the University of Amsterdam and received a scholarship from Russia. Coincidentally, there happened to be a Coca-Cola factory in Amsterdam. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yevgeniev came into contact with cola during his studies. When he tasted the taste of cola for the first time, Yevgeniev was conquered by this highly sweet sparkling water. From that day on, almost all of his subsidies for studying abroad in the Netherlands were used to buy drinks such as cola. But after returning to Russia, due to the well-known situation, it was difficult to buy Western products such as cola in Russia. Therefore, gradually, Yevgeniev forgot about this drink and slowly drank vodka like a traditional bear. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he actually saw a Coke tasting event in Moscow. Dead memories suddenly began to attack me. JPG. Just as Yevgeniev's expression changed, perhaps noticing his unique literary temperament and dress, a Chinese youth took the initiative to step forward and asked, "Hello, sir, excuse me, we are doing a Coke tasting event now, are you interested in trying our drinks?" Yevgeniev came back to his senses, and instead of agreeing or refusing directly, he asked, "Comrade, are you Chinese?" Zhongo people. Yevgeniev's last three words were not quite standard, but it was not difficult to hear that this was Chinese. Opposite Yevgeniev, Zhang Zhongjing, who was currently studying at the Leningrad Institute of Electrical Engineering and was pulled in by Liu Yunqun to work as a salesman, immediately smiled. "Yes, we are Chinese, and the Coke we are tasting this time is also produced by our Chinese." Yevgeniev was silent. "Really Chinese? This is really ridiculous. When will the Chinese be able to master the production technology of cola? You know, the reason why the Russians did not introduce cola technology 30 years ago was mainly because Coca-Cola had offered a sky-high price for the formula when McCoyan went to investigate. The sky-high price made McCoyan directly reject the intention of cooperation, and also made the Russians unable to produce cola until now. As a result, at this moment, the little brother next door actually said that he had tinkered with the cola produced in the East. What a joke. Suddenly, Yevgeniev thought of a Chinese friend he knew that year, who once gave him something called Laotian snake grass water. Could the cola made by the Chinese this time be of this flavor? Of course. Even though he complained in his heart, it was impossible for Yevgeniev not to have the desire to try cola again after more than 10 years. So he hesitated for a moment and nodded quickly. "No problem, please give me a cup to try, thank you, it's just a piece of cake." Zhang Zhongjing smiled at Yevgeniev, and under Yevgeniev's gaze, he returned to the long table and said something to a middle-aged man, and soon came back to him with a small cup. "Sir, this is the Coke we produce." Yevgeniev took the cup and was slightly startled after seeing the inside. "How should I put it? The color is quite close to Coca-Cola, but the amount is too little, right? Probably less than 10 milliliters? Then he looked up at Zhang Zhongjing again, raised his head and drank the small cup of Coke. As soon as the drink entered his throat, Yevgeniev's eyes suddenly widened. With the stimulation brought by the appearance of a stream of carbonated bubbles, the lips and cavities that had not touched sugary drinks for a long time were instantly awakened to memory. Yevgeniev seemed to be drowned by a river of cane sugar, and he clearly felt the crystal clear and mellow sugar grains rolling over his tongue and throat. It was as comfortable as being kissed by Irina a dozen times. At this moment, Yevgeniev had only one thought in his mind: this is the Coke in his memory. A few seconds later, Yevgeniev suddenly looked at Zhang Zhongjing in front of him and asked hurriedly, "Comrade, can you give me another cup?" Of course, Zhang Zhongjing smiled at Yevgeniev, and then took out a piece of paper from his body like a magic trick. "But you have to fill out a questionnaire first. Note, Coco Li actually passed away. It's hard to believe. She sang the theme song of the Lotus Lantern. I remember. It's the last day of the extra update event. The 210,000 slot is full, and 270,000 is not enough, so let's add a temporary event. If we can get 4,500 votes before noon tomorrow, 240,000 words will be updated this month. In other words, 30,000 more words can be added for every 600 more votes. Students who haven't voted, hurry up." Chapter 595, Coke is a big seller. Questionnaire. Looking at the paper that Zhang Zhongjing took out like a magic trick, Yevgeniev raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Questionnaires are part of market surveys. To be honest, this thing is still very common in Europe and the United States. For example, the Planck advertising company used the survey method of mailing cards to conduct market research in 1911, and Harvard University also established the Institute of Business Research in 14 years. Now there is an industry research company called Nielsen across the sea, specializing in related analysis in this area. Its main business is to distribute questionnaires and flyers on the streets, and its annual income can reach more than $500,000. But the reason why this behavior is relatively common in Europe and the United States is that European and American countries have a relatively complete marketing framework to support them in this era. But now all disciplines in China are in a primitive state. It can even be said that there is no budding. They actually thought of doing questionnaires? This surprised Yevgeniev. Then he hesitated for a moment, took the questionnaire from Zhang Zhongjing, and read it carefully. As Zhang Zhongjing said, the content of the questionnaire is very simple, with a total of 5 questions. The first question is, how do you evaluate the sweetness of the sample? And the options are, too light, slightly light, just right, slightly sweet, too sweet. Then there is the evaluation of the degree of bubbles and the comprehensive score, etc., and the options are also divided from low to high. Only the last question is slightly special. It asks about the intended price. Can you accept the retail of beverages in rubles? What is the psychological expected price you can accept for a 500 milliliter bottle of cola? There is no check mark option in this column, and Yevgeniev himself needs to write down the answer. Seeing this, Yevgeniev thought about it and quickly checked several options such as, just right, and, slightly less bubbles. Then he hesitated for a moment at the last question and wrote down a final answer, accept, 2 rubles bottle. In this era, the price of a 500 milliliter bottle of wheat vodka is about 5 rubles, which fluctuates according to the quality. For example, Smirnoff vodka is one of the best quality vodkas, and the price is about 10 or even 15 rubles, while the inferior vodka produced in Murmansk is only 3 to 4 rubles. This is almost the same as the liquor of later generations. The old village chief certainly can't compare with a Woolian guy. Therefore, for Yevgeniev, if a bottle of 500 milliliters of Coke is sold at 4 rubles or even 5 rubles, he can accept it, but he will definitely not be stupid enough to write down his true thoughts on this questionnaire. After all, the current bear is also implementing a rationing system, and if you can save some money, you may be able to use it for other things. Then less than a minute, Yevgeniev filled out the questionnaire and asked Zhang Zhongjing impatiently, "Comrade, can I have another cup of Coke?" Zhang Zhongjing took the questionnaire from him, looked at it carefully, and then smiled as brightly as if he had seen a Krypton gold sow. Of course, as the core department store in the core area of the bear, the proportion of elite customers in gum department store is naturally not low. Especially on the second floor, where there are more imported goods. The consumption level will basically not go up, at least not when the department store is just opened. Therefore, situations like Yevgeniev are naturally not rare. In fact, After the booth began to attract the attention of passers-by, many people like Evgeniev who have tasted Coke in Europe or drank Coke in the Bear Country quickly appeared. Some of them were still reserved and asked about the price after tasting, while some twisted their bodies like readers who urged for more updates and asked for Coke. In addition to these elites, many civilians who had never drunk Coke also participated in the tasting, and some of them even showed more enthusiasm than Yevgeny and his companions. Soon, as word spread, more and more people began to gather near the Coke booth. 2 hours later, old Liu Yangwen, under the cover of a foreign student, managed to get away from the booth with some difficulty, and quickly found Liu Yangwen behind him. In his haste, he even forgot to address him as Comrade Yangwen. Old Liu, I can't hold it any longer. How many boxes of Coke do we have left? How could there be any boxes left? Liu Yangwen had just escaped from the entanglement of a fat man. Hearing this, he couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead and complained, these Russian bears are all fucking crazy. The reserved ones ask the price, the scheming ones pretend to be passers-by and want to drink a second round, and the irritable ones just throw down rubles and want to grab the drinks. I didn't count the exact number in the warehouse, but there are probably only 100 bottles left at most. The original 1,200 bottles are our 3-day supply. Yang Wen opened his mouth when he heard this, but ultimately said nothing. Although Yang Wen, as a secretary of a big shot, had a general understanding of the Maoxian people's preference for Coke before coming to Maoxian, but the same thing still applies. Yang Wen and his team only know information about individuals or small groups, such as friends around them, college classmates, etc. No matter how much information they know, it is difficult to accurately predict the behavior of a large group. Just like many people know that Zhou Chuangxin's Dusk is widely sung, but before you see Zhou Chuangxin's concert tickets sold out in seconds after they go on sale and can only go back to type, it is difficult for you to have a direct understanding of the number of fans of this uncle. Yang Wen and Liu Yangwen are in this situation now. Not long ago, as more and more people gathered near the booth, Liu Yangwen and his team just discovered a problem. The situation seemed to be out of their control. This situation was directly reflected in the traffic status of the second floor. As mentioned earlier, the entrance layout of the second floor of GUM department store is a T-shape, that is, people can walk on both sides of the escalator. The rabbit's booth was located on the left side, which meant that in theory, no matter how crowded it was, the right side was still accessible. It just took a few more steps. But at this moment, not to mention the left side where the booth was located, even most of the area on the right side was already crowded with people who wanted to try Coke. If it weren't for the fact that these bears still maintained basic order and didn't crowd, Liu Yangwen would have almost thought that they were here to rob. In addition, as the situation developed, Liu Yangwen and Yang Wen also met all kinds of people. Among them were scholars like Yevgeniev who had a good attitude or quality. After asking clearly that the rabbits didn't sell Coke, they left with regret. There were also all kinds of irritable brothers or local tyrants, and of course more of them were Lao Liu who wanted to mix and drink another cup. The most outrageous thing was that there was a young man who looked ordinary. While Yang Wen and others were not paying attention, he rushed behind the table, picked up the pot of ginger cola and poured it into his mouth. The temperature of that thing was at least 70 degrees. It can only be said that the outrageous degree of the situation far exceeded the initial expectations of Yang Wen and others. Secretary Yang. Director Liu. Just as Yang Wen and Liu Yangwen were talking, a female staff member with short hair suddenly walked up to them and said hurriedly, Secretary Yang, Director Liu, there is something going on. Liu Yangwen has been engaged in external relations for many years, and his reaction speed is slightly faster than Yang Wen. Hearing this, he asked first, Xiao Zhao, what happened? Did the Russians finally use AK to rob Coke? No. The female staff member named Xiao Zhao put her hands on her waist and took a few breaths, then pointed to the booth and said, Director, someone who claims to be from the Maoshuang Trade Bureau wants to see you, saying that he wants to discuss the trading of Coke. Liu Yangwen was stunned. After a moment, he turned his head and looked at Yang Wen, and a strange smile rose at the corners of his mouth. Finally herein just as Liu Yangwen and Yang Wen went to discuss with the members of the Maoshuang Trade Bureau. On a road a few hundred meters away from GUM department store, several formally dressed men and women were walking side by side. Based on their appearance and positions, the group can be divided into two smaller groups. One group consists of two men, one of whom is about 50 years old with a big belly, and the other is in his early 30s, who looks like the former secretary or henchman. Judging from their clothing and deep blue eyes, they are obviously locals in Kaohsiung, and most of them are official personnel with positions. The other group is relatively larger, consisting of 4 men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people, ranging in age from 20 to 50. These 5 people also have typical European white skin color, wearing suits that are relatively rare in Kaohsiung nowadays, with green pupils, and are obviously from outside Kaohsiung. Mr. Ehlers, after walking for a while, the 50-year-old old man from the Russian side suddenly said, "I wonder how prosperous the Red Square is compared to the Roman Square in Frankfurt, Germany." Hearing this, a handsome man in his 40s among the 5 people pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Markov, to be honest, in my personal opinion, compared with the Red Square, the Roman Square is relatively more aged, but the Red Square has a more shocking sense of majesty. The 2 squares have 2 completely different styles. It is difficult to compare which one is better, let alone the degree of prosperity, don't you think?" Of course, if your prosperity refers to the number of people, then the Red Square is obviously better after all. The Roman Square is not even 1/3 the size of the Red Square. The old man named Markov did not respond. On the other side, Ehlers continued, "But Mr. Markov, although the Venetian Square and the Red Square cannot be said to be better or worse, they have a special origin in history. The Roman Forum was the place where the Holy Roman Emperor celebrated his coronation in Germany, and the Red Square was built after Ivan III married Princess Sofia. The architects of the two were from the same school. The later Tsarist Russian dynasty even called itself the Third Rome, and its influence has continued to this day. So in a sense, Germany and the bear can be considered relatives, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, Markov glanced at Ehlers and said with a smile, "What a relative. So Mr. Ehlers, is this the reason why we want to sell natural gas to you?" Seeing that his little trick was exposed by Markov, Ehlers did not feel embarrassed at all, but said frankly, "Mr. Markov, please believe me, if you can agree to this plan, then this will definitely be a win-win deal. This deal has nothing to do with politics. It affects the livelihood of the German people, and the Russians can make a lot of money. Why not do it?" This time, Markov was no longer sarcastic. Although this German named Ehlers was as cunning as Dabei, there was nothing wrong with what he said above. Natural gas trading is a very normal resource trade, just like the international import and export of wheat and rice. It is a kind of resource complementation, and both parties in the trade are indeed profitable. Otherwise, Ehlers and his team would not be here. Of course, Markov would not say it out loud. After all, the negotiations are over now. As the reception director of the External Relations Department, his only task today is to be a tour guide to kill time, and he can receive overtime subsidies when the Russians make a decision. Therefore, Markov soon pulled his mind back to reality. "Okay, Mr. Ehlers, it's meaningless for you to tell me about trade. The decision-making power is still in the hands of the bigwigs on both sides. In this case, why don't we put this boring question aside for now, and let me take you to have a good look around Red Square today. In a sense, you are the first Germans to walk on Red Square with your own feet." Ehlers' previous words were also an instinctive reaction, so he had no objection to Markov's arrangement. "It's up to you, Mr. Markov." In fact, according to the original estimate of the Russian side, Ehlers and his party should not appear on Red Square today. They should be conducting trade negotiations in the Kremlin at this time. As a result, what the Russian side did not expect was that Ehlers and others showed a sincere willingness to cooperate today, so much so that they made concessions on some conditions that the Russian side thought would be difficult to bite, and ended the talks early. After all, Moscow was very cold these days, and Germany was almost frozen. So, after the negotiations ended early, Markov was temporarily ordered to take Ehlers and others on a tour in Moscow. Because of this, the bear side did not make specific plans and arrangements in advance. Thinking of this, Markov's mind turned quickly. Visiting the Red Square, it is essential to visit the buildings. There are 5 landmark buildings on the Red Square, not to mention the Kremlin. Ehlers and his friends just came out of it not long ago, and there is definitely no reason and necessity to go back. As for the remaining 3 churches, you must know that these 3 churches are pure Orthodox churches. And the Germany where Ehlers and his friends came from is a standard Protestant country, at least they believe in Catholicism. Orthodoxy, Catholicism and Protestantism are the 3 major branches of Christianity, and they have never stopped fighting since the day they separated. Not to mention that today is Sunday, and there are sermons in the church. If we take Isles and the others to any Orthodox church at this time, it will be a lot of fun. After all, in religion, heretics are more hateful than pagans. Maybe it will affect the negotiations between the Russian Bear and Germany in the end. After all, Isles is also a very powerful external relations director, and he has a veto power on the German side in this negotiation. So soon, Markov chose the only answer he could choose and pointed to a building hundreds of meters away. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Gum for a visit. Note, my grandmother is in poor health and was suddenly hospitalized. I have not made any preparations. I hope I will approve my request for a day off tomorrow. The monthly ticket is over 4,500. This month, including today's update, 51,000 words have been updated. Including tomorrow's leave, it means that 189,000 words will be updated in the next 23 days, with a minimum of 8,217 words per day. In addition, today is July 7th, everyone should not forget the national humiliation. Chapter 596, Expected and Unplanned. Because there is no so-called God's perspective. Yang Wen and Liu Yunquan did not know that under the guidance of Markov, several special guests were walking towards their booth. They, or everyone, did not know what kind of changes Markov's seemingly normal choice would bring to the history of this timeline. At this moment, the two highest leaders of the Chinese delegation were led by the Zhao officer to an area outside the booth and met two ordinary dressed bear men and women. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender and strong body exuding a healthy and masculine atmosphere, and his facial features were extremely handsome. His neatly groomed hair was attached to his forehead, his thick lips were slightly upturned, and his deep eyes revealed a pure beauty. The woman next to the man was also very beautiful, with a graceful figure, fair and smooth skin, and clear blue eyes, like the azure blue sea, sparkling with crystal light, and soft brown long hair hanging down to the waist, like a fairy walking out of the snow. It's no exaggeration to say, this was the most handsome man and the most beautiful woman Yang Wen had seen since arriving in Moscow. If you told Yang Wen that they were well-known performing stars in the country, Yang Wen would not have the slightest doubt. But beside him, Liu Yunquan, who had rich experience in external relations, frowned slightly after seeing the temperament of the two. Soon, however, Liu Yunquan returned to normal without anyone noticing, and put on a polite posture, saying to the two in Russian, "Sir and Madam, I heard that you are comrades from the State Trade Bureau." The man in the two heard this, and a handsome smile appeared on his lips, and at the same time he took out a certificate from his body. "Yes, my friend from the East, let me introduce myself. My name is Alexander, and this is my colleague Aisha. Currently we are ordinary officers of the Trade Bureau. Our director is very interested in the coke you brought, so I want to meet you two and have a good chat." Hearing the man's words, Liu Yunquan looked at Yang Wen again, and then the two nodded together. "No problem. Please lead the way." Seeing this, the bear man took the initiative to make way and made a gesture of invitation. Yang Wen and Liu Yunquan explained some matters to the assistants at the booth, asking them to continue to maintain order at the original place, and then followed a bear man and woman to leave the scene. "Hey, Comrade Yunquan." Looking at the couple leading the way, Yang Wen, who was visiting Moscow for the first time, seemed to be very talkative. The people on the Russian side are still very enthusiastic. Judging from their looks, I guess they are probably the pillars of the Commerce Bureau. Right, Commerce Bureau. Liu Yunquan looked at Yang Wen meaningfully, and then glanced at the couple leading the way with some vigilance, and whispered, "Comrade Yang Wen, forgive me for being blunt, but your mentality is a little too relaxed. As a person who has been there, I advise you to be careful of two kinds of birds in Moscow." Yang Wen blinked, looked out the window and then looked at his crotch. "Which two kinds of birds?" Liu Yunquan was silent for a moment, and lowered his voice a few points. "Crows and swallows." Yang Wen was stunned. After coming to his senses, he looked at the man and woman leading the way in front of him, and suddenly became extremely shocked. "Crows and swallows? Oh my God." 1 minute later, Alexander and Aisha led Yang Wen and the others to a reception room on the second floor of Gum department store and stopped at the same time. "Comrades, our director is waiting for you in the room. Due to the limitations of our duties, Aisha and I will not go in." Yang Wen and Liu Yunquan nodded and thanked him. Liu Yunquan pushed the door open and walked in. To be honest, after realizing that Alexander and Aisha had special identities, Yang Wen had a certain psychological expectation of what might happen next, and he was prepared for anything that might happen. But Yang Wen and the others were a little surprised that this reception room was not as gloomy as they imagined. It was a small room of about 15 square meters, with a reception sofa in the room, a wooden desk behind it, and a transparent window behind the desk. The layout was quite ordinary. At this time, the sunlight outside the window shone through the window, illuminating the entire room brightly, without a trace of darkness. There were two men sitting on the sofa in the room. The one on the left was about 50 years old, with a hooked nose, deep eye sockets, and slightly gray hair. The other man was only in his early 30s, and was a little thinner than the average bear man, but he looked very gentle, with neatly combed blonde hair and a fountain pen in his chest pocket. The moment he saw the gentle man, Yang Wen, who was currently working as a secretary for a big shot, had an idea. This man is also a secretary, and his rank is probably not low. On the other side, seeing Yang Wen and Liu Yongquan enter the room, the two people sitting on the sofa also stood up. The hook-nosed man walked up to Yang Wen and Liu Yongquan with a gentle middle-aged man, took the initiative to extend his hand, and said in a very enthusiastic tone, "Comrade Yongquan, let me introduce myself. I am Gustav, the director of the Bear Trade Bureau, and the one next to me is Comrade Yuri, currently as secretary of the Secretariat." The man named Yuri also nodded in good faith. Liu Yongquan smiled and shook hands with Gustav. "Comrade Gustav, Comrade Yuri, hello." As an experienced veteran in external relations, Liu Yongquan, who has seen all kinds of battles, immediately turned his mind quickly after hearing the three words Secretariat. Secretariat. Crows and swallows. In addition to the fact that no official from the Russian Bear has appeared today, plus the information he learned before leaving, thinking of this, Liu Yongquan's eyes quickly revealed a hint of enlightenment, and the whole person was slightly relaxed. He smiled and said to Yuri, "Comrade Yuri, if it is convenient, please also say hello to Comrade Konstantinovich for me." Yuri's smile suddenly stagnated when he heard this, and he was obviously a little surprised that Liu Yongquan had revealed his origins. Of course, this trace of surprise was only fleeting, and Yuri's expression soon returned to normal. "No problem, Comrade Yongquan. I will pass your concern to Comrade Konstantinovich, but before that, let's talk about business." Liu Yongquan had no objection. Then Yuri led a few people to sit on the sofa. After pouring a glass of water for them, Yuri winked at Gustav calmly. Gustav nodded in understanding, coughed lightly, and said to Liu Yongquan, "Comrade Yongquan, the Oriental cola you brought this time, the tasting effect seems to be very good. When I came to the department store, I saw that the whole second floor was a bit crowded." Liu Yongquan still smiled faintly and nodded, and said in fluent Russian, "Thank you Comrade Gustav for your concern. Yes, based on the current situation, the response to our cola tasting is indeed not low, and through the questionnaire, these customers cover all social classes, from workers to professors and scholars to entrepreneurs, and there are almost no negative reviews. Half a morning has passed, and the cola stock we originally planned to taste for 3 days is now only enough for a few hours, and this is after we limit the tasting amount." Gustav raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and said with some regret, "Ah, that's really a pity. I guess an old man like me will not have the opportunity to taste this mysterious Oriental cola. My old bones can't squeeze through those strong young people. It would be strange if you haven't tried it." Liu Yongquan muttered silently in his heart, "Sucabuli, do you really think I don't know about the little tricks you did in the warehouse? I mentioned it earlier." The warehouse where Liu Yongquan and his team stored the coke was provided by the Moshong side. It was located on the second floor of GUM department store, very close to the exhibition site. After the coke was transported to the department store yesterday, the safety work on the site was handed over to the Moshong side. After all, it was their territory. When checking the quantity this morning, Liu Yongquan and his team discovered a situation. After a night, only 39 boxes of 40 boxes of coke were left. It was just that this was something that the rabbits expected, so Liu Yongquan and his team did not deliberately publicize it or stupidly call the police. It was also a kind of tacit understanding between each other. Therefore, Gustav's regretful expression was purely acting. Who knows how many bottles he drank in private. However, Liu Yongquan did not deliberately expose Gustav's thoughts, but directly followed his words. "It's okay, Mr. Gustav, the amount of tasting we brought this time is limited. This is our miscalculation, but you don't have to be too regretful. I think it won't be long before you can drink this kind of cola in Moscow." This time, Gustav was silent for a little longer. "Comrade Yongquan, from what you said, You are going to sell cola to the outside world in the friendship store in Moscow? Liu Yongquan nodded and admitted frankly, yes, if nothing unexpected happens, after I return to China this time, China will send the trade application for cola to your fax machine, friendship store. When mentioning this store, many people may think of concepts such as, the 1970s, only selling imported goods, and, peanut butter is delicious. But in fact, the friendship store was actually born in the mid-1950s, but it mainly appeared abroad and was mainly responsible for exporting Chinese specialties. It mainly sells silk and porcelain. At its peak, there were more than 30 friendship stores around the world. At this time, there is even a friendship store in New York, but the transaction tax is very high. Therefore, in the eyes of Gustav and Yuri, Liu Yongquan and his team chose to sell Coke in the friendship store, and there was nothing unusual in their behavior. It was completely reasonable. However, after a moment, Gustav did not congratulate Liu Yongquan and others on the prosperous business, but said in a subtle tone, Comrade Yongquan, your idea is indeed very feasible. I believe that once your transaction request is put forward, the bigwigs in the Kremlin will most likely not reject it, but I wonder if you will feel that this way of trading is a bit of a waste of the value of Coke. Waste? Liu Yongquan was happy when he heard this, but the expression on his face became more and more confused. Comrade Gustav, I don't know what you mean by this. Gustav pointed in the direction of the Coke booth outside the door, and the noise of queuing could be vaguely heard at this time. Comrade Yongquan, you have also seen the degree of Moscow people's preference for Coke. Although it is not as outrageous as to empty the streets, it is obviously fanatical, so it is foreseeable that this will be an extremely best-selling drink, and potential customers, as you said, cover all walks of life. But, Comrade Yongquan, how many friendship stores do you have? He said. Gustav walked to the window again, pointed to the southeast of the red square outside the window and said, look, throughout the entire Moscow territory, there is only one of your friendship stores on Antalya Street. If you expand your vision to the entire Russian Bear territory, there are only 2 friendship stores. How can only 2 friendship stores afford such a huge market? So Comrade Yongquan, do you understand what I mean? Liu Yongquan thought for a moment and nodded. I understand. You mean we should open a few more friendship stores? Is that what you mean? Gustav, okay, Comrade Yongquan, don't joke with Gustav. Just when Gustav was a little confused, Yuri, who had been silent, spoke. He looked directly at Liu Yongquan and Yang Wen and said straight to the point, Comrade Yongquan, you Chinese have a common saying that is not a common saying, which is that we are all smart people, so don't keep us in suspense, so don't try to test me. Let me tell you directly, the Russian side hopes to control the sales rights of Coke in the hands of the government, so Comrade Yongquan, you guys name a price. Yuri may be the youngest person at the scene, but because of his special status, his words are still very important. Therefore, Liu Yongquan immediately restrained his relatively casual expression, and his whole momentum took on a hint of seriousness. Comrade Yuri, Comrade Gustav, Liu Yongquan was silent for a moment, organized his words, and then slowly said, to be honest with you, in fact, before leaving the capital, a leader did explain this to me. After all, China has limited sales channels for Russian bears. If we only sell it from friendship stores, we will definitely make a lot of money, but it is obviously difficult to reach the height of a national level beverage. In addition, we are not just pursuing money. After Liu Yongquan finished speaking, Yuri and Gustav also nodded. This principle is a clear card that both parties understand, and it is also the most basic logical support for the possible cooperation intention. At the same time, Yuri was also very smart not to ask about the specific origin of the cola formula. After all, any normal person would not tell the truth about this kind of information. Then Liu Yongquan paused and gave a number. Comrade Yuri, since you are so frank, I will not hide it. The transaction price we can accept is 1 liter of cola for 4.5 kilograms of winter wheat, of course, if it is new wheat just harvested in May or June this year. The exchange rate can be lowered, for example, 1 liter for 4 kilograms of new wheat, winter wheat. Hearing the transaction object reported by Liu Yongquan, Gustav and Yuri were stunned at the same time. Exchange for winter wheat? This time, their surprise was not pretended. You know, since tasting the cola samples of the rabbits yesterday, the bears immediately organized an emergency discussion. At the meeting, a consensus was quickly reached that this cola tasted good, and the purpose of the rabbits holding the tasting meeting was also determined, mainly to let the bears see how popular the cola was. so as to wait for a price. As for the price to be sold, it was naturally the nuclear weapons information. For this reason, a heated discussion broke out within the bears, and finally decided that if the price was right, it could indeed provide the rabbits with a small amount of non-core nuclear weapons information, or some obsolete old equipment. Therefore, Yuri's task today was undoubtedly just to bargain on the thickness of the information: 3 centimeters for a good deal, 5 centimeters for a bad deal, that's all. Unexpectedly, Liu Yongquan did not make relevant requirements according to this routine recognized by everyone, but changed it to winter wheat as the price. Thinking of this, Yuri's mind quickly turned. Since the land reclamation began a few years ago, the bears have reclaimed more than 41 million hectares in recent years, and 5 years ago they also ushered in a super bumper harvest, with winter wheat production exceeding 127 million tons. Although the demand for feed grain in the country is high due to the high demand for meat, the production of winter wheat is still in surplus. The production of winter wheat in the country has exceeded 134.7 million tons, and the production of potatoes is also 50 million tons. Reference from the official website of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The URL is, just add 3 Ws. In addition, it is now the end of August, just 2 months after the winter wheat harvest, and the wheat stocks in the farm warehouse are almost more than 90%. Therefore, in a very short time, Yuri came to a conclusion in his heart: this business can be done. Of course, the price must not be so high, at least part of it must be paid back. Knock, knock, knock. Yuri's fingers tapped on the table a few times, and then he shook his head quickly. 4.5 kilograms of winter wheat for 1 liter of Coke? Comrade Yongquan, you are asking for too much. You know, the winter wheat we need to produce 1 liter of vodka is only 2 kilograms. According to your offer, the price of 1 liter of Coke is almost the same as 2 liters of vodka. We just exchanged 100 boxes of Coke with Coca-Cola Company last year, and the purchase price at that time was only 1-to-1. So, with all due respect, we cannot accept this price. Looking at the aggressive Yuri, Liu Yongquan did not back down at all. Comrade Yuri, you are right, but our cola is a brand new open-flavored beverage independently developed by China, and it is produced in China, an Oriental country. This is an advantage that Coca-Cola cannot match. For Coca-Cola, you can indeed import 100 boxes, but what if you import more? There will be all kinds of criticisms from society and internally, but China's cola is different. It is a red product from a friendly party. Whether it is 10,000 boxes or 100,000 boxes, everyone can boldly clink glasses on the street and say Davrish, right. Yuri was silent. Ideology. This concept is also one of the important reasons why the Russian side wants to obtain the right to sell Chinese cola, and it is also the most favorable advantage for China. But at yesterday's meeting, most experts believe that the Chinese would put forward the atomic bomb information as a bargaining chip. This bargaining chip is also an advantage for the Russian side, enough to offset the pressure brought by the ideological position. But at the moment, China did not mention any demands for atomic bomb information, which made the advantages of the Russian side completely meaningless, and the initiative was completely in the hands of the Chinese. Could this be a feint? Will the Chinese's demands eventually return to the atomic bomb data? Yuri shook his head slightly. Not likely. The Chinese are not stupid. If they suddenly change the bargaining chips in the middle of the conversation, it will give the initiative back to the bear. It is better to mention it directly. After all, this is not like the novels where people pick up bargains, pretending to buy another thing when they like an insignificant gadget. The atomic bomb information is too important to cover up. In other words, do the Chinese really just want food? Thinking of this, Yuri turned around and exchanged a few words with Gustav, and then said to Liu Yongquan, Comrade Yongquan, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can I go to the toilet first? Although Liu Yongquan wanted to say something dirty, considering that this matter was of great importance, he nodded reservedly. No problem. Seeing this, Yuri and Yang Wen also nodded, and got up and left the reception room. Liu Yongquan chatted with Gustav from time to time, and every letter was a game. 10 minutes later. Creak, with the sound of a door being pushed open, Yuri returned to the room again. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Liu Yongquan always feels that Yuri's expression is a little subtle. Comrade Yongquan, after taking his seat, Yuri took a deep breath and then said, regarding your intention to exchange 1 liter of Coke for 4 kilograms of winter wheat, the Russian side will definitely not accept it. The reasonable price we can accept is 1 liter of Coke for 3.5 kilograms of old wheat in stock, or 3 kilograms of new wheat just harvested in June, but this condition must be accompanied by an explicit agreement, that is, the amount of Coke provided by China each year cannot be less than 100,000 tons, the supply period cannot be less than 10 years, and no other terms can be suddenly added during this period. Tell the truth. If Su Yun was present, he would probably cast a contemptuous look at Yuri. Only 100,000 tons a year? My friend, this is too much to underestimate the consumption capacity of the Russian bears. You know, East Germany alone consumes no less than 80 million bottles of cola a year. The annual consumption of cola by the Russian bears in 20 years will be as high as 4.5 million tons. It's really just a trickle. Of course, there is no need for anyone to remind them of this situation. When the Russian bears start selling cola, they will know how wrong they are. Opposite Yuri, Liu Yongquan was also very excited. Although he didn't know how much cola the Russian bears would consume in the future, the conditions given by Yuri exceeded the acceptable offer given to him by the organization. Although the transaction price preset by the organization was 3 caddies of winter wheat for 1 liter of cola, the winter wheat here refers to the old wheat in stock. Although the natural storage period of wheat is very long, its settable storage period is much lower than the natural storage period. It is a typical case that new wheat is better than old wheat. Under normal circumstances, a caddy of old wheat that has been stored in the warehouse for 2 years can only be exchanged for 7 to 8 taels of new wheat at most. Therefore, the price Yuri offered was indeed much higher than the rabbit's expectations. Seeing this, Liu Yongquan quickly suppressed his excitement and continued to speak to Yuri with reserve. Comrade Yuri, the proposal you offered is indeed very sincere, but this deal is of great importance. I also need to ask the organization for instructions before I can give a specific reply. So you see, Yuri nodded in understanding and said generously, no problem, Comrade Yongquan, we will give you 2 days to report the situation to Yanjing and wait for a reply. Do you think it's okay? 2 days? Liu Yongquan raised his eyebrows immediately, and then nodded quickly, no problem, 2 days is enough. Yuri smiled again, and then he said casually, oh, by the way, Comrade Yongquan, there is one more thing I almost forgot to say. Liu Yongquan blinked. What is it? Several experts from the German side want to meet you. I mean a private meeting between the two of you without the presence of the bear personnel? Note: my grandmother's condition has gradually stabilized. Thank you all for your concern. My uncle rushed back from other places at noon, and now I can write normally. Chapter 597, Want to hide the truth? In the reception room. Hearing Yuri's words, Yang Wen and Liu Yongquan, who had been slightly relaxed because of their intention, suddenly froze on their faces. After a while, Liu Yongquan stretched out his fingers, picked his ears in a funny way, and confirmed with Yuri again, Comrade Yuri, what did you just say? Who wants to see us? Yuri's expression was also a little subtle at this time, but he still repeated what he had said before, Comrade Yongquan, there are several guests from Germany who want to see you. Liu Yongquan's face was more confused when he heard the fluent Russian. Guests from Germany want to see me? What the hell is this? I don't have many acquaintances in Germany. After a while, Liu Yongquan suddenly thought of something and asked Yuri, Comrade Yuri, I want to confirm whether those guests are from the Democratic Republic of Germany. The Democratic Republic of Germany is what is commonly known as East Germany. In terms of form, it can be regarded as one's own people, at least from a conceptual perspective. The corresponding one is the Federal Republic of Germany, which is West Germany. If it was someone from East Germany who wanted to see me, it was still possible. After all, I was one of the leaders of Huaxia in Moscow. Although such a meeting should normally be negotiated through the External Relations Department, it would not be a big problem if it happened suddenly. However, to Liu Yongquan's surprise, Yuri shook his head again and denied his guess. It's not East Germany, it's some people from West Germany. I'm sorry that I can't disclose the specific reason why they came to the bear. Anyway, it involves some basic trade between the two sides. Not long ago, the trade negotiations ended, and those German guests passed by Gum department store on the way. Less than half an hour after seeing your booth, they asked to meet with you alone. When Yuri said this, his expression was also a little subtle. The reason why the bear reached a transaction intention with Liu Yongquan so quickly this time was largely due to those Germans who suddenly appeared. As we all know, although the bear and Germany fought so hard during World War II that their brains were about to splatter, in the 12th year after the end of World War II, The bear established exchanges with the Federal Republic of Germany, the kind that the bear took the initiative to propose. 3 years ago, the annual trade volume between the two countries exceeded 300 million marks, and a year ago it reached 778 million marks, and most of it was imported by the bears. This ambiguous relationship led Germany to put forward a new request at the beginning of this year, hoping to divert part of the flow of the Ludmilla pipeline in the bears' plan to Bavaria to provide natural gas heating for Germany. This proposal involves the basic aspects of people's livelihood and does not cross the line politically, so the bears are also very tempted. Isles and his team arrived in Moscow to further promote the intention. Then came what happened not long ago. Today's negotiations went very smoothly, and Isles and others who punched off work early were taken to Gum department store for a visit by Markov, the second in command of the bears' external relations. The result was unexpected. After visiting the Coke booth for a while, Isles and others ran to the side and chattered, and some even hurried back to the German embassy. Then half an hour ago, Isles found Markov and made a request. They hoped to meet the person in charge of the Chinese exhibition group alone, saying that they have something important to discuss. In order to get the permission and assistance of the bear, Isles even took the initiative to make a promise. If the bear can complete this request, Germany will do its best to persuade Italy to hold a three-party natural gas cooperation. Although this is just a verbal promise, the Germans' request is only to meet with Liu Yongquan and others alone, right? So, the bear agreed without much hesitation, saying that this matter can be done. But on the other hand, the attitude shown by the German side seems to indicate that they also have their eyes on the Chinese cola. Although this situation is somewhat unreasonable in logic, after all, Coca-Cola has two production bases in West Germany, and there has been no unpleasantness between the two sides in recent years. West Germany has no reason to abandon Coca-Cola. But apart from being interested in Chinese cola, the bear can't find any other reasonable explanation. Maybe it's because the cola produced in China is cheaper? Therefore, out of the psychological feeling that the Germans had taken away the production of Coke, the bear side only made a small counter-offer to the price offered by Liu Yongquan, so as to ensure that the two sides could reach a cooperation intention before the Germans opened their mouths. You know, the verbal intentions of countries like rabbit and bear still have a contractual effect these days, not much weaker than words. Of course, Liu Yongquan didn't know the rules behind these things. At this time, he was hesitant about another thing. Should I meet with the Germans? This situation was completely out of plan. He had never received any relevant instructions from beginning to end. No matter how sufficient the plan from the top was, it was impossible to take this into account. Thinking of this, Liu Yongquan exchanged a few words with Yang Wen again, and finally turned to look at Yuri. Comrade Yuri, I'm sorry, this situation has exceeded my authority, so I need to report to the capital. Do you think it's okay? As a high-level secretary, Yuri naturally understood Liu Yongquan's difficulties, so he nodded generously. No problem. Liu Yongquan thanked Yuri and hurriedly took Yang Wen out of the reception room. Huaxa's external liaison station in Maoxian is not far from Gum department store. After walking for about 10 minutes, Liu Yongquan and his partner returned to the external liaison station. Don't ask what department the external liaison is. I think this word really doesn't need to be explained. Huaxia has no external liaison department from beginning to end has come out. The communication conditions in the station are very safe, so Liu Yongquan immediately reported the matter to the capital. 10 minutes later, the capital side replied, in principle, it agrees to meet with the Germans, but no conditions can be promised or agreed, no political discussions can be involved, and at least 4 alert personnel must be present, and the translators will be selected by us. Liu Yongquan and Yang Wen had no objection to this. It just so happened that neither of them could speak German, so they would definitely need to find another translator to help during the meeting. At the same time, in order to avoid the semantic risks brought by one translator, the number of translators carried must be at least 2, which just meets the requirements of the organization. Half an hour later, Liu Yongquan and Yang Wen brought 2 translators, one male and one female, to find Yuri and said that they could meet with the Germans. The meeting place was chosen by the Germans, located in a small park behind the Kazan Cathedral. The Russian side imposed a simple curfew on the park. 15 minutes later, at noon, Liu Yongquan finally met Isles and his 5 companions in the park. Hello, friends from the East. Isles extended his hand enthusiastically as soon as he met them, but the pronunciation of German was really weird, and it sounded like he was going to spit on you. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Adolf Isles, the head of the External Relations Department of the Federal Republic of Germany. These are my colleagues, Hermann Leohard and Konrad Bach. Liu Yongquan shook hands with Isles in a graceful manner, and said with the help of the translator, "Hello, Mr. Isles, I am Liu Yongquan from Huaxia External Relations. This is my colleague Yang Wen, and these two are Liu Tao and Chen Qiao, the translators." After letting go, Liu Yongquan looked at Isles, looked him up and down, and asked carefully, "Mr. Isles, I'm sorry to ask, I don't know what your purpose is in looking for us this time." Isles was silent for a moment, turned his head to look at the surrounding woods, and after confirming that there were no spies from the Russian side, he slightly turned his body and took out an object from his body like a boy selling movies. "Mr. Liu, is this what you produce?" Liu Yongquan subconsciously looked at Isles's hand. At this moment, Isles' palm was suddenly filled with a piece of yellowish film that looked like rubber. Seeing this, even though the occasion was extremely formal, Liu Yongquan couldn't help but briefly show a dull look on his face. "What's going on? It's not a Coke glass?" You know, whether it was Yuri's previous description or the organization's judgment, Liu Yongquan had almost determined one thing before meeting Isles. Isles's purpose in looking for him was probably because he had tasted the rabbit's cola at the tasting meeting and wanted to buy a batch at a price much lower than Coca-Cola to test the waters. After all, the cost of Coca-Cola's original pulp is still very high these days. Not to mention places like East Germany, the price is still high even in West Germany. A 500 milliliters bottle of Coca-Cola in West Germany is about 3 rubles after being converted into rubles. This price is still very high when there are enough products on the supply side. For example, in later generations, both liquor and cola were in sufficient supply. The price of a bottle of ordinary or guotao was about 10 yuan, and a bottle of cola was about 3 yuan. This is the standard price ratio of liquor and cola. Therefore, it is reasonable for West Germany to seek cheap cola. Maybe Isles himself wants to be an agent. But I didn't expect that when they met, Isles actually took out such a thing. Liu Yongquan then took the rubber-like yellowish film and looked at it for a few seconds, and soon remembered its origin. As mentioned earlier, the cola Liu Yongquan and his team brought this time was all 500 milliliters glass material, and it was still transported by air from SJZ to Moscow. Therefore, in order to ensure that these glass cups would not be damaged due to being broken, the 221 base specially sent a batch of protective films for reinforcement and buffering to replace ordinary tapes. That is, wrap a circle of this thing on the outside, and fill the gap in the middle with sponges. This protective film is much tougher than tape. Anyway, Liu Yongquan tried to pull it a few times at that time, and found that he, a big man, could tear this film apart. Of course, Liu Yongquan's impression of the film was just that, and he didn't care too much. When Liu Yongquan left the country, the leader also specifically explained that the things brought to the bear were of little value, and the boxes and tapes didn't need to be taken care of after unpacking, and they could be directly thrown to the bear's personnel to clean up. But now it seems that Isles seems to have picked up a piece of this thing and is quite interested in it. Then Liu Yongquan glanced at Isles, adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and told a few pieces of information he knew. "Yes, this is a material we produce, and the output is quite large. Mr. Isles, I wonder why you ask this question." Liu Tao, the translator beside him, translated this sentence into German with ellipsis. As soon as Liu Tao finished speaking, Isles grabbed Liu Yongquan's wrist. "Mr. Liu, are you sure it has a large output?" After getting Liu Yongquan's affirmation, Isles continued, "Then do you sell this kind of film to the outside world? I mean a large amount of sales. If you can, please give me a price." "Please," Liu Tao translated this sentence into Chinese again. Liu Yongquan endured the pain in his wrist and tried to make his tone sound normal. "Mr. Isles, don't get excited. Can you tell me the details? To be honest, I am still confused." Isles came back to his senses and quickly let go of Liu Yongquan's shoulders. He looked at a man in the entourage calmly, then quickly retracted his gaze and explained, "It's like this. Mr. Liu, you should have heard of the German car brand Daimler-Benz, right?" Liu Yongquan nodded gently. "I have heard of it, although the current domestic cars are mainly Changjiang, Daihatsu and motor brands. Most Chinese people may not be familiar with Daimler-Benz, but don't forget that Liu Yongquan is a long-term external liaison staff in the Bear Country. In addition to Volga, Lada, and Gaz, which are exclusive brands of the Bear Country, there are also many cars imported from Europe and the United States in the Bear Country. Daimler-Benz is a typical representative of them. In fact, Daimler-Benz was almost incorporated by the Bear Country back then. Therefore, Liu Yongquan naturally heard of this well-known German brand, at least he had heard of the name. Seeing that Liu Yongquan knew the brand of Daimler-Benz, Iles's expression became much more relaxed. Liu, to be honest, a few years ago, Daimler-Benz engineers just cooperated with the government to develop a brand new model. This model is very perfect. We define it internally as an epic-making car, but you also know the character of us Germans. We pursue perfection in everything. Therefore, we also strive to do the best for the parts needed for this car. At this point, Iles shook his head again and sighed with some regret. However, unfortunately, during the development process of several years, we have optimized many links to the extreme, but we encountered some problems with the rubber film required for the sealing ring and suspension material, no matter how we adapt the materials. The final effect is not satisfactory, so that our engineers can only choose to give up. But what I didn't expect was that we met it today in Moscow. After that, Iles looked down at the film in his hand again, with a fascination in his eyes as if he had seen his dream lover. Liu Yongquan just understood what was going on. He had heard a Russian engineer mention that the Daimler-Benz brand had a close relationship with the German government, so it was not surprising that they were cooperating with the government. Needless to say, Germany's automotive technology level is naturally high. With the assistance of the national team, Liu Yongquan could imagine the level of the product just by thinking about it. And such an important model had some flaws in the design. As a result, when the government was about to give up, Iles actually saw this film produced by China by chance. No wonder Iles was so excited. In addition, according to what Yuri had just said, Iles and his team contacted the Russian side a while after getting the film. It seems that they had probably done some simple tests. Liu Yongquan went over the whole incident in his mind, and combined with his own analysis, he had a rough idea of it. On the other side, seeing Liu Yongquan's eyes showing some thoughts, Iles quickly added, "By the way, Mr. Liu, there is something I almost forgot to say, that is, if you are interested in selling this film product or transferring technology, we are willing to settle in foreign exchange, not marks, but rubles or US dollars. As for the specific price, we still need to discuss it in detail, but I can guarantee that the price of 1 ton of this film will not be less than $5,000 US." Hearing the figure of $5,000 US, Yang Wen's pupils shrank fiercely. $5,000 US? You know, $5,000 US in this era is a really big number. Last year, China's foreign exchange reserves were only $46 million US. Today's JDZ pottery factory makes ceramics day and night, and the annual transaction volume is only $1 million US. But now if 100 tons of film can be exported at one time, the transaction amount will be at least $500,000 US. To be honest, if it weren't for the lack of authority, Yang Wen even wanted to agree to Iles's request on the spot. Beside him, Liu Yongquan was actually not much less excited than Yang Wen. However, he still maintained the high-quality mentality of an old foreign relations officer, and did not show too much emotion on his face. Iles, I have roughly understood the situation, but you know, this kind of thing involving international trade, especially trade with Western countries, a small person like me certainly does not have much power to decide, so I have to report this situation to the capital first, and then contact you with the results. What do you think? Iles had dealt with the Russian bear several times in the past, and knew that the rules of the Russian bear in China were similar at this time, so he nodded very gracefully. Okay, Mr. Liu, we will stay in the Russian bear for about a week, and hope to receive your reply as soon as possible. No problem, I will reply to you within 3 days, so let's stop here today. Goodbye. After parting, Liu Yongquan took Yang Wen and the two translators back to the foreign relations station at a faster speed than when they came, and quickly reported the situation to the capital. 2 hours later, 221 base. After reading the urgent telegram from the capital, the base director Li Ji looked up at Su Yun in front of him. Comrade Han Li, what do you think? Opposite Li Ji, Su Yun, who had just followed Lao Guo to the office, shook his head. Nonsense. Li Ji raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. Nonsense? What's nonsense? Su Yun pointed at the lower half of the telegram with his finger and made a circle in the air. It's all nonsense since Daimler wanted to use rubber membrane. Those German devils are very mean and want to take advantage of the information gap. Note, stay up all night today, and add more chapters starting tomorrow. Chapter 598, the most important decision since traveling through time. The Germans are using information asymmetry to pick up leaks. Hearing this word coming out of Su Yun's mouth, Li Ju's face became more interested. Xiao Han, why do you say that? Su Yun thought for a moment, looked up at Lao Guo, then looked at Li Ju, and said, Engineer Guo, Director, this matter is more complicated to explain, so let's start from the beginning. First of all, Director, do you still remember the purpose of providing the film for the cola samples sent to the bear this time? Li Ju picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of water. After putting it down, he said, of course I remember. At that time, in order to do this or not, the leaders of the base discussed it several times, and in the end they almost overturned the table. Lao Guo on the side heard this and nodded slightly. Students with good memory should all remember it. When developing the carrier airship of the Zhuxian platform, the rabbits had put a lot of effort on the skin material of the capsule. Because the airship flies at an altitude of more than 30,000 meters, it needs to withstand huge pressure, tension and friction. Therefore, the capsule material of the airship must have the characteristics of lightweight, high strength, high thermal conductivity and high toughness. The basic materials are mainly polyester fiber and polyester, and the thermal conductivity is solved by the fluorine film aluminum layer. The braided load-bearing layer was a problem for Su Yun at the time, but as luck would have it, it was solved by the gas exchange membrane that failed to be produced by the 504 factory because of the tempering of the bear. As for the final and most special toughness material, it is made of the top slurry secretion of the local donkey, that is, the donkey slurry film. Due to the ballistic requirements of the Waverider missile, this composite airship finally reached a flight altitude of more than 40,000 meters and successfully completed the mission. It is also worth mentioning that 40,000 meters is only the limit of gas lift, that is, the power is insufficient at that altitude, not the critical point of the capsule. As for the actual load-bearing limit of the capsule material, no one knows it so far, even Su Yun himself is no exception. So, after the 3 U-2s were shot down, the rabbits immediately included the 2 key links of the capsule material and the design of the Waverider missile in the highest level of protection list. Of course, although these 2 links are both on the top secret list, their protection methods are different. The Waverider missile belongs to the file protection of the design structure and related principles, that is, the kind of file bag with a top secret document written on it. From then on, the world only heard of it but never saw it, just like the configuration of the hydrogen bomb. I don't admit its existence, but I don't deny that it doesn't exist. In a word, if you have the ability, you can guess. But the capsule material is to protect the local donkey. After all, the composition of the capsule material is not complicated. The most critical thing is the apocrine secretion of the local donkey, and this thing is a unique donkey species in China. So as long as the living local donkey is not seriously leaked, let alone the composition list of the capsule material, even if 1 or 2 kilograms of apocrine secretion leaks, there is no problem. As far as Su Yun knows. Now the capital is planning to build a high-security local donkey breeding base in Guizhou province. It is expected that more than 10,000 local donkeys will be cultivated in the first phase. After completion, the feed comes from the corpses of adult black soldier flies. After all, it will take about 1 to 2 years to complete the construction of the entire base, and by then the breeding technology of black soldier flies should have been systematically established. At the same time, the customs authorities have also begun to strengthen the monitoring of the exit of live local donkeys, and some people overseas have also begun to quietly contact Chinese families with local donkeys. Although the latter are not numerous, this situation does exist. For example, the reason why Lin Yu thought of using donkey hair to make soup to save Su Yun was because he had seen similar things when he was abroad. While the capital was carrying out the protection of local donkeys, Lao Guo rarely proposed an idea at a regular meeting not long ago. Since the main raw materials of this capsule or donkey pulp film are in our hands, we are not afraid of being made public or copied by others. Then can we send some of it to the bears in the name of Coke protected items along with Coke? At that time, as long as it is pretended to be discarded waste, the bears will definitely collect it quietly. Indeed, for these wastes, the bears may just be in the mood to pick up the sundries at the beginning, and will not invest too much energy in research. But as long as you just test it casually, let alone test it, even if you just pull it a few times with your hands, you can find the specialness of this material. At that time, maybe the bears will be interested in this material, and it is possible to propose some trading plans. Because there are actually many similar examples in marketing. Let's not talk about the distant past, let's talk about the trade fair hosted by the opposite side of the sea in Moscow 3 years ago. In addition to the brilliant performance of Coke at that trade fair, a more famous kitchen debate was born. The content of this debate is not the point. The point is that the big man of the bear found a kitchen knife that is very useful during the debate, so he introduced it to the bear country after the meeting. That brand is the famous Dexter kitchenware, which laid the foundation for the status of Western food knives in one fell swoop with this accident. Later, Dexter also merged with Russell and became one of the knife sets that the fishermen on the opposite side of the sea always have. Therefore, if the donkey pulp film can also become the Dexter at the Coke tasting meeting, it is also money if it can be sold for a penny. Thinking of this, Li Ju, who was sitting behind the desk, looked at Su Yun and said to him, "Comrade Han Li, I remember that you were very supportive of Lao Guo's idea at the beginning, and you argued with Yao Ping and others for a few words, right?" Su Yun nodded. "That's right. After Lao Guo proposed this plan, the 221 base quickly voted on Lao Guo's plan according to the standard process. As a result, during the voting process, many leaders did not agree with Lao Guo's idea, including some experts and scholars or the absolute core layer of the base. For example, Cheng Kejia, Lu Guangda and Wang Lao, who were familiar to Su Yun and Lao Guo, all clearly expressed their opposition. They believed that low risk still meant risk. And at present, the base could exchange a large amount of winter wheat with Coke, so there was no need to add more. After all, the Mao bears were not stupid, and the things they exchanged would definitely not be very good. For example, no matter what, they could not trade the core data of the atomic bomb, and all research and development matters still had to rely on themselves. But unlike Lu Guangda and others, Jin Binqiang and Jin Wuxi, two big men with the surname Jin, both expressed their support, and Sun Junren and Yi Dezhang also quickly voted in favor. They believed that compared with the possible benefits, this risk was worth trying. How to describe the situation at that time? Let's use the scene of Saint Seiya to describe it, that is, Saga, Camus, Shern and Mu, Aeolia, and Milo used Athena's exclamation to fight against each other. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Zilin, also known as Su Yun, appeared. He expressed his support for Lao Guo with an extremely firm attitude. As far as Li Ju knows, Su Yun's statement not only affected the choice of the base, but it is said that the reason why the capital agreed to this plan was largely due to Su Yun's statement. Recall here. Su Yun paused and continued to say to Li Ju, "Director, do you still remember the reason why I supported Engineer Guo at that time?" Although Li Ju's professional theoretical reserve was almost zero, his memory was still very good. He immediately responded, "Of course I remember. At that time, you said that this donkey pulp film would have a high use value in the aerospace field, such as the application in the space shuttle. At that time, you also discussed the feasibility of the space shuttle with Comrade Yao Ping, and finally attributed it to that word." "Oh, I remember, Xianqing, right." Su Yun smiled and nodded. "That's right. At that time, the reason he used to persuade the base leaders was that if this capsule was properly operated, it would have a miraculous effect in the aviation field, such as the space shuttle. Students who are still alive in 2023 should know it. At this time, the Russian bear and the opposite side of the sea are in a fierce competition, and all aspects have to compete for the first place. Especially after the end of the costly Apollo moon landing program, both sides have been almost crazy about the exploration of space. For example, the two sides launched a total of 17 Mars probes, 11 from Russia and 6 from China. That's right. Mars probes, not the moon. Among them, Russia launched only 5 successfully, and only one Mars 3 partially landed successfully. Most of the others only completed the flyby and orbiting missions. The success rate of China was not high either. It was not until 1975 that Viking 1 and 2 landed successfully. In addition to the Mars probes, another competitive direction that must be mentioned is the space shuttle. The space shuttles of China include Pathfinder, Enterprise, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis and Endeavour. The Russian side has Buran, Little Bird and Baikal. At the same time, compared with a Mars probe, this thing is a truly bottomless pit. At least the original concept of the space shuttle is true. The so-called space shuttle refers to a reusable vehicle that travels to and from low Earth orbit. It can take off vertically like a launch vehicle, and can land at an airport after returning to the atmosphere like an airplane. Strictly speaking, the idea of the space shuttle is very good. But the problem is that it has serious limitations of the times. It is a product that is reasonable at a certain stage. It will be eliminated beyond this stage. First of all, one of the reasons for the elimination of the space shuttle is its accident rate. Take the other side of the sea as an example. As of 2023, a total of 22 astronauts from the other side of the sea have died, of which 14 were contributed by the space shuttle, a veritable accident generator. But what really made the space shuttle gradually fall into the cold palace is its setting problem. The original purpose of the space shuttle concept was that the scientific community at that time believed that with the development of the times, there would be a large number of creative jobs on orbit that required non-professional astronauts to exert their intelligence. Therefore, in the mission of the space shuttle, transporting human brains, or human bodies, far precedes cargo transportation. At the same time, the peak overload of 3G for takeoff and 1.5G for landing perfectly achieve the goal of ordinary people going to work in space with a little training. But with the rapid development of computer technology later, the functions of spacecraft gradually began to shift from hardware implementation to software implementation. This change directly led to a fundamental change in the control and maintenance mode of spacecraft. Human on-site operation is no longer the optimal solution, and the urgency of transporting people is greatly reduced. A large amount of space research and maintenance work that scientists had expected disappeared, and the mission of the space shuttle was just like a unique novel. For example, KH-9 Hexagon, also known as the famous keyhole satellite. Its LEO film load is as heavy as 10 tons, and it will die when the film is used up, with a lifespan of less than a year. At that time, NASA planned to use the space shuttle to replace the film, but if you look at it from the perspective of later generations, you will find that this idea is meaningless. Although the later X-37B and Huaxia Shenlong are also advanced versions of the space shuttle in a strict sense, they have long been two concepts with the earliest space shuttle. At most, the principle of vertical launch and horizontal landing is the same. But on the other hand, the current bear and the other side of the sea are not aware of this at all due to the limitations of the times. The two brothers are holding their breath and humming. So here comes the question. If the Russians found out that this film could withstand stronger tension, bending and shearing force than high-temperature tape in the splicing of the core material of the space shuttle, what would they do? You know. The splicing of the core material can be said to be a core difficulty of the space shuttle. Once this problem is solved, the Russians will undoubtedly go all in on the space shuttle. A sinkhole that costs a huge amount of money every year, but actually has no impact on future generations, and at the same time, it can make the other side of the sea follow you. To be honest, Su-Yun was almost drooling at the time. Therefore, he rarely showed a strong image at the meeting, and even discussed the shortcomings of the space shuttle with the extremely respected Mr. Wang in reality. In the end, under his eloquence, the base finally passed Lao Guo's idea. Seeing Su-Yun bringing up the matter again, Lao Guo was the first to react. Wait, Zhao Han, do you mean, the purpose of those Germans wanting to buy donkey pulp film is also to develop space shuttles? Well, that's not the case. Su-Yun quickly shook his head when he heard it, and took the initiative to pour Lao Guo a glass of water, explaining, Engineer Guo, you are also an expert in aerospace. You should know that one of the technical foundations of the space shuttle is to allow it to enter low Earth orbit. Currently, only the two superpowers have this technology. As for Germany, unless those well-known German wall hangings during World War II are resurrected, there is no possibility that Germany has this technology. Lao Guo has become accustomed to Su-Yun's strange habits these days, so he didn't ask what wall hangings meant, but followed Su-Yun's train of thought. That's true. After the paperclip operation, Germany didn't have many top talents, but if they don't develop space shuttles, what can they do? Suddenly, Old Guo seemed to have realized something and looked at Su-Yun in surprise. Zhao Han, do you mean, those Germans also want to use donkey pulp film to develop satellites? Bingo! Su-Yun snapped his fingers briskly. Now 2 months have passed, and his fingers have almost recovered. Mr. Guo, if nothing unexpected happens, those Germans are thinking the same thing, so I said I was using the information gap to pick up leaks. Obviously they want to use the film for satellite development, but they have to pretend that they are in urgent need of automotive materials. Can the value of these two things be the same? $5,000 per ton? Kidding, we won't even sell it for 50,000. As he spoke, Su-Yun couldn't help shaking his head. That's right. In addition to the space shuttle, another use of donkey pulp film is as a key material for artificial satellites. Those who were artificial satellites in their previous lives should all know this. In the structure of artificial satellites, there are two places where high-toughness films are needed. One is the deorbiting sail. The other is the thermal control film for vacuum degassing. Among them, the deorbit sail is just as it means, which is a means of deorbiting after the satellite completes its mission. It mainly uses the aerodynamic drag formed by the thin atmosphere in the low-orbit environment to slowly slow down the satellite and eventually gradually leave the original orbit. It is a technology that was designed very early and implemented very late. It was probably designed at the beginning of the satellite, but not many people cared about it before the appearance of space junk. Even in 2023, when Soyun traveled through time, not all satellites will be equipped with this thing. But thermal control film is different. It is a substrate structure of a satellite, which needs to have a high film formation rate and dense film layer characteristics, and is an indispensable link in the operation of the satellite. For example, it must be able to withstand high-intensity cosmic ray impacts, and at the same time have a tough tensile force that can resist high deformation. The importance of these two films combined is not the first, at least it can be ranked in the top 3 in the difficulty of satellite research and development. At the same time, as a country with 99 satellites in later generations and the 7th largest number of satellites in the world, Germany still has a high interest in aviation exploration after World War II. However, due to the famous Operation Paperclip, Germany lost a large number of scientists, so that Germany's research and development capabilities are far from comparable to those during World War II. Soyun's elective physics major in this life is condensed matter physics, so he knows one thing very well. In the original history, it was because Germany could not break through the thermal control film for a long time that it had to give up independent research and development 3 years later and chose to cooperate with NASA. In the end, at the humiliating cost of making all satellite data public and any results could only be published in journals across the sea, the first artificial satellite in German history, ASR, was launched 8 years later. Indeed, in later generations, many people in China were wishing that West Germany at that time was the back garden across the sea, but the problem is that they themselves don't think so. For example, Prof. Mayer, who was responsible for the process department of ASR's research and development at the time and was equivalent to the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, once wrote in his memoirs, "This is a shame for the entire Federal Republic of Germany." In addition, after reaching a cooperation intention with the other side of the sea, 20 researchers from the Space Research Society to which the ASR project belonged submitted their resignations at the same time. After all, almost everyone has a sense of national pride. Even on the other side of the sea in the future, there will still be people who will shout USA with passion. As a result, some people in China admire foreigners, but they think that the Germans decades ago also liked to recognize their fathers. This is hard to explain. Let's return to reality. Seeing that Soyun was so sure that Isles was lying, Lao Guo couldn't help but ask back, "Zhao Han, I admit that donkey pulp film is indeed very useful in satellites, but how do you know that the German name Isles is lying? After all, auto parts do need special films for parts. For example, bearing connection, what he said may not be untrue, right?" Unexpectedly, Soyun quickly shook his head and explained, "Mr. Guo, your words seem to be logically correct, but do you know one thing?" Lao Guo blinked. "What's the matter? Did you find out that Zhao Qiao applied a donkey hair mask to you every day while you were sleeping?" Soyun, wait, I seem to have heard something weird. However, Li Ju on the side was still looking at him curiously, so Soyun had to draw his attention back to reality. "Mr. Guo, you may not know much? Daimler-Benz Automobile Company just acquired a considerable number of Audi shares 3 years ago, it is said to be more than 80%, and acquired Maybach last year, so now Daimler-Benz's R&D line is still in the iteration period. How could they cooperate with the German government to design a car model? This is obviously a lie told by that Isles without any other good reason. After all, under the temptation of that price, we probably won't confirm the authenticity of such news. Our resources in Europe are limited, and it costs money to obtain information, and news involving automobile companies has more industry barriers than political content, and ordinary intelligence personnel may not be able to figure it out." Lao Guo was stunned for a moment, and asked subconsciously, "Zhao Han, how did you know about this?" Soyun was well prepared for this, and he spread his hands to Lao Guo very calmly, "I read it in the newspaper." This is more or less a big news in Europe. After all, it involves so many car companies. Plus, I have many friends in Cambridge University who like to install Claymore mines on Mercedes-Benz cars. I understood it as we talked. Lao Guo understood. Yes, this guy is a master who came back from the West. Su Yun's explanation was quite clear, so Li Ju could hardly keep up with Su Yun's thoughts. Xiao Han, what do you think we should do next? Next, Su Yun thought about it and blurted out subconsciously, of course, do this business with the Germans. As a result, Su Yun's pupils suddenly shrank without warning. Wait, Germany? What the hell? Su Yun's what the hell was so loud that the glass in Li Ju's office shook slightly. Unprepared, Li Ju and Lao Guo covered their ears at the same time and looked at Su Yun blankly. What's going on? How come someone who was fine before suddenly rushed to A4? Under the gaze of the two, Su Yun's expression seemed quite subtle, and he even wanted to slap himself twice. Germany, Germany, Germany. As the word Germany was repeated over and over in his mind, Su Yun's heart rate was also faster and faster. Perhaps it was because he had consumed too many brain cells recently. Until this moment, Su Yun just realized that the protagonist of their discussion today was Germany, which he had no idea how to solve before. In other words, now with the emergence of the intention of donkey pulp film transaction, the last piece of the puzzle of Su Yun's ultimate chain has also been quietly put into place. After realizing this, Su Yun's face suddenly became solemn. After all, he knew very well how shocking and even a little treasonous his next words would sound to people of this era. It is no exaggeration to say that these words may turn him from a specially appointed consultant with great merits in the base into prisoner under strict supervision. What awaits Su Yun will be extremely strict scrutiny, which may even endanger his personal safety. But if that idea can really be realized, then the benefits it brings to the Chinese nation will be endless. Thinking of this, Su Yun quickly went through his actions at the base in his mind: dampers, meteorological Doppler radars, wave rider missiles, industrial software, computer industry, chaotic systems, neutron transport equations, male sterile plants and cola discovered in advance, and local donkeys. It is no exaggeration to say that with a foundation laid by Su Yun, even if he is locked in a cage and accomplishes nothing until the end of the mission, the rabbits of this era should be able to live very well. In this case, the next thing can be done. A few seconds later, Su Yun took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at Li Ju. Director, do you dare to play a big game? Note, I haven't asked for votes for several days. Please give me some monthly votes. I will resume the explosive update from today. You should be able to see the number of words. I will continue tomorrow. Chapter 599, the most important decision since traveling through time. In the conference room. Seeing Su Yun's extremely solemn tone, Lao Guo and Li Ju, who were sitting opposite him, were both startled, with obvious surprise in their eyes. To be honest, in the past few days, they have heard Su Yun ask whether they dare to do something. For example, the meteorological Doppler radar at the beginning, and the Xerxen sword project that sniped U2 later, and the Coke plan not long ago. In these events, Su Yun had asked the base whether they dared. But no matter which conversation he had before, Su Yun's tone was very calm, never so resolute. In the past, Su Yun was not so much asking for the opinions of the base as he was sure that his plan would be adopted before he opened his mouth, and the question he asked often had a hint of teasing. But this time was different. Su Yun did not have the usual confidence at all. It seemed that after he finished speaking, Li Ju would take out his gun and shoot him in a minute. Seeing this situation, Li Ju and Lao Guo looked at each other subconsciously. The two of them sat up straight at the same time, and the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly, replaced by an extremely solemn look. Although they had not known Su Yun for a long time, they had a certain understanding of his personality. The content that could make Su Yun put on such a posture was probably not a trivial matter. Then Li Ju took a deep breath, stared at Su Yun closely, and asked, Xiao Han, what you are going to say next? Is it related to our project? Su Yun nodded quickly. Of course. Is it a big impact? Very big, compared with U2. If you consider the long-term impact, U2 is not worth mentioning in front of this matter. Is it related to the Germans you just mentioned? That's more than that. Germany is just a part of the plan. Li Ju was silent for a moment, and did not continue to ask, but shouted to the door, Xiao Zhou. More than 10 seconds later, there was a sound of footsteps outside the house, and the voice of Zhou Ke, Li Ju's assistant, rang out. "Director, are you looking for me?" Li Ju quickly glanced at Su Yun and Lao Guo, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Zhou, please immediately notify Jin Binqiong, Jin Wuxi, Wang Yaoping and Lu Guangda, and ask them to rush to my office as soon as possible." Zhou Kei's voice outside the door was silent for a while, and then quickly replied, "I understand, but Director Lu and others should be studying the project now, and they may not be able to come on time." As a result, Zhou Kei was interrupted by Li Ju before he finished speaking. "Then tell them that Comrade Han Li's wound is seriously infected, and he is only one breath left. Please ask them to come quickly to see him for the last time. After that, we will cremate him on the spot and hold a farewell party. Su Yun, okay, as long as you are happy." Of course. Facts have proved that Jin Wuxi and others are still very conscious. Knowing that Li Ju had something to discuss, Jin Wuxi and the other four said without saying a word that they would rush to the main factory quickly, and Li Ju's rhetoric was ultimately useless. Half an hour later, Li Ju, Lao Guo, Jin Binqiong, Jin Wuxi, Wang Lao and Lu Guangda, the absolute core members of the base, sat in front of Su Yun like the mentors of the voice. It must be said, Li Ju is a very kind person. When Su Yun was obviously going to make a big news, the four big men he found were very close to Su Yun. And Shen Yankun and Sheng Kejia, the leaders that Su Yun was not familiar with, were not notified. In other words, if Su Yun really made any mistakes, the big men on the scene could still try to rescue him, so that there would not be no possibility of recovery. Considering the importance of the atomic bomb project, Li Ju's approach was already quite considerate. After a moment, old Guo looked around the scene, put his fists, which were clenched because of his seriousness, under his body, and said to Su Yun, "Okay, Xiao Han, now that everyone is here, you can tell me what you think." Su Yun nodded to him, first introduced the situation of donkey pulp film to Jin Wuxi and others, and then said, "Leaders, my idea is this, since the Germans are in urgent need of our donkey pulp film, then we might as well tell them directly and openly that we have seen through their little tricks and know that they want to use donkey pulp film in satellite research and development. So if they really want donkey pulp film, they should honestly exchange things with us. And don't think about sneaking around to get a bargain." Hearing this, old Wang, who was sitting on the far left, couldn't help but touch his chin. Then what? What to exchange? The 6 people present were all smart people. When Su Yun introduced the situation before, old Wang and others had already made a guess, if nothing unexpected happened. Su Yun probably wanted to exchange something with the Germans. Therefore, Su Yun's words were not unexpected. The real key was what the transaction object Su Yun envisioned. Transaction object Su Yun thought about it, raised 3 fingers, and said, "Leaders, I envision 2 transactions in total. The first transaction object is the linear oscillation detection element produced by the German Hochtief company. Jin Binqiong spent many years in Paris when he was studying, and he was not unfamiliar with some well-known European companies." Hearing this, he quickly remembered some information. "Hochtief? Is it the German company that does construction?" Su Yun nodded. "That's right, Hochtief. The Chinese name is Hochtief Company." In the future that Su Yun traveled through, it is the largest construction company in Germany, ranking 3rd among the world's construction contractors, and it ranks 1st in the list of the top 100 multinational contractors. As for the founding time of Hochtief, it can be traced back to the 1870s, and it had a close relationship with the mustache during World War II. The Fuhrer bunker in Berlin, where the Little Mustache committed suicide, and the Little Mustache Villa Berghof, the Little Mustache's military headquarters Wolf's Lair, were all designed by Hochtief. Because of this, Hochtief also encountered liquidation after World War II, and once lost a large proportion of its business, and was almost acquired by the British. However, more than 10 years have passed, and Hochtief has recovered some of its vitality. According to the historical trajectory, Hochtief will undertake the relocation project of the Abu Simbel Temple in Egypt in 2 years, so as to completely establish its name internationally. Of course, at this time, Su Yun was eyeing Hochtief not because he was thinking of placing a bet in advance or making a good relationship, but because the linear oscillation detection element produced by Hochtief is one of the most cost-effective shock wave detection elements in the world at this time. That's right. Shock wave detection element. Since the day the detonation laboratory was completed, Su Yun has been thinking about this thing. At that time, Gao Yunming's words "just take my old life and the martyrs who died in the explosion experiment in history" made Su Yun unable to sleep well for several nights. As a person from the future, Su Yun could not tolerate these predecessors sacrificing their precious lives in the presence of time travelers. It was mentioned earlier. The best way to avoid sacrifice is not to reinforce the walls of the laboratory, but to make the entire experiment process without anyone on site. In this way, the detection instrument that can record the impact effect is very important. This instrument must be low cost while ensuring accuracy, so that the rabbits can use it for a long time without feeling bad. Otherwise, with the thrifty character of the rabbits, most of them will still arrange manpower to collect data in the end. As for the specific instrument selection, the linear oscillation detection element from the 1960s to 1980s is obviously a very good choice. This element does not contain integrated circuits. It is mainly composed of some high-sensitivity springs and matching pressure platforms, and the impact effect of the explosion is recorded through a scale. The impact force will cause the compression spring of the pressure platform to deform, and this deformation has a corresponding linear equation, so it is enough to compare it according to the corresponding table. However, the current domestic production process cannot achieve the corresponding accuracy, so if you want to get linear oscillation detection components, you can only find a way abroad. In this era, there are many companies producing linear oscillation detection components internationally, mainly concentrated in Germany, Italy and Denmark, and the prices are generally not expensive. However, the blockade intensity is too high these days, and it is impossible for rabbits to directly purchase linear oscillation detection components. At least, don't even think about buying in large quantities. In the past few days, Su Yun has racked his brains, but still couldn't think of a suitable operation method. Unexpectedly, the Germans came to the door today. The Germans' desire for independent research and development of artificial satellites is no less than that of rabbits. For the sake of donkey pulp film, the Germans will definitely sell some contraband. So Su Yun only needs to consider which specific trading company it is. While waiting for Jin Washi and others, Su Yun thought carefully several times and finally chose the company of Hochtief. Don't think that Hochtief is just a construction company, and it seems that it has nothing to do with instruments or original parts. But in fact, these days, large international construction companies mainly undertake demolition or medium to large transportation projects, so there is still a great demand for blasting data. The blasting data here includes various information when the building collapses, as well as many parameters when developing blasting explosives. And the level of technology these days is not up to the level of industrial software to assist in simulation, so most construction companies can only assist in research by collecting actual data. Therefore, the larger the construction company, the higher the level of linear oscillation detection components. That's right. They did not find suppliers to produce, but developed them themselves. The linear oscillation detection components produced by Hochtief are very famous in Germany, and more importantly, it has some unclear relationship with the German government. To be honest, Su Yun's understanding of this relationship is relatively limited, but there is one thing he remembers very clearly. Hochtief built Germany's first nuclear power plant, and then when the German Ministry of Technology was developing satellite launch vehicles, it was Hochtief that provided the Ministry of Technology with linear oscillation detection components for several years. Therefore, overall, Hochtief should be the company that Su Yun can think of with the greatest certainty and the highest cost-effectiveness. Linear oscillation detection components. Then Li Ju thought about it and asked Su Yun, "Zio Han, what do you think is the probability that Germany will agree to the transaction of linear oscillation detection components? What is its cost?" Su Yun raised his eyelids and glanced at him. It seems that the base director is also very concerned about Gao Yunming's situation. "Director, I personally think that the probability of this transaction is infinitely close to 100%. After all, the Germans will definitely not give up our donkey pulp film. At the same time, the linear oscillation detection component is not strictly speaking on the Batumi list. The Germans can ship it to our country with just a few changes. As long as they are not stupid, they will definitely agree. As for the cost, using our domestic prices as an example, it's about 1 yuan to buy one, and about 10 components are enough for one experiment." Li Ju raised his eyebrows and showed obvious joy on his face. "Wow, 1 yuan each? It's so cheap." It was mentioned a long time ago. The average monthly income in China these days is about 20 yuan, and a good job can earn about 30 yuan. According to this income, an ordinary person's monthly salary can cover the data collection for 2 explosion experiments. This cost may be very high for an individual. After all, A month's work will be gone after 2 explosions. But in front of the base or the country, such an expenditure is simply small. In fact, this situation is not uncommon in later generations. Some things are not expensive, but you lack the conditions to buy them. Once you have the corresponding conditions, the cost will not be very high. A typical example is online novels, where a chapter costs only a few cents, and the difficulty is to get the author to update enough words. Jin Biqiang thought for a long time and finally nodded. Xiao Han, I personally have no objection to this transaction. I guess it shouldn't be a big problem if it comes from the top, although doing business with the Germans is relatively sensitive. But the linear oscillation detection component is related to the life safety of frontline detection personnel, and the capital will definitely pay attention to this. After all, every time a member is sacrificed at the base, they will also be extremely heartbroken. Indeed, some leaders in the capital may have different opinions due to perspectives, but this is at most a dispute and will not involve too much depth. For example, some leaders may worry that purchasing a large number of linear oscillation detection components will attract attention from the other side of the sea, etc. These are some details that need to be discussed and supplemented at that time. Then Jin Biqiang lit a dry cigarette for himself, inhaled and quickly exhaled a puff of white smoke, and turned his head to look at Su Yun. Xiao Su, in addition to the linear oscillation detection components, what is the other transaction you mentioned? Another transaction? Su Yun heard the words and hummed softly, slightly prolonging the tail tone, and said, Director Jin, the second transaction I am thinking of is not the direct purchase of equipment or instruments, but a condition. Jin Biqiang frowned immediately. Condition? What condition? After that, Jin Biqiang suddenly had a guess in his mind. The transaction object is not equipment or instruments. Speaking out may cause trouble, and Su Yun himself is not sure. Could it be that the condition Su Yun mentioned is to bring someone back from Germany? At the same time, this person is probably not very clean, so he has that resolute expression. Opposite Jin Biqiang, Su Yun spoke again. Yes, one condition, to be precise, is to play dumb. Jin Biqiang's pupils shrank again. Play dumb? As expected, you want the German to turn a blind eye and secretly tell you to pick someone up? Looking at the age of this kid, could it be that he is an old lover he met in Europe? Guided by this thinking, Jin Biqiang quickly sketched out a story outline in his mind. Su Yun met a Chinese girl when he was studying in Europe. After falling in love, he learned that the other party's parents were sensitive. Now that he has returned to China, he feels that his merits are enough, so he resolutely wants to bring the other party back to China. The girl's surname may be Ai, and her name is Wei Ling. Just when Jin Biqiang had thought about the story to the 76th chapter, Lao Guo's voice rang in his ears. Xiao Han, what do you mean by playing dumb? Jin Biqiang's heart suddenly trembled, and he quickly pricked up his gossipy ears. Come on. Then, under Jin Biqiang's expectant gaze, Su Yun took a deep breath and slowly said, Engineer Guo, I want the Germans to play dumb about the direction of a certain instrument. To be more precise, I want Heisenberg to play dumb. Jin Biqiang. Instrument? Heisenberg? Wait, what about the transnational sadomasochism? What the hell is this? Of course. Jin Biqiang's surprise was not abrupt at this time, because the expressions of Lao Guo and others around him were almost the same as his. After a moment, Li Ju, who had the lowest physics knowledge reserve at the scene, blinked and asked slowly, Xiao Han, what political building in Europe is Heisenberg referring to, like the White House across the sea, the Kremlin of a bear, and the Buckingham Palace in the UK? Su Yun shook his head and said, Director, you misunderstood. The Heisenberg I mentioned is not the name of a castle, but a physicist named Werner Karl Heisenberg. This person has a very loud reputation in the field of quantum mechanics and has proposed many theories. The Taoist name is not allowed to be a Taoist. Well, I will just say one sentence, and you should have a general idea of his ability. He was the person in charge of making the atomic bomb when the little mustache was young. Hearing Su Yun's last introduction, Li Ju raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Good guy, he was responsible for the atomic bomb of the little mustache. Su Yun nodded. Heisenberg. This should be the most psychedelic among all physicists in the physics world in the 20th century. In academia, Heisenberg was the first to start the revolution of quantum mechanics and gave the first theory of quantum mechanics in history, namely matrix mechanics. Of course, Born, Jordan and Dirac made important mathematical supplements. He also proposed the uncertainty principle, which is one of the core principles of quantum mechanics and is also very influential in philosophy. He almost single-handedly created the isospin theory expressed by the SU2 group as a mathematical tool, which is also one of the starting points of the Yang-Mills gauge field theory proposed by Yang-Lau and Mills. But all of the above only allow Heisenberg to be defined as a big guy and stand shoulder to shoulder with many ordinary well-known physics scholars. What really makes Heisenberg have the definition of psychedelic is his research on the atomic bomb. Students who participated in World War II should all know. At the beginning of World War II, Germany launched an atomic bomb research program. At that time, Germany was the only country in the world that was carrying out such a military application project of atomic energy, which was absolutely unique. At that time, Germany occupied the world's largest uranium mine, had the world's most powerful chemical industry, and had the world's best scientists. For example, the fission of atoms was discovered by two Germans, Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann, in 1938. At the time, both were still in Germany, and Hahn would later win the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his discovery. In addition, Germany also had Law, the winner of the 1914 Nobel Prize in Physics, Porter, the inventor of the Geiger counter, Geiger, Weizsäcker, Bagge, Dibner, Gerlach, Wozniak, and Heisenberg, the general manager of this project. However, despite this dream lineup, Germany's atomic bomb research failed. One of the important reasons is that the chain reaction that Heisenberg was personally responsible for produced an incorrect critical value, and the heavy water plant was destroyed, so Germany finally gave up the research on the atomic bomb. To be honest, if you only see this, the whole story is actually just like that. After all, big guys can make mistakes. Baggio missed a penalty in the World Cup final. But interesting things happened a few years later. At that time, Heisenberg and his nuclear scientists were captured by the British and imprisoned in a dungeon. A few days later, 2 atomic bombs were sent to Hiroshima and Nagasaki across the sea, but Hiroshima and Nagasaki did not receive them. After learning the news, Heisenberg independently calculated the accurate chain reaction data the next day. There is a documentary recommended for this part, which is available on Bilibili, called The Age of Genius. So there was a rumor in later generations that Heisenberg did not want a mustache to have this weapon, so he deliberately calculated the wrong critical value. Otherwise, the current world situation might be completely different. No one knows whether this rumor is true or not, and it also adds a mysterious color to Heisenberg's image that other physicists cannot have. The site returns to reality. Hearing Su-Yun mention Heisenberg, Lao Guo's brows quickly frowned. Zio-Han, I still don't understand, why do you want Heisenberg to act stupid? Su-Yun raised his eyelids and glanced at Lao Guo, but did not answer the question directly, but gave Lao Guo and others a shot of prevention. Engineer Guo, the Heisenberg matter involves another matter, and what I am going to say next may be unacceptable to you, but I hope you can listen to me and finish my words, then you will understand my thoughts. Please remember one sentence, all the chips I want to pay are for a bigger and more valuable goal. I will not be stupid enough to give things away for free. Hearing this, Lao Guo and others were silent for a moment and sat up straight again. Then Su-Yun looked around at everyone and opened his mouth with a heavy bomb. Engineer Guo, director, in addition to the Donkey Pulp film, I want to trade the principle of meteorological Doppler radar and the neutron transport equation calculated before with the British and the French respectively. Bang! Su-Yun's voice had just fallen. Lu Guangda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly slammed the table and subconsciously jumped up from his seat. Zio-Han, are you crazy? Chapter 600 The most important decision since traveling through time. At this moment, Lu Guangda slapped the table so hard that even the small teacup on the table was shaken and flipped to the side. The tea, which was several dozen degrees hot, dripped down the edge of the table, soaking a large part of Lu Guangda's pants. But Lu Guangda seemed to be unaware of this situation. He stared at Su-Yun, as if he wanted to nail his eyes into Su-Yun's body. Zio-Han, do you know what you are talking about? Meteorological Doppler radar and neutron transport equation? Are these things that can be traded? These are the results we have worked on with our lives, and you are now thinking of giving them to foreigners, including the first sentence. Lu Guangda, the kid doctor, uttered TMD twice in a row, which shows how excited Lu Guangda was at this moment. But it's not his fault that he lost his composure. It's because the amount of information in Su-Yun's words was too huge. No one would be able to sit still after hearing these contents. Look at these two trading objects. Meteorological Doppler radar is a technology developed by the base with the assistance of Su-Yun when measuring weather. Whether it is the specific principle or the design plan, it is far ahead of the relevant progress in the world. Not long ago, Zhang Zhongjing had a chat with Lu Guangde, saying that the country has prepared to make the development of meteorological Doppler radar a key project. After returning to the capital, Zhang Zhongjing's work may be adjusted to a certain extent. Although the confidentiality level of that project is far lower than that of the atomic bomb, it is definitely a pillar-type military project. At that time, Zhang Zhongjing also laughed and said that he would also hide his identity like Lu Guangde and others, and he was going to take his pseudonym as Sun Wukong. As for the neutron transport equation, let alone the theoretical group of the base spent several months on it, and it was not until recently that the results were officially achieved. If the meteorological Doppler radar is still a situation where there are related ideas in the world, but the barriers have not been broken, then the neutron transport equation is purely top-secret data that even the other side of the sea knows nothing about. As a result, Su-Yun is now thinking of giving these two things to foreigners, and the target is not the bear, but the British Gaul in Europe. Isn't this selling out, teammates? Yes, these two projects were achieved with the help of Su-Yun, but the team also put in a lot of effort in them. Why do you dare to give them to foreigners? Thinking of this, Lu Guangde's eyes showed a trace of heaviness, and he said to Su-Yun with great pain, Xiao Han, what should I say to you? You. How could you make such a mistake? Putting aside the importance of these two technologies, if you take out the neutron transport equation for exchange, wouldn't it tell others about our research progress? Hearing Lu Guangde's last words, Li Ju on the side also nodded. As a capable general from the military, although Li Ju doesn't know much about specific physics knowledge, he has always had a very simple understanding. Nuclear weapons research information belongs to the country's top secrets and cannot be leaked out in any case. Those who dare to leak it are enemies. So don't look at him not speaking at this time. In fact, he is also quite dissatisfied in his heart. It's just that the opportunity to slam the table was snatched away by Lu Guangde. Then he took a deep breath and prepared to persuade Su-Yun. After all, not many people knew about Su-Yun's idea. Xiao Han, my opinion this time is the same as Comrade Guangde's. No matter what your so-called reasons are, I firmly disagree with this plan. Project 596 is the top secret of the top secret. Countless comrades have devoted their efforts and even their lives for it. The neutron transport equation must not be given to others. From now on, you will immediately give up this idea. If you still hold this idea after leaving this door, then even the King of Heaven can't save you. After saying that, Li Ju suddenly felt fortunate that he had conducted a small-scale discussion first. After all, the 6 people at the scene had a close relationship with Su-Yun. Although he and Lu Guangde scolded each other, their starting point was for Su-Yun's good. If Su-Yun proposed this idea at a routine meeting, and dozens of ears at the scene heard this plan, Su-Yun would really have a hard time ending it. Maybe the comrades from the confidentiality department would take Su-Yun away for investigation the next day, and Su-Yun would really have to cry behind bars. However, just when Li Ju was about to instill some more warnings in Su-Yun, Jin Wuxi, who had been silent from the beginning until now, suddenly spoke up, and Li Ju raised his eyebrows when he spoke up. Old Li, there are only 7 of us in this room. I think if Xiao Han really has any ideas, we can still ask him to explain them. After all, he has given us many surprises in the past. Which of the things before did we agree with before he spoke? Li Ju was stunned. Isn't Jin Wuxi's style wrong? As a frontline military expert in missiles, Jin Wuxi's awareness of confidentiality should be higher than his own. Why did he suddenly change his temper? If Jin Binqiang, Lao Guo, or Wang Lao said this, it would be understandable, but it would be impossible for Jin Wuxi to say it. In fact, it was not only Li Ju who was surprised at this time. Lao Guo, Lu Guangde, Jin Binqiang, Wang Lao, and even Su-Yun's face showed a hint of obvious surprise. Seeing this situation, Jin Wuxi couldn't help scratching his hair, put on a businesslike expression, and continued to express his position. Also, Lao Li, since we want to correct Xiao Han's mistakes, it is obviously unreasonable to blindly cut it off. Who knows when he will still be thinking about this matter, and then can't help but talk about it at some gathering. Oh, for example, in the interest group they set up, if someone spreads this matter, then we really can't protect Xiao Su, so I think it's better to let Xiao Han tell us his reasons, and we will analyze them one by one, and cut off this risk from the root. Don't you think this makes sense?" After saying this, Jin Washi picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip of water, trying to make his expression and movements look normal. This is the only reason he can find. After all, he can't say that the leader knew everything and told him everything before leaving. At the beginning, he asked Su-Yun about the Wave Rider missile alone, which strictly speaking was not in line with the requirements of the organization. And opposite him, hearing what Jin Washi said, Li Ju couldn't help but frown again. He wanted to refute that there was nothing to explain, but after thinking about it carefully, Jin Washi's words were not unreasonable. For example, when he was young and hot-tempered during the war, he had done many things that were scolded by the leader, but he was stubborn in private. This experience made Li Ju spontaneously agree with Jin Washi's reasons, and he couldn't open his mouth to refute. So Li Ju relaxed his brows a little and asked Jin Binkyong beside him, "Comrade Binkyong, what do you think?" Jin Binkyong is now the person in charge of the entire nuclear industry. Although he has no specific position in the base, he's equivalent to a special envoy from the capital in nature, and his words still carry a lot of weight. Jin Binkyong turned his head and glanced at Jin Washi. After meeting his eyes, Jin Washi gently gave him a "believe me" look. So Jin Binkyong quickly retracted his gaze, pondered for a moment, and said to Su-Yun, "Comrade Han Li, since that's the case, tell me your reasons. The opportunity has come." Su-Yun was delighted when he heard this, and secretly clenched his fists. What he was most worried about before was that Li Ju would not give him a chance to explain, and would lock him up in a small dark room without saying a word, which would completely ruin his plan. Now that he had a chance to explain, even if the whole thing was not settled, at least the probability was much higher. Then Su-Yun took a deep breath, went over his draft in his mind, and said, "Leaders, there are two technologies mentioned in my previous proposal. Let's start with a less sensitive meteorological Doppler radar. Yes, as Director Liu said, meteorological Doppler radar is one of the few areas where we have advantages, but I think everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding in their understanding of this advantage. The greatest value of this technology is not how long it will lead the world, but to make up for our own shortcomings. Before the meteorological Doppler radar technology, our research in this area was limited to warning or fire control radars such as 314A, which lagged far behind the world. With a meteorological Doppler radar technology, we are now the leader, and the development will be smooth. But the gap with the second and third place in the world is not that big. For example, the other side of the sea has already started research on meteorological Doppler radar, and several European countries are similar. We are only ahead for a few years at most, at least in my personal opinion. In the next few years, it is basically impossible for us to gain a generational advantage in radar. In this case, it is better to take it out and make a deal with the country that needs it, and get some good things back. It was mentioned earlier. In normal history, the research and development of meteorological Doppler radar on the other side of the sea began 2 or 3 years ago, and the technology was implemented 5 or 6 years later. However, the rabbits were blocked in this regard until the late 1980s, and it took until the mid to late 1990s to fully master it. Therefore, the significance of the meteorological Doppler radar technology that Su-Yun brought out mainly lies in helping the country break the technological blockade, and its value lies more in filling its own gaps. As for the advantages of this technology in the international arena, it is only 5 or 6 years. To be honest, if you let this thing come out 5 or 6 years earlier in the world, it really can't develop into a monopoly-level black technology. After all, it is not a one-way street that only allows one person to eat crabs. In a few years, Western countries will master this technology. So if you say that the meteorological Doppler radar is precious, then it is definitely precious. Only a fool would give it away for free. But define it as, not for sale? That's not the case. As long as the price is right, Su-Yun believes that it can be taken out for trading. After all, other countries are not time travelers, and it is impossible for them to know that they will have this technology in a few years. Of course, you can sell it, but you have to choose the object of the transaction well. The other side of the sea will definitely be put on the blacklist, and Japan can forget about it. As for the bears, there is no need. After all, the commodity of coke can sustain the trade between the two sides for a long time, not to mention the donkey pulp film. The Germans picked up a small piece, and the rest are in the hands of the bears. After excluding these countries, the remaining targets are relatively limited. Among these few options, the UK is obviously a very good trading partner. Although the UK now looks like a group with the other side of the sea, and looks like father and son or brothers, in fact, the relationship between the two is quite complicated. According to history. In addition to the fact that British food is shit, the country itself is also very potential to be a shit-stirring stick. For example, Chew's Iron Curtain speech on the other side of the sea abruptly set off the prelude to the war. Later, Britain wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, but the tiger was not stupid either. They joined forces to create the Suez Canal incident and dismembered the British and French colonial system. Wait for another 7 years. In October of that year, the UK will also erupt in the largest anti-American protest since the end of World War II, with extremely huge momentum. Indeed. At this moment, Britain is still clinging to the thigh of the other side of the sea. But Soo-yoon's idea was just to make a barter through the weather Doppler radar technology, without much political intention. At the same time, as the birthplace of radar, Britain is now fully developing early warning aircraft, and there is still a potential demand for weather Doppler radar. More importantly, the thing that Soo-yoon wants can only be produced by the British at this time, of course. It is not male keto nor baldness. A few minutes later, after listening to Soo-yoon's explanation, Lee Ju nodded subconsciously. But in less than a second, he reacted, "That's not right. Isn't the purpose of asking Soo-yoon to explain the reason to find out his problem? Why do I feel that his reasons make sense now? Could it be that I will be convinced by Soo-yoon? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After all, in addition to the weather Doppler radar, there is also the neutron transport equation. If Soo-yoon could even find a suitable reason for the neutron transport equation, he would immediately take the axe that his teacher Guo von Karman gave him, which was said to have been used by Maxwell, and which Sun Junrin had chewed halfway when it was snatched away by Yi Dezheng, and which Yi Dezheng had not chewed twice before it was snatched away by Master Jin Wu. And now it fell into Liu Basheng's hands and he was chewing it with soy milk. So he straightened his body and said to Soo-yoon, "Zio Han, please continue. We will discuss your mistakes after you finish speaking." Soo-yoon nodded, put his hands on his knees, put on a well-behaved look, and turned to look at Lu Guangda. "Okay, let's talk about the second transaction item, which is the neutron transport equation. Director Lu, you are an expert in the theory department. You should know that for the entire chain reaction, the neutron transport equation is actually just a key node. There are actually at least 6 difficulties after this node, not to mention other difficulties in the application stage. Suppose you have nuclear weapons in your hands. If there is a country, let's say India, if you know that India has broken through and optimized the original neutron transport equation, what would you do?" Hearing this question raised by Soo-yoon, Lu Guangda's originally pursed mouth suddenly relaxed, his mouth opened and closed slightly, and the whole person looked a little surprised. Seeing this, Soo-yoon drew a circle in the air with his index finger and asked, "Will you use nuclear strikes directly? Or will you take other measures?" Lu Guangda's face changed for a long time, and he said with a little entanglement, "I will strengthen the collection of information." "Very good, then what do we need to collect information? People, or reconnaissance aircraft?" Snap. Seeing this, Soo-yoon clapped his hands, and then gently spread them to Lu Guangda. "Look, isn't this the end? The simple neutron transport equation cannot make the other side of the sea launch a nuclear strike against us immediately. The only means is to send enemy spies or reconnaissance aircraft, and now that 3 U-2s have just been shot down, how dare they send reconnaissance aircraft over? So as long as we strengthen the screening of enemy spies, the overall problem will not be too big, this time." Soo-yoon spoke with a very firm tone, because this happened in history. Although the rabbits kept a high degree of confidentiality when developing nuclear weapons, some information was inevitably leaked. Especially when Lu Guangda and his team finished their theoretical derivation and the 221 base began to formally assemble live ammunition. About a year later, the Melody Emperor would propose a plan to launch a nuclear strike against the rabbits, and he even used his life to make a death-defying remonstrance to his ministers, but no one paid attention to him. Also, before the rabbits officially exploded, the other side of the sea sent a message to Japan and the other side, saying that the rabbits were going to explode an atomic bomb, and you had to be mentally prepared. So again, the same thing. The secret of atomic bomb research is not the event itself, but the specific progress. The neutron transport equation is indeed part of the progress, but it is still a long way from the completion of theoretical research. At most, it will alert the other side of the sea. So if it is really leaked, the impact is not as big as Li Ju and his team thought. What's more, at this point, Su Yun's tone was meaningful. Leaders, even if our neutron transport equation is traded, the other side of the sea will probably not know about it. The other side of the sea will not know about it. Lu Guangda was stunned again, and blurted out subconsciously, "How is this possible?" Su Yun raised his eyelids and looked at him, and said firmly, "Because the object of the transaction is Gaul, they will definitely not spread the news." This time, Su Yun's tone was more decisive than the previous words. In 2023, when he traveled through, if there's any European country in Europe that has the most special relationship with the rabbits, then many people will think of Serbia. But if you add a military field in front of this question, then the answer will obviously only be Gaul. It is no exaggeration to say that there is actually a very obvious accompaniment phenomenon between Gaul and Chinese weapons. The earliest cooperation between the two began at this time. At that time, the rabbits introduced a GCH heavy military off-road vehicle technology from Belair in Gaul, and successfully imitated the Hongyan CQ-260 off-road vehicle. This was the first heavy military off-road vehicle for the rabbits, and it also broke the reality of being strangled in this field. Later, the cooperation between the rabbits and Gaul covered from civilian to military use, so I won't go into details here. Of course, the rabbits did not just ask for Gaul, but also provided technical support. And the supporting technology is hydrogen bomb miniaturization. That's right. In the original history, the miniaturization of Gaul's hydrogen bomb was helped by the rabbits. At the same time, if you compare the two countries carefully, you will find many similarities. For example, Gaul and China have both experienced a typical monarchical centralized era, resulting in a long period of very similar national characteristics, while most other Western countries have not experienced this period or are not so typical. At the same time, they have been the most populous and powerful countries in the region in history, and have long been influenced by the idea of continental hegemony. It is still difficult to turn to sea power in modern times. And there is a sea power island country on the opposite side that gives them a headache, and the relationship with each other is also tortuous, which can be called a feud. In addition, French cuisine and Chinese cuisine are also recognized as the two top cuisines in the world. For example, both countries have many players of the Dark Souls game. In modern history, Gaul is also the second Western country to fight with the rabbits. The first is Sweden, which has little presence. So many people say that Gaul and China are each other's other selves in the world. This kind of beautified statement must not be believed, but sometimes it is indeed quite coincidental. In addition, in terms of relations with the other side of the sea, Gaul is also a rare one that likes to sing the opposite tune. For example, in 5 years, Dai will announce that Gaul will withdraw from the treaty, and will not be added back until 2009. There are also various other operations that will be very sensitive when mentioned. It can be said that the two sides are almost always at loggerheads. These are historical facts that have already happened, not Su Yun's brain-filled speculation. Although the core reason for these situations is mainly the interests between countries, isn't the neutron transport equation one of these interests? Therefore, Su Yun is at least 90% sure that even if the rabbits trade the neutron transport equation to Gaul, Gaul will not tell the other side of the sea about this. Looking at Su Yun, who was talking freely, Li Ju's expression became more and more weird. That's not right. Why did he think Su Yun's idea was more feasible after listening to the explanation of the neutron transport equation? Beside him, Jin Bingqiang's expression was much more complicated than Li Ju's. He was not informed of Su Yun's origins by the chief like Jin Wuxi, but as a leader in the scientific research circle, he knew one thing very well: China is indeed discussing some deals with Gaul, and the other party is very sincere. If nothing unexpected happens, the rabbits only need to pay more than $10 million in foreign exchange to introduce Belair's technology. This price is 30% cheaper than the price that Gaul transferred to Canada. In other words, at least in terms of feasibility, Su Yun's idea does not seem to be outrageous. Thinking of this, Jin Bingqiang suddenly realized another thing: that's not right. Feasibility is one thing, and whether to change is another. These two technologies plus the donkey pulp film in Germany, what instrument can compare with them in value? So Jin Bingqiang quickly pulled his mind back to reality and said to Su Yun, "Xiao Han, let's put aside whether these plans are feasible or not. Tell me what the instrument you want to exchange is. If the transaction object is too ordinary, then no matter how feasible the transaction is, it is meaningless. Su Yun glanced at Jin Binkyong, hummed, and said to Lao Guo, "Engineer Guo, please allow me to ask you something. Do you know what project Heisenberg is in charge of now?" Lao Guo has been across the sea for a long time, so he is naturally very clear about the movements of such celebrities. If I remember correctly, Heisenberg is still working in Europe, and it seems that he helped to establish an organization called the Western European Nuclear Research Center a few years ago. He seems to be the president of this organization. That's right. Su Yun nodded lightly and exhaled a complex breath. Western European Nuclear Research Center, European Organization for Nuclear Research, referred to as CERN. Then Su Yun paused and continued to explain. CERN was established to study microscopic particles. There are currently 13 major member states, but only Germany, Britain and Gaul have the highest voting rights. Since we want to study microscopic particles, we must need a device. Lao Guo followed Su Yun's train of thought this time and said a word. "Are you talking about particle accelerators?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Lao Guo's mind, and he looked at Su Yun abruptly. "Wait, Zhao Han, the device you want. Could it be the tandem electrostatic accelerator at Cambridge University?" Su Yun smiled at him and confirmed Lao Guo's guess. "Yes, it's that accelerator. Students with good memory should remember it." In order to assemble the meteorological Doppler radar, Su Yun dismantled the electrostatic analysis module on the only electrostatic accelerator in China with an energy level exceeding 2.5 MeV and made parts. When assembling the electrostatic module, Sun Junren once talked to Su Yun about one thing: a tandem electrostatic accelerator owned by the Cavendish Laboratory of Cambridge University has now begun to be maintained by mechanized means. The name of the tandem electrostatic accelerator is PIC, and the experimental energy level can reach 80 MeV, which is more than 30 times that of the current domestic electrostatic accelerator. This is also the world's top tandem electrostatic accelerator, without a doubt. At this time, CERN is in a situation where it may be disbanded at any time due to the lack of sufficiently advanced equipment. So Heisenberg, the then president of CERN, found Cambridge University and persuaded Cambridge University to send a tandem electrostatic accelerator to CERN headquarters. See Chapter 541, and this time, Su Yun would rather gamble his personal freedom to fight for the goal of this tandem electrostatic accelerator. Tandem electrostatic accelerator. Lao Guo is not unfamiliar with this accelerator at Cambridge University. After all, Wang Gancheng and others have talked about this thing in front of him. Let's put it this way. In the minds of people who study theoretical physics in China today, this accelerator is equivalent to the status of the USS Ford in the domestic military circle before the domestic aircraft carrier was launched. However, a trace of doubt soon appeared in Lao Guo's eyes, and he said to Su Yun in confusion, "Zhao Han, although this equipment is valuable, there is no need to spend that kind of price to get it, right? Meteorological Doppler radar, neutron transport equation, donkey pulp film, these three technologies are not much lower than that equipment one by one." Su Yun nodded again after hearing this. "Yes, if we look at the value shown by the current tandem electrostatic accelerator, it is indeed not as good as the costs I mentioned, but if I tell you, with this thing, we can make a lot of interesting things, such as, what about neutron bombs? Note, I may take a leave tomorrow, or it's my grandmother's health problem. If the update does not meet the standards, I will fulfill my promise." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.